个是侥幸。Need a horn and a drum roll. Turn up, yeah!
I never talk to them boys that sat on them benches. I never talk to them boys that sat on them benches. I was in the game on 4th and inches.
Now it's time to go to work.
West Virginia trying to get this third down.
Here we go.
Play on third down. They're gonna call a timeout and make a kick.
New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, Seminole fans. We got the Army game on behind us. Army beating West Virginia 14-10. Go Army. We got a little bit of Christmas. Not Christmas, I'm sorry. Some New Year festivities on deck. So we're gonna get into some of that. And essentially, man, we are doing the last live stream before the New Year's. That's the only purpose of this video. One more live stream before 2021. And in this live stream, the floor is open to whatever last thoughts of 2020. What to expect next year from a football standpoint, for just from a life standpoint, right? 2020 was a crazy year for not just football, but for life in general. 2020 will not be missed, I don't think, by most. And let's do everything in our power to bring this 2021 new year in the best possible, you know? Exactly. Like D. Thompson just said, here's to a better 2021. Absolutely. And that's just in life in general. You know, of course, we love our Noles. We love college football in general. We love our sports. But life is bigger. And let's hope 2021 just brings everybody more prosperity and just a better year, whether whatever you need, financially, health, whatever. And as far as this channel goes, man, for 2021, bro, I'm looking to grow this thing bigger, better, stronger. I got some thoughts that I want to plan for this 2021. You know, I've been saying it, and I'm gonna keep saying it. This channel is going to be the face of Florida State YouTube, and quite frankly, it all starts with you guys in the chat. Speaking of you guys in the chat, man, let's do a roll call. Who's in here on this New Year's Eve day? Tyler is in the building. Peter Shields, John Shields, the brothers. One's a Noel, one's a Kane. Rose's in the building. Jose Garcia, Jen, Green Bay, Dennis, Panama, D. Thompson. And for right now, that is it. But yeah, man, you guys are the reason that we're going to continue to grow this channel, you know, and do the damn thing. Grow this community and do the damn thing. That is the plan here going for 2021 as far as this channel's concerned. Kusami Hayes. That is the plan. That is what we're doing over here. We're just gonna keep climbing, as Norvell would say. We're gonna keep climbing. Over 700 subscribers right now, and we're not done yet, not by a long shot. Mayan King is in the building. So as we keep trickling in, hit the like button if you haven't. And again, this is an open forum tonight, man. Open forum. We just talking. We can look back on the 2020 season, dissect that if you wish. We can look forward to the 2021 season. I mean, look, one thing to be happy about 2021. If you didn't watch that whole, if you ain't watched Travis Hunter last night, I don't know. What are you doing? If you didn't watch Travis Hunter last night, what are you doing? That kid is all world amazing. They did lose. Drake Garcia played a good game. I didn't watch the entire game, but I definitely watched his highlights. And again, if you didn't watch Hunter, man, FSU fans got to be excited about him. FSU fans got to be excited about him. Florida State love in the building. Made in Dades in the building. Dennis Wilson, tell them, bro, they sleeping on me, but we coming. We coming strong. And that's right. Like my son said, we coming strong. Happy New Year, everyone. Hopefully 2020 will be good for all of us in our lives and our football teams. But yeah, 2021, I mean, Travis Hunter alone. We're going to get on that. We're going to get on that, John. 2021 alone, though. I wanted to watch it. I couldn't find it either. But I tell you what, I did watch his highlights. He had a ridiculous one-handed interception, a ridiculous touchdown grab. I mean, the kid is a monster. And to me, he's the best high school football player in the country. As a junior, as a junior, he probably would still be the number one high school player in the country this cycle. If he was in this cycle, definitely top 10. Absolute monster that dude is. Absolute monster. Who is Hunter, folks? Go Google him. Google him, Panama. I'll tell you everything you need to know. Go Google him. Hunter is a 5-star on both sides of the ball. Picked off Garcia, making tackle over the field, and basically was the entire team. I remember when he committed, I didn't do much on him, right? And it's still so far off that I don't like getting too high on these guys. I've said it before. We still got to finish this recruiting cycle before we start talking about the next one. But the more I watch him, the more impressed I am from this dude. Dude is a monster. Travis Hunter, 1,500 yards, 15 TDs on the season as a wideout. But he's listed as one of the best corners in the nation. Do you see him switching to wide receiver? I think that's a great problem to have. Either way, I think it's a great problem to have. You may use them. I'll tell you what they probably definitely would do is get him on special teams, get the ball in his hands. They may even draw up some offensive plays for him. I think the consensus thought is that he's going to be primarily a cornerback. I think that is the thought, that he's going to be a corner. But I don't be shocked. Again, that's an awesome problem to have. You use him wherever you use him wherever. 7 INTs. You know, shout out to the Gators, man. The Gators made my night last night. Oh my God, did they get demolished? How does a guy go from Heisman to benched? Kyler Trask's Heisman, any hope he had at a Heisman just was derailed. Not just derailed, crashed, burned. Someone pissed on the ashes. All of that just happened last night to Trask. Oh my God. And Emory Jones, I'll tell you right now, Emory Jones looks like food. Only problem is Adam Fuller still coaches this defense. Now the other guy though, Anthony Richardson came out of Gainesville. Now he looks better than Emory Jones. It looks like he may be the future there. Emory Jones don't look too hot to me. And Kyle Trask just did any chance he had at a Heisman, any chance. Kyle Trask lost a lot of money last night. I don't even know if he's a first round pick at this point. I think at one point everybody was Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, and Trask was in that maybe third, maybe fourth spot. Trask lost him a lot of money last night, in my opinion. And congratulations to the Gators for getting that 50 burger put on you by Oklahoma. Made my night. Trask equals trash. Thank you, Tyrell Powell. Happy New Year's to you and bless you too. I remember when he committed, people were mad because he wasn't rated anything yet, and they called him a nobody. I'm guessing you're talking about Hunter. If that was Dan class last night. Oh, speaking of Dan, how much of a clown does he has to continue to show? Dan Mullen continues to show his ass every time he opens his mouth. First, it was the loss to A&M because of the fans. Then he wanted to pack 80,000 in the swamp while COVID numbers are skyrocketing. Now he was, our last game was what did he say, 11 days ago or whatever it was he says against Alabama. They didn't even want to really play tonight. I don't know if anybody heard those comments, but oh my God, Dan Mullen. You continue to embarrass yourself every time you open your mouth. I did see the Mississippi State Tulsa fight. Does anybody know what that fight was even for? Like what? Funny. I did see it though. Kane Zay, Happy New Year to you. Trash was Gator bait. Rose. Emory Jones needs to play in Willie. Honestly, Emory Jones needs an offense like that. You're absolutely right. Something where he's going to be primarily used as a runner. Emory Jones looks like food. I hope he's the starter next year. Granted, Adam Fuller got a lot to prove, but Emory Jones is not. Now the other kid, that might be somebody to worry about. It might be somebody to worry about. Oklahoma and North Carolina just scored. Tell them again. Okay, Oklahoma State just put up another touchdown on them too. Bigger clown, Dan Mullen or Dabo? Awesome. That's an awesome question. Y'all tell me in the chat, who's the bigger clown, Dan Mullen or Dabo? I think Dan Mullen. Dabo might be the bigger. I don't want to label him this, but Dan Mullen. Dabo is the bigger tone deaf. Again, in the midst of what was going on in this country, and you wear that shirt that you wore, far be it for me to label anybody racist or bigot, right? I'm not, unless I got hardcore proof of that. I don't like to label people that, but you're tone deaf if nothing else, and like extremely tone deaf and insensitive to wear that shirt. Oh, and by the way, come to find out, yeah, you had an assistant coach that dropped the N-word and no repercussions happened on him. So again, both of them are clowns in their own right. Dan Mullen's just to me, probably the bigger idiot though. Dabo, there's maybe more serious allegations over there, but it is what it is. Dan Mullen's just a bigger idiot for sure. Like when he talks, you just lose brain cells with Mullen. Like Mullen's just dumb. Dabo, I don't think he's dumb at all. Dabo says calculated things, and that in a lot of ways that makes it worse. And all you Clemson fans, go ahead and hit the dislike button because I know that's where we're going with that. Pitt's pregame video was BS. What a quitter. Dan, both. Wouldn't surprise me if Parchment popped during this live stream. I saw another Yeah, we got. Oh, good point, Tyler. I actually just retweeted the young man. We got another walk on from IMG offensive lineman. Let me find the tweet. Shouldn't be too hard to find because, like I said, I just retweeted him. Liam McCormick from IMG. He's gonna come on as a walk on 6'3", 275. So nice little solid walk on take there again. Bodies at that offensive line, build the depth. Nothing wrong with taking that one. And again, Parchment is rumored to announce before the new year, but it's also being rumored that he may get his degree and hold off on that announcement. So he could pop, or we could just be waiting till about March, April, whenever the semester would end he get his degree to Kansas and then he make the transfer. So there you have it there. But a good point by Tyler. Yeah, we did get a walk on today. We did get a walk on in Liam McCormick. 6'3", 275 offensive lineman at an IMG. So at least he went to IMG. So at least you know he had some good competition over there at IMG. That's a solid walk on to take. It's a solid walk on to take. Jose Garcia says, Dan, Kirby Smart and Georgia are the biggest mutt clowns. They're not far behind Dab. What's going on over there at Georgia is not too far behind Dabo Sweeney and them at Clemson, to be honest with you. Damn just don't give a damn what he say. He damn sure don't. Dabo's the biggest clown. FSU has allowed Dabo to get a little cocky. I agree. The way Dabo talks, Dabo's really feeling himself lately. So somebody's time for somebody to smack him. I kind of hope Ohio State smacks him in his mouth. Damn, Polk, I lost my QB. That ain't why we lost, but it's always next year. Y'all lost because of drops. Let me fill my glass real quick. Send us a pic of your dots and a tax card or file online if you need it. No matter how you choose to file, y'all lost because of drops, not because of the refs. Even though that was a very piss poor, coming from a Florida State fan, I thought that was a very poorly called game. At the end of the day, y'all had too many opportunities to win, and you wide receivers, you were looking like Florida State wide receivers. That's why y'all lost. The refs made their presence felt. But you know what? I can't blame the refs. When you had an opportunity to win, you dropped the pass. At the end of the day, the drops killed y'all. More so than the refs, in my opinion. the UF team we saw last night is their team next year. I agree. I think they're gonna get worse. And I don't know if they're really bringing in a guy in their class. The thing about Dan Mullen, and I've said it about Dan Mullen, great coach, but he's a clown and a cornball off the field. And you see it in recruiting. Florida, if FSU was in Florida's shoes, FSU would have a top 5 recruiting class right now. There's no doubt about it in my mind, and you can't convince me otherwise because we've seen it. Florida's the best team in the state. Anytime the best team in the state gets some steam and momentum going, they start killing it on the recruiting trail. At the end of the day, what is Florida? They're top 10, I believe. With no real, to my opinion, I don't know if there's any day one guy there. That's all I'm saying. The Dugans effect. I keep hearing the Dugans effect, man. I keep hearing that. It's starting to look like it, right? What's the one common effect that Florida State and Miami receivers have in common is that damn Ron Dugans. And neither group can catch. Too many drops. They let Nkosi down. Nkosi is something to look forward to. I personally feel Miami fans should not expect Nkosi Perry to start, even with King's injury. This is my opinion. Again, this is a guy on the outside looking in. How many times did Manny Diaz have to show you that he does not rock with Nkosi Perry for Miami fans to stop wanting to think that Nkosi Perry is going to get a fair shake? He may, and Nkosi may get the start, and Nkosi's going to be pulled as soon as he makes a mistake, and nobody can ever play quarterback like that. Manny keeps a short leash on him. I don't think Nkosi's ever going to get a fair shake there. It's just me, though. Just me. They did announce, that De'Aaron King had torn ACL. Perry should be Miami's QB going forward. I don't disagree. I just don't think it's going to happen. Hopefully, Ohio State's using this BS Dabo is saying as fuel. Pope and Wiggins, those are Dugan's guys. Perry should be Miami QB going forward. UF, the only 3-loss team that could be ranked 7th in the country with a trash loss to LSU, and they got exposed again. Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with King out with the torn ACL meniscus injury. It's all on Kosi. I agree on that, but Lashley was very vocal. Got to see what happens. We'll see. Yeah, we'll definitely see. We'll see if Lashley has, more power on that offensive side of the ball and can basically say, hey, Manny, maybe you should focus more on the defense because I'm going to take care of this offense, and we'll see. That's what you hired him for, so that's what they should do. We'll see if it happens that way, though. But that's what they should do. I agree, Maiden Day, and that's what they should do. Perry for QB, I said it. King got an average arm. King's got an arm. He just he's all all arm, no aim, right? He can throw that motherfucker 70 yards. He might not, he ain't gonna hit his target. That's the problem with King. They said King will be back by fall camp. Not if he tore his ACL and meniscus. I don't see that. I think that's wishful thinking. I think that's wishful thinking there. And Ardavius says we must get Travis Hunter. Just saw him play GA state championship game and Jake Garcia, and he was the best player. I said that he's the best player in college football. Period. Excuse me, in high school football. Period. Ardavius. From everything I've heard, as long as Mike Woodson is the corner DB coach, as long as Mike Woodson is the DB coach, and Travis Hunter is not actually a Georgia native. Also, I've heard that he is a West Palm Beach kid. He's a Florida native from West Palm Beach. He's a lifelong Florida State fan. From everything I'm hearing, the kid's not going anywhere. He's a lot of people are starting to coin him Derwin James 2.0. If you don't remember Derwin's recruitment, I think Derwin committed to Florida State as a sophomore and never wavered. I don't even think Derwin was taking visits. Like, he was Seminole. He got a Florida State tattoo on him in high school. And I don't think Derwin was taking visits. And Alabama was trying hard. And I don't think he ever took a visit to any other school. He committed and locked it down and never wavered. A lot of people are saying this is Travis Hunter, Derwin James 2.0, that he's not going anywhere. We'll see. Maiden Day says facts, folks. Lies. He won't be back. Yeah, not if you got a meniscus and an ACL. Not by fall. Not by fall. It's going to be tough. On the other hand, I stand corrected on Sam Horn. He had a horrible game yesterday. Yeah, but you don't want to take. I'm not going to take too much off of that. It doesn't mean he's still not a solid prospect. I still think Nico's the guy they should go for, and they've offered a lot of good ones. I still think Nico should be the main priority. And they may sign 2. They may try to nab 2 next year. 30 people in the building, man. Hit the like button on New Year's Eve. Wanting to get a little video out here a little earlier. I don't know what everybody's plans is. I know, New Year's Eve, people get wild, people get crazy, people going to be out late night. So I didn't want to do anything too late. And I have 5 people in here. And, I got my New Year's drink on deck, so let's go. Did you see what the kid pulled up dressed in last night? He's all no. Yeah, I know. Dude had a FSU scarf on. I think he had like a garnet suit on. He was looking clean. He's all no. I agree. He's all no, baby. And I'm so excited to have him. And that is a prospect. Let's just talk on Travis Hunter. Even though I don't want to jump the gun, but at this point, forget it. Everybody's talking about him. He's 100% out there. Again, full Florida State gear. Like, he's not mincing any words. He's Florida State, so we're going to talk about him. This could be the type of prospect. Again, next year to me is already going to be huge. Him. I can always mess up, forget the kid's name, but the offensive tackle. Y'all know who I'm talking about. The legacy kid, Armella, whatever his name is. He's like number 1 offensive tackle in the country, and he's a legacy guy. Marvin Jones Jr., big time 4-star right now, defensive end. I think his stock's going to continue to rise. And Marvin Jones Jr., legacy guy, one of the best defensive ends in South Florida. And I'm just and that's just those guys there. This class next year, and if Travis Hunter sticks and kids watch this Travis Hunter kid, they're going to want to play with that. This staff has a potential to change this thing around way quicker if they hit a home run next year with this class. You land these kids that I'm talking about. Whew. Travis Hunter, again, that's the best. Forget corner. That's the best football player in high school right now. And he's a junior. He's going to be the best next year too. Best offensive tackle, has the potential to be a Knoll. A top-notch, the son of Shade Tree, Marvin Jones, I'll take him all day. Look at those guys, man. And I'm missing on some more legacy guys. They're in it for a lot of big-time kids next year. Travis Hunter could be the catalyst for this entire class. He could be your I've heard a lot of people say it on Twitter, so I'm gonna use it. He could be your LaMarcus Joyner, where kids see a guy that caliber commit to Florida State and say, "Oh yeah, let's go. We're all in." And then all of a sudden, what could be a 5-6 year rebuilding turns into 2-3 years. You know what I'm saying? So, Travis Hunter's a big deal, bro. He's a big deal. Yeah, Garcia outplayed Sam Horn. He looked nervous. I heard our Garcia had a solid game, which is good. Hate OSU, but I got a funny feeling they're gonna beat Clemson just to get destroyed by Bama. I hope they do beat Clemson. At the same time, I'm still salty that Ohio State's even in it, they're even in the mix. But and we got Army in West Virginia, 14-10. Army's up. Let's go Army. I'm rooting for Army, baby. Y'all already know why. Let's go Army. The real MVP out that Grayson team was the offensive line. No, that's real. Kid been through some mess this year. Who we talking about with he's talking about. I think I missed this comment. I really don't see Keaton touching the field next year. His college career is done, if you ask me. Really hate that for the kid. He's been through a lot. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, especially if he can't start next year. Now, I don't care who Miami rolls out there quarterback, right? You're not going to beat Alabama. But that doesn't mean you can't build for something, go forward. It's going to be hard pressed, especially if let's forget about Bama. But if you have a good team past the Bama game, what's the point of playing King? King probably is done. King's probably is done. That 2022 class could be insane with legacy kids alone. Absolutely, but we got to pull them. But with the legacy kids alone, you're absolutely right. And that's where Norvell needs to make his bread. Him across from Demore Tate going to be looking good for years to come. Could you say we exceeding expectations with this class? Given the record, you could make an argument. 33 or we're in the 30s now with the chemo decommitment. I expect us to finish still in the top 25 if they hit on the guys that we expect them to hit on. I don't want to say they're exceeding expectations, man, because while I'm happy the way they finished on the early signing period, I'm still salty on missing on those safeties. Missing on some guys that should have been in this class. I'm still salty about that. To me, playing the wrong position. Did you see the catch he made last night? Man, both catches. Did you see the one-handed interception he grabbed? And then the touchdown catch. He's nasty. The kid's nasty. Feel bad for King as well. He can't catch a break on or off the field. Losing his pops, his mom's battling cancer, and now his type of injury at this point in his college career. It is tough. You know, it is tough, and it sucks. I got OSU by 10. Bama by 17-21. POLK, they will probably use him in packages. Are you talking about King? They got going on back here. But yeah. So that's, I mean, again, 2021, man, there's a lot of stuff to look forward to if you're a Florida State fan. Ultimately, though, Adam Fuller's still coaching defense. So we're gonna do an early preview. Let's do an early preview on Florida State. Clayton says, any news on some transfer portal pickups? Nothing as of late. No. Is this King's first injury on his leg? I feel like, didn't he suffer an injury at Houston? I could be wrong there, but I don't think it is. But I could be wrong. Also sucks. But yeah, Dalvin Cook did lose his father. So prayers to Dalvin and his family. And Maiden Day says, yeah. So maybe he didn't suffer any injuries at Houston. I feel like I've heard before that he suffered injury. Mayan King says Travis Hunter in 20 Cedric Baxter Jr. is a beast too. If you haven't, go watch that kid. Again, we're talking about sophomore right there, so I don't really put much stock in it. But his tape is good, and if they're cousins, who knows? That might be good. I think that Tyrese Crawford kid is 100% Arkansas, even though his last two follows on Twitter was Alex Atkins. I've been hearing Arkansas too for him, which really sucks because that he would be a big time change. King will be favoring that knee a lot. No, it's his third injury on the knee. Oh, see, I knew I heard it. I knew I heard he messed his knee up before. His third. Man. King tore his meniscus the same knee at Houston. That sucks. 10 years from now, kids are going to come to FSU wanting to be the next Travis Hunter. That's a big time. That's a big time thing to say, but I think Travis Hunter said his favorite player is Jalen Ramsey, so it makes sense because kids are saying they want to be the next Jalen Ramsey, so it makes sense, bro. Makes sense. And what I think about next year, right? You didn't get Mackenzie Milton for nothing. Let's assume Mackenzie Milton is good for 3 more wins, so that puts us at 6. It's all about what they put around him. They can again. I want the Crawford kid. Crawford, that kid could really sure this line up to a point where, this line goes from maybe average to good, to real good. If you didn't know, Robert Scott made freshman All-American, only gave up 1 sack the last 3 or 4 games of the season. But I've been high on Robert Scott. After not even thinking he was going to play year 1, once he got on the field, I've been like, man, the kid's been the most steady offensive lineman probably we've had. He did make freshman All-American. But back to the point, like, offensively, this team has a chance to be special next year. I really believe that. I've been really battling myself with trying to figure out what kind of record. And I'm looking at this team and I'm going, okay, with Mackenzie Milton, man, you have to at least get 6 wins. And I see that. But what if they put around him? What if we get Destin Hill and you add in Parchment and you still got McLean on top of the guys we already got? We know our running back room is going to be good. We expect to upgrade at every other position on offense. All it really boils down to, yeah, man. All it really boils down to is, can Adam Fuller? Can we go from giving up 450 yards a game or whatever it was we gave up this year to, I don't know, in the 3s? Can we get in the 3s? Can we not give up 35 points a game and get down to 20 something? Can Adam Fuller show any kind of progress defensively? Can this defense take any kind of steps defensively? Because if it can, I believe you're looking at an offense that could average damn near 40 points a game. Can the defense show a pulse next year? Because if so, I think you got an 8-win team. 8-win team, and I'm being nice. And I know I'm really jumping the gun here. And this is new for me because y'all know me. I'm usually out here very reserved, very I don't want to say I'm pessimistic, but I'm very like, well, let's hold the brakes. Let's see what we got. I don't want to jump out and be like, da-da-da-da-da. Y'all know how I am. Some people go as far as to say I'm negative, which I don't feel like I'm negative. I just feel like I'm real. You know what I mean? With that said, and maybe this is just me being happy that we go into a new football season next year, but I'm looking at Mackenzie Milton is a huge difference maker that I really think people are not giving enough attention to. You playing with your toys? I really think that they are not giving enough attention to it. If that dude is anything, I mean, you see what quarterback did for Miami alone, and I don't think Derrick King is even a draftable type of guy. Mackenzie Milton, if he's healthy, is. Mackenzie Milton, if he's healthy, is in the and I'm not calling them these players, but he's Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson, a Baker Mayfield, same size as these guys, same type of college production as those guys had. He's in the mold, is my point. Come on, man. I think you're looking at seven wins to be slight. If everything goes right, 8 wins is definitely a possibility. If the defense can show anything, oh man, you know what I'm saying? So that's really the way I'm looking at it. Tell me I'm wrong. Say, hey, Polk, calm. Okay. Say, hey, Polk, calm your ass down, because maybe I'm just talking crazy. But tell me, hey man, calm down. This isn't how you usually are. Let me know. Let me know, because I'm looking at it and I'm really looking at it and I'm saying to myself, this team has a chance to really swing the pendulum way faster than I think what a lot of people think. And it all started to me with Mackenzie Milton. That's just me, though. Let's see what y'all saying in the comments. Let's hope Atkins can sell that he made Robert Scott an All-American as a freshman. That's a huge selling point. I'm pretty sure he's trying to sell that. Absolutely. A 3-star at that. It's not like Robert Scott was a top blue chip prospect, one of the best offensive tackles in high school, and basically anywhere he would have went. And if he would have got playing time, would have been a freshman All-American. He took a guy that was a relative unknown, made him first team freshman All-American. That's a selling point, in my opinion. If Adam Fuller picks the defensive scheme and sticks with it, do you think we will improve? I don't know. Why y'all don't go after T-Rob? T-Rob who? Who was T-Rob? Who was T-Rob? I got you. Tyler says, saw Trey Sanders. Yeah, thank God. Thank God Trey Sanders shut down the rumors. I actually retweeted his tweet to say he's not going anywhere. Don't know where these rumors start. Honestly, I heard it from War Chant, of all the places, right? And I tell you guys about these places that have these agendas. I heard it from War Chant. Say that's where the first place I heard the Trey Sanders stuff at. I'm glad he shut it down just so we can stop talking about the foolishness. Until you enter the portal, let's stop talking about the foolishness. Fuller needs to stick to that 4-3. Fuller better get a defects fixed. Florida's defense problem need to be fixed. They got rid of a lot of players this year, so defense cannot use that excuse. I agree with that wholeheartedly, Jen. Don't tell me you don't have your guys anymore, because you got rid of. We lost a ton of guys. Make the guys you have your guys. I got you. It'd be cool if we got Levitt that Levitt stuff is bounced. I mean, Levitt was going to be here with Willie. That Levitt stuff ain't happening. Transfer portal is good to kickstart rebuild our program, get the pieces this year, and then I can say back to the normal recruiting high school. I agree. Most of the fans see us get someone and then just move on to the next guy rather than enjoying the commit. Or worse, find anything and everything negative that they can say. Done with college football. Let's go Dolphins. You don't want to talk college ball no more. Jump on the Fins bandwagon. More than welcome. I'm on the Bucks bandwagon this year, so no. See what Tom Brady can do with them Bucks. I'm with you on that 100%. Coming from Michael Henson. No, don't calm down. I'm right with you, dog. If we go down, we go down together. Hey. Man, I feel like I'm jumping the gun, but I really look at this offense and say this offense can be a lot better than people think. When you have a legit quarterback, and I love you guys know I love me Jordan Travis. You guys know I love him, but I can't deny that Milton's just better. Has a chance to really elevate in the entire offense. The only thing keeping me from really go 100% in on an 8-9 win season is that I don't know if the defense can stop a nosebleed. And if the defense can't stop a nosebleed, we're not going to win every game 45-46. You know what I'm saying? Like, eventually the defense has to make a stand, has to show up and play. 21-10, go Army. Well, we are whooping on them West Virginia Mountaineers. But yeah, man, the defense is what's keeping me. Like, even with Mackenzie Milton, I could legit see us only winning 6-7 games next year. Legit, because the defense can't stop anything. So that's just me. And the DB's not 10 yards off. Happy New Year to Kenny Zapata. He said he's smelling natty this year. Well, we're gonna slow our horses on that. I'm not on the Kenny Zabata train. No, we don't smell a natty. We're gonna slow down on that. But I could smell a solid bowl game. If you're able to sneak 9-10 wins, I can smell a New Year's Six bowl potentially. And this is only because I'm talking about Mackenzie Milton. Look, I understand how bad this team looked. I really do. But we literally played every quarterback on the roster and couldn't find a consistent passer. Mackenzie Milton's going to instantly change that. We are losing our drop machine in Warren Thompson. We've lost a lot of head cases on that defensive side of the ball. It's all about what they coach over there. We'll see how that improves. Offensively, I am Toafili, averaging 10 yards a carry as a freshman. Toafili next year. Watch out. Offensively alone, I'm looking at this team and going, this team should improve drastically. It's all about the defense for me. T-Rob, D coordinator from South Carolina. Okay. Here's the thing, Maiden Day. The reason why I don't know him, they're not getting rid of Adam Fuller, bro. So I don't know. I'm not looking at defensive coordinator hires. Everybody keeps saying, who should we hire at D coordinator? We ain't hiring nobody because we ain't firing the guy that we got. So I haven't really paid attention to that. Adam Fuller's going to be here for the foreseeable future, unfortunately. Give J. Trav the Tyson Hill role. And that's another thing. Good point by Marcus Lewis. Not only are we talking about Toafili being a year better, I think Corbin gets a lot of unwanted hate. I really think Corbin is a solid running back. If you look at him, he was the most productive running back. He's a good receiver, hard runner. Is he explosive? No. Is he home run hitting? No. He hasn't been quite the same after his knee injury, because if you go watch him at A&M, dude was taking kickoffs back to the house. He was explosive in the SEC. He lost a step with the knee injury. Well, guess what? He's going to be a whole entire year removed from the knee injury. Again, I think Corbin is really slept on. I think people give Corbin a bad rap. Come on, man. I think people give Corbin a bad rap. I think Corbin is a better, more productive player than people give him credit for. I think Toafili is the future. He's going to be the next NFL quality running back Florida State has, in my opinion. I was arguing with Miami guys. I think Toafili's better than Rooster, and I like Knighton, but I think Toafili's a better guy, better freshman running back. And offensively, man, I'm looking at it and I'm just going, we got it. And again, going back to the comment, the whole point I'm bringing up all this from the comment. We haven't even talked about the way they're gonna implement Jordan Travis. Jordan Travis just get the ball in his hands and he's gonna make sparks fly. We know that. We know that now. Every time Jordan Travis has been given the opportunity, he's shown you. 38 people in here, man. Hit the like button on this New Year's Eve. But every time Jordan Travis has had an opportunity to run that ball, he's going to show you what it is. On top of having a consistent passer, Mackenzie Milton, you're going to throw Jordan Travis in there, who's going to be, he's one, make the first guy miss, and it's off to the races. I'm going to say we land Hill. I'm saying it here now. We land Destin Hill. To me, I said it before. Day one, as a true freshman, Destin Hill's the most talented wide receiver in the room, period. He will see the field day one. Man, I'm looking at our offense, and I'm going, we have a chance. Defensively, I'm scared as hell, which is why I can't go all in on it. But offensively, man, we have a chance. We have a chance. Travis Robinson, Google him when you get a chance. All in my nose, we have to be better. I agree, Peter, man. We got to be better. We need somebody to replace Odell. Need a new voice on the D line, man. Don't shoot me. Montre. Look, I'm not ready to give up on Odell, so I'm not going to take too much Odell slander, but I understand I understand why people are starting to ask for maybe to give Odell an off-field role, like in administration or something. I understand that because, I get it. But I'm not ready to give up on Odell. I mean, Odell alone is the reason why you got George Wilson, Chambry. I mean, Odell was your best recruiter this cycle. Maybe if David Johnson lands Hill and Hargrove, then he'll have that crown. But as of right now, Odell was your best recruiter and still is. But David Johnson's definitely making a case. Man, you like FSU, Knicks, and Tampa Bay. Feel bad for you. First of all, the Bucks have a championship more recent than what the Dolphins championship, the 70s. Come on, man. The Bucks have a more championship more recently than the Bucks. You can't be a Dolphin fan and talk about the Bucks. Stop that. The Knicks, look, it is what it is. Florida State, again, you can't be a Hurricane fan and talk about Florida State when we have a championship more recently than you guys as well. Stop it. What? I expect big things from Travis J, but I don't know who else to be excited about for defense. Amari Gaynor. Got to be excited for Amari Gaynor if they use him right. If they even put him on the field. I think I put that stat out earlier before. I think Gaynor only saw the field defensively, and he was your most productive defensive player, but compared to everybody else, he did not get as many snaps as he should have been. So you got to be excited for Gaynor if they use him. Happy New Year, Polk. Glad I found your channel. Hey, Clayton, I'm glad you're here. Again, we're going to continue to grow and grind. 2021 is going to be big for this channel, big for this Florida State YouTube community, because it's not just this channel. I'm trying to grow the entire community. I want us to have a voice on YouTube. Similar, I'm not gonna lie. I want us to have a voice on YouTube similar to the Hurricanes, because I look around YouTube and I see tons of Hurricane channels, and not small ones either. I'm talking about 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 subscribers on these Hurricane channels, whether it's Zoe or T2Y or Paul, the Wholesome. There's just a ton of them, and I'm like, I can't find any Florida State YouTubers other than myself that's worth a damn. I can't find them. And the only other one out there that I know of is Turnt Tally. So if you like Turnt Tally, definitely support him as well. Even if we don't do our stuff together anymore, at the same time, he's still FSU, no-blooded. So support that dude as well. But I can't. Other than that, who do we got? We don't got nobody. So I am trying to grow this thing, man, and trying to get this Florida State YouTube stuff off the ground. And if you guys know of other Florida State channels, let me know, because I can't find them. I can't find them. Would love to have him at UM, but Manny is an idiot. So it is what it is. Hell, on defense, back coach as well, a huge recruiter for South Florida. Is Baker gonna get fired? You think Baker's gonna get fired, Maiden Day? Todd Polk says the defense and wideouts need to step up. Defense wins championships. They don't say that for no reason. If you score 100, but they score 101, you still lose. Absolutely. Only 39 years old as well. He's a young coach. Bright future. Polk. If Toafili gonna get smashed running against Miami, just watch. Stop. Corbin stays working. I like his drive. I think Corbin gets a lot of effort. I think he gets a lot of unwarranted hate, and that's just my opinion. I think he gets a lot of unwarranted hate because he's not Cam Akers, because he's not Dalvin Cook. I think people expect Corbin to be, those guys. And to me, he's not. I mean, he's not. But that doesn't mean he's not a productive running back. If Cam stays, our running back room will be ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, I'm not knocking y'all running back room. I just think Toafili's better than Rooster, but I like Knighton as well. I'm not completely giving up on Jordan Travis. He needs to work hard in the offseason. Mackenzie Milton is a plus to our room. Hopefully everybody gets to work well with competition. Lay off the liquor, because Toafili is not better than Rooster. The numbers say he's better than Rooster. The production on field say he's better than Rooster. So tell me where I'm wrong at, Dennis. Toafili straight. Better than Rooster? Might be neck and neck. I like Chaney over Toafili. I think y'all got to go watch Toafili more, man. I think y'all got to watch him. Again, 9.6 yards per carry speaks for itself. I think Lundy, Corbin, and Toafili is an awesome backfield. They shied away from using Lundy as the fullback, like that big rumor was how they were going to be using Lundy as a fullback. Hey, open the door. They leave me alone with this kid, and now he's running crazy. I think Lundy, they kind of shied away from really using him as a fullback. That was the big thing coming into the season, where he was going to be used as fullback and linebacker, and I feel like he played a lot more linebacker snaps than fullback. I can't even think of too many times he played fullback. Bucks all day. But I said to Philly the truth. Reminds me of a bigger Chris Thompson. Emmett Rice coming back. I think the speculation is that Emmett Rice will come back. He hasn't announced anything, and he hasn't declared for the draft yet. I think the speculation is that Emmett Rice is coming back. Gainer and Jermaine are both the spots. Both DN spots could be nasty. Do you think Norvell gets down on Fuller or just lets him have free reign? Like, does he get involved? I don't think he's an offensive coach, so I don't think he gets involved with the look. I don't want to say too much about Willie Taggart, but one of Taggart's downfalls was not letting Barnett do his thing and handcuffing Barnett to run a defense that wasn't his defense, because he was trying to get the team prepared for Jim Leavitt. Right? Got it. I don't think Norvell goes into Adam Fuller and says, you have to run this, don't run this. I think any smart head coach, first and foremost, you're a CEO as a head coach, you allow your coaches to coach. Now, I do think he's hands-on with the offense, as most offensive coaches are. Come on, Army, don't let West Virginia come back. 16-21, West Virginia coming back on the Army Knights. But like I was saying, I don't think Norvell's in there telling Adam Fuller what to run and what not to run. I don't believe that. I think he understands that he just, I think he understands that he has to let a defensive coordinator coach. That's just me, though. Dennis Wilson, y'all defense not going to be all that next year, but you do realize Toafili is going to get bigger, stronger, and faster. Absolutely. I just don't vibe. I mean, it is what it is. Again, if you like that kind of content, like I said, by all means, go support the dude. Whether or not we see eye to eye is irrelevant. He's a Florida State guy at the end of the day. Some people like that type of content. So in my opinion, if you like that, go support it. Florida State just got a commit from IMG. Yeah, I talked about that already. Montre, he's a walk-on. IMG. Last name McCormick. I forget the first name off the top of my head. Hold on. Liam McCormick, 6'3", 275, D tackle / D end. Did I say he was an offensive lineman? Why did I say he was an offensive lineman? He's a D tackle / defensive end. Yeah, and he is just got a commit from him. Walk on. Top Pope says he likes fitty cuts. No, he will be demoted and Banda will be the DC, is my calculated guess. Okay. I like Fitty Cuts YouTube channel. He keeps it real and funny at the same time. There you go. And I know who 50 Cuts is, so. Corbin is not fast, but he moves the chains. He's just effective. Just effective, man. And he knows what he's talking about. He actually cut some FSU's players' hair. He's a professional barber. Yep, I know that. Man, what you doing back there? All right. Got my co-host in the back. Corbin is our fullback. Absolutely, Tyler. If you look at the way they use him as a lead blocker a lot. They absolutely they do that. I like that Ja'Kai Douglas kid too. They got our backfield is loaded. I think Ja'Kai Douglas is the best receiver at it a bunch. Because I've yet to see Ja'Kai Douglas run between the tackles. So we'll see how he develops his game there. What's up, Pope? Get me up to speed. Shout out to Joseph Oliver. As a matter of fact, Joseph Oliver, you just reminded me. And I'm gonna do this right now. Because we're coming into a new year. for 2021, Jay Oliver, you're going to be my first. This isn't a knock on anybody else, but Jay Oliver, I'm making him my first moderator. Jay Oliver's going to get my first wrench. And I'm going to tell you why. And I love all of my supporters, all of my subscribers. But Jay Oliver has donated to me. And sometimes I forget to shout him out. Sometimes I don't notice he donated to the app until I actually get off my live stream. Jay Oliver has supported this channel probably more so than anybody else in the YouTube community. I don't have any moderators. Quite frankly, I haven't had to use any moderators. One of the beautiful things about this channel to me, one of the beautiful things about my chats to me, is I don't get a lot of ridiculous people in here that just come in here and say stupid stuff and troll and be ridiculous and be racist or anything like that, right? I don't get any of that in here. Everybody's respectful. Everybody come in here, man, we just talk sports and we have a good time. I love that about this channel. I love that about what I'm doing, because that was the whole purpose of me doing that. But if you go watch some of these other guys, some of these other channels, and granted, those channels are bigger than me, right? I'm not going to pretend like I'm a huge channel. I'm not. But even saying that, I got 43 people in here. You go watch some of these other channels, and these guys, there's a lot of racism in the chat room. There's a lot of people just saying stupid stuff. There's just, there's a lot of dumb stuff in the chats. And so I haven't had to use a moderator. I haven't had to use anybody to say, hey, man, police the chat for me. But I am going to make Jay Oliver my first moderator, because the brother's been supporting me. And he doesn't just do it, with his mouth. He helps me in the chat. He's helped me with his donations. And I've got a lot of donations from everybody. So I don't want to say like everybody else's donations aren't appreciated. But Jay Oliver, you're going to be my first moderator. And right now, Jay, I'm about to add you as a moderator, and bam, the first moderator on 863 Seminole TV is Jay Oliver. He's got that wrench. So if I do need somebody to police it up, he gonna slap y'all boys and get y'all out of here. And 45 people in here, so hit the like button. 45 people in here, hit that like button. Now let's keep going. Joel Davis says, "Go." That's right, man. Go Army. 21-16. Army has the ball back. And they running that triple option, but hey, they're 9-2. Army's had a damn good season this year, so shout out to Army, and y'all know why. What did you think of the Oklahoma running back last night? Was it 24, Tyler? But he was running that thing, and Florida did not want to tackle him. Florida, they were scared to tackle him. But I think wasn't it 24? I think it was 24. You have to excuse me. I'm not used to the Dolphins being good. Yeah, we know. Everybody knows. Hey, man, put the helmet down. What are you doing in there? What are you doing back there? Hey, the helmet's bigger than you. What are you doing? Look at this. Look at this. Boy, you're going to fall over. All right, have fun. Yeah, look. The helmet's bigger than you, man. Can I have my prop back in the back? Whatever. You need energy from your co-host, man. You see what he's doing, man. Shout out to Jay Oliver, man. Real dude, absolutely. Been holding me down. So first moderator is gonna be Jay Oliver, and more to come. And honestly, the reason I never have done it before is just because I haven't had to. We got a good chat room, man. We got a good community. Everybody keeps it 100. Everybody keeps it G. We all disagree. We all look at him. He's about to break his neck. Look at this fool. He's about to break his neck. He's about to break his neck. But we keep it all 100 in here, man. We keep it all 100 in here. We keep respectful. And I debate with you guys all the time. We all don't get as far as our opinions. Did you fall? Oh no. What are you doing? We all don't agree on everything, but you know what? We still keep it respectful. I wonder how they will run in the offense. I'm interested to see that one too. Yes, Jim, that is my child, looking like a fool. Yeah, you see him in the background acting up back there. Heard a rumor that we may get Charlie Strong if Alan Fuller continues to fail. We should get it. If we see my problem with that rumor, Joel Davis. If you really are targeting Charlie Strong, make the move now. Because what is Alan Fuller going to do? Why go through another year of mediocrity on defense slash piss poor defense, then to make the move? If you're going to do that, make that move right now. We got so much talent in the running back room. I just hope Norvell find a way to get them all involved in the offense. Todd Pope says, "Hey, Todd, I like every time you be on here as well. No doubt. It's all from Lou chat, racist chat, and all of YouTube. I see it a lot. I see it a lot. Obviously, Lou's a big YouTuber as far as his college football stuff goes. Probably the biggest college football YouTuber, if I'm not, I don't think I'm lying when I say that. So you can't control everybody in that chat. And I'm not giving Lou any, I'm not trying to say he can't control it. I'm just saying, like, that's why I haven't had a moderator, because I haven't had to. But now Jay Oliver got a wrench. So again, y'all be careful. Jay Oliver gonna start slapping y'all. I'm a Lou tuber, and it ain't racist at all. So No Squad said it's not racist in there. So, it. What you doing, man? Don't play with your toys. Oh, let me help you. Let me help you. Cause you done move my helmet out the way. Look at my helmet over there, just acting. Damn kid. Congrats to Jay Oliver. I live in big tech country, but I love my Knowles. Way to go, Jay. I can't tell Knowles Squad number 29. Salute to Jay. Future Knowles. You see him? Y'all see him back there just acting a fool? About to break his neck with the helmet. Polk, stupid question. Can we take anything from the spring game? Usually I would say no. But then again, you've had instances where you can. Remember Jameis's legendary spring performance? Not only did he kill it in the spring game, Jameis was throwing that thing on, and he wasn't just throwing it on some second and third teamers. Go back and watch the spring game if you can. He was throwing that thing over LaMarcus Joyner, who ended up being a Thorpe Award finalist. Probably should have won the Thorpe Award that year because he was the best DB in the country. He was throwing that thing over LaMarcus Joyner, who no team had an answer for in college football. Oh, and by the way, he played baseball before he got into that spring game. Jameis had a legendary spring where he came from the baseball onto the spring game and showed out. Usually, though, I would say no. It's just good to see those guys in a game type atmosphere, so to speak. Actually lined up hitting guys. But for the most part, I would say no. But sometimes you get that rare exception where, yeah, you can see some stuff. Maiden Dade says, Polk, 1K, best sports set YouTuber to me. It ain't even close. Can't wait to see this channel grow. Thank you, man. Thank you. Real recognize real. That's why I mess with this channel. Yes, sir. Your son acts like he is drinking milk from the Budweiser. Man, you see, Todd. I don't know if he's drunk. He's just bad. Ray Fitty, what's in the building? What's going on? If we have to keep Fuller, could we add Strong like a code? I don't want no code. Now, if he wants to keep Fuller, then you just demote him. Now, Fuller is a DB coach, and I think he's a DB coach. I can always forget, but I do think he's a DB coach. So I don't even know if he's a better DB coach than Mike Woodson. And I know damn sure know he's not a better recruiter than a Mike Woodson. So to me, man, you don't need to keep him. If you're gonna go for Charlie Strong or whoever, just cut bait with Fuller altogether. Just my opinion there. LaMarcus Joyner won us the game versus Clemson. LaMarcus Joyner made a big time plays in that Auburn game. LaMarcus Joyner was a beast, period. Army just punted. West Virginia's going to have good field position. Fourth quarter, 13 minutes left. All right. So I'm caught up in the chat. Looks like. Wait. Main Day says, I got a funny feeling Saban is going to promote Strong from it. Especially if that guy probably leaves and takes Strong. But I wouldn't be surprised there because Alabama's defense didn't look too hot this year. So that would make some sense. And they will give Fuller his second year of his 3-year deal. But I heard that they were in fact in contact with Strong. It's interesting. We lose a good coach that Norvell wanted to A&M. So Norvell brought with him from Memphis his DB coach. His DB coach was named TJ Rushing. And he did eventually I got a lot of heat on that video. I made a video on that. And I just didn't like the way it went down. I thought I didn't believe that A&M just randomly contacted him out of the blue and he took the job. He probably had interviewed for that job, probably had contact with A&M prior to coming over with Mike Norvell to Florida State. And I just always felt like, why do that? Why come here and then just as soon as you get here, you leave for A&M if you already knew you were trying to go to A&M to begin with? I don't believe A&M just called you midnight one night and say, hey, by the way, you want to come here? Oh, hell yeah. It don't work like that, in my opinion. So I got a lot of heat from A&M fans. And apparently some of TJ Rushing's family was in my comments saying that I was a bad guy for talking about their father and things of that nature. I don't know if those are really his kids or whatever, but his name was TJ Rushing, and he did end up going to coach for Jimbo at A&M as the DB coach. I've already read these. What's the best bowl you've watched so far this year? I haven't watched too many of them. That Miami-Oklahoma State game wasn't a bad game. The one I'm looking forward to the most, honestly, I want to see how Cincinnati plays against Georgia. That's the one game I'm really looking forward to the most. I like to see those, those group of 5 schools go up against a powerhouse, so to speak, in Georgia. And I'm curious to see how they come out there and look. That was, and the North Carolina A&M game. I'm looking forward to watch that one. I thought the Florida-Oklahoma game was going to be better than it was, but I ain't mad at that. What, boy? Polk, I really was expecting Quayshawn Fuller to step up this past year, but I think he cracks the rotation next year. Hope so. We need him. Nothing else. We need the depth, man. I think Norvell wants a bit of consistency by keeping. And you know what? Honestly, Kenny, I do understand that. I do understand the fact that you're saying, because let's play some devil's advocate here if you want to do that. Charles Kelly, Harlan Barnett, then Jim Leavitt comes on last year, like mid-season last year, all of a sudden as the shadow defensive coordinator, where Harlan Barnett had to know his job was basically gone at the end of the year. And now Adam Fuller. So, we're talking 4 different defensive minds in 4 years. Do these kids really even know what they're doing? Probably not. I do understand that. And that's why next year is 100%. Man, those are not pants. This boy trying to put on the Crown Royal bag. Oh, my God. Somebody come save me. I understand the thought process of, okay, these guys haven't had consistent defensive coordinator coaching for the last 4 years. They constantly had different minds, different guys telling them what to do and how to do it. So next year, Adam Fuller, not only did you get rid of the Corey Durdens, he transferred out. Wooden Bay, he transferred out. Leonard Warner's gone. You're going to be losing some guys. Cyrus Fagan's gone. Let's see what you do. Let's see what you do 2 years into it. This was year 0, as some people have said. 2 years into it, okay? Here we go. You got a whole year of tape this year, or 9 games of tape to see who does what, how they do it, and how to use them. Next year, you're going to have a spring. Next year, you're going to have a spring game, fall camp, all that stuff. Let's see. Let's see what Adam Fuller does an entire new He has no excuses next year for me. If this defense looks like it does, he shouldn't make it out the season. He shouldn't make it out the season. And his first big test will be Notre Dame, and Notre Dame's losing a lot. They won't have their same quarterback. I think that entire offensive line graduates or will go pro. Notre Dame should be the first big test. And if he comes out there and lays it against Notre Dame, I think that's all I really need to see, quite honest with you. Hold on, I just got a message. What are you doing back there, man? And once again, man, shout out to Jay Oliver with the 2 dubs, $40 donation. Shout out to Jay Ov, man. I appreciate that as always, and that's why he was my first moderator, because that is a brother that supports me, and he doesn't have any idea how much that stuff means to me. Because when I started this thing, I didn't expect to have 4 people in the chat, let alone 42 people on a New Year's Eve talking about Florida State football. So thank you so much. And happy New Year to you and your family, Jay Oliver. Absolutely. Man, come on, man. What are you doing? What? You want your ball? Here you go. Hey. 2 years before he went to A&M, he knew he was going there. Talking about TJ rushing sniper, and that's my thing. Tulsa had their own today. Thought they were going to win. I didn't watch that game, but I did see the fight afterwards. And that looked like that was actually a good game. Yeah, next year is judgment year for all coaches to me. I understand that. I mean, I don't think Alex Atkins is in judgment year. But I could understand that, especially on the offense. I mean, you're going to have a real quarterback. So but Mike Norvell and Dillingham, bro. No excuses. No excuses on that offensive side of the ball either. I agree with that. What DB recruit on defense do you see making impact? That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Hold on a second. Let's look. Because while I think we got some good ones, and quite frankly, we are a little thin at the corner position, it's always kind of tough to project. Stop. I don't think any of them are surefire game one type of contributors. And I could be wrong, and they could all, definitely could be wrong there. Florida State's ranked number 29 in recruiting right now. But Hunter Washington, Amarion Cooper would obviously, those are the 2 guys that I think, those are the 2 guys that I think off the jump are the ones that could contribute day one. Hold on, man.
Probably the formation, the face look has been pretty tight today for Army out of what they typically do. There's Atkins tripped up. So 3rd and short. Why so tight? Why so tight?
So it'd be one of those 2 guys. It'd be one of those 2 guys. Who? I don't know. But if it's going to be a DB recruit, it'd be one of those 2 guys. Go over there. I sure hope he uses Gainer the right way. Joyner didn't win us that game. That was a pure team win. But Joyner set the tone, I think is what is being said. Remember, Joyner caused that strip first play of the game. Then Joyner caused the sack fumble by Taj Boyd. Then Joyner got it. And did he win the game? No. Because Jameis, Rashard Green, those guys were dominant on offense as well. Kelvin Benjamin. But he set the tone, and he made every defensive play there was to make. So I get what you're saying when you say Joyner won that game, because he dominated, and they had no answer for him, and he set the tone. You don't have that thing on the bottom showing the link to donate. Absolutely, Jen, you're right. I didn't post my banners today. There it is. There it is. I didn't post my banners.
If he wins, trying to join 3 other college football Hall of Fame coaches in Army's history to win 50.
There we go. Got my scroll on. Thanks for that, Jen. Sniper says he's talking about Jimbo going to A&M for 2 years ago. Okay. Fuller need to go down to Tampa Bay. Learn some stuff from Todd Bowles. That D gets after the QB. So y'all know I'm a Demore Tate fan. I'm gonna pick him. I'm a Demore Tate fan too. Are we counting Demore Tate? I mean, technically, yeah, he's going to be a freshman, but he's not in the recruiting class, so that's why I didn't quite count Demore Tate. But if you tell me which freshman DB, yeah, Demore Tate's going to have that first opportunity. I believe so. No. I meant all the coaches in questioning. LOL, not Alex. Alex deserves whatever he desires. Absolutely. No college football fight was worse than the Miami FIU. I remember that one. That was bad. I do remember that fight, man. I do remember that one. We finally have a real QB. Polk said that, but when I say it, it's a problem. It's not that you said it, Sniper. It's that you said that Jordan Travis just sucked, or whatever it was you said. I don't remember exactly what you said. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. I think you're just like dismissing Jordan Travis altogether, where I'm not ready to dismiss him altogether. But I do think we have pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. He can't pick it up. But yeah. It's the way you say it, Sniper. I think everybody would agree that it's not like you're like, oh, Mackenzie Milton's, you make it seem like Jordan Travis is just another guy. And I don't think he's just another guy. Let me see.
So Harding will wait again. Sinfield moves up toward the 39 at the West Virginia end of the field.
The maiden date said Zay, that was a disaster. It sure was. I remember that one. My whole thing with Travis is he's too electric not to have him not to have something planned for him. Green Bay.
Pursued out of bounds at the 36.
We still got a close game here, 21-16. Army up on West Virginia. And anybody, what do you guys have planned for New Year's, if anything? Anybody got anything planned, or are we all just staying at home, or what are you guys planned for the new year, if anything? Me, I'm probably gonna just stay home with my drink and my family and the PlayStation and call it a night. What about you guys? And James Nelson in the building with his ridiculous takes as always. That boy said Jordan Travis reminds him of, what did he say? Hold on. Jordan Travis reminds me of Jamarcus Russell. Man, does he really? Mayan King says he's staying in tonight. Yeah, COVID's changing everybody's, New Year's plans. I know some people, especially if you live in Florida, I'm pretty sure you guys are going to go out there and do your thing. I know. But I'm probably just going to stay in and chill. Ray Freddy says, what's my PSN? I think I put my PSN on here before, but I'll do it again real quick. So yeah, I play Call of Duty.
There when your family is in crisis.
I play a little bit of everything.
In confronting the most catastrophic health crisis in modern history, we must remember
whatever y'all want to play, always link. Let me know. Hold on. Staying in, getting faded with the family. Set the program way back. PlayStation and drink sounds like a plan. Absolutely. I'm at work till 11. I got my liquor already on. Hey, as soon as you get off, man, go home and crack it open. Absolutely. I hope you have a great new year. Good video insight this year. Thanks, man. Thanks for tuning in. Hope everybody has a great new year. What are y'all's New Year's plans, if anything? If anything, what are you guys' New Year's plans?
Cincinnati in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Luke Fickle and Kirby Smart matching wits. Downtown Atlanta.
I'm going out a little later, but nothing crazy. All right, we'll be safe out there, Tyler. I just got back from leave. I'm under quarantine. Can't go anywhere until Saturday. I'll be watching football tomorrow. Play some Switch tonight. That's awesome. I just started leave a couple days ago, as you can see. So I ain't shaving no time soon, D. Thompson. So I'll be on leave for a majority of January. So
And that's a throw that Austin Kendall's going to have to make. It seems like
Madden and 2K. Now I play 2K.
that Jared Dagey had
Madden I don't fool with, bro.
to make that throw. Lenny Brown
And that's mainly because when talking about Madden, I'm not spending my money on that damn game.
Motion that Simmons.
They piss me off with that game. They never update it. They sell you this. They with Madden and 2K starting to do this too. But really with Madden, they sell you guys the same game every year. They don't make any updates to that damn game. And I can't I just can't spend my money on Madden no more, bro. Madden really rubs me the wrong way. Hey, what are you doing?
Austin Kendall comes back to the quarterback spot.
There's my PSN right there.
Kendall taking the deep shot.
Put it up.
Incomplete. Simmons was there
Dinosaurs.
and was thrown. He just went into the bench area. Yes.
What's up with Madden? I didn't buy it this year. So nothing's up with Madden. I ain't playing no damn Madden. Watch the games tomorrow and hope I get my stimulus check. Panama waiting on that stimulus. We need to use JT like Florida uses Jones. No, I agree. Use them definitely to run the ball. And even with, you can do the occasional pass with Jordan Travis. You just got to get them on the field, in my opinion. Got to get them on the field. Got to find a way to use them. The hit stick, I got you, Ray 50. Matter of fact, I'll add you right now. I got the app on my phone, so I'll add you right now. I'm going to play NCAA football on my 360. Not much to do this year. And might pop in NFL 2K5. Starting up that. And I have thought about doing my NCAA videos again. I like doing those. So we may do that in the off season. They changed this whole app. Here, Ray 50, I'm gonna add you right now. Where we at? Where you at? The hit stick. Hey man, that's you, Ray 50, with the Falcons logo. I just added you.
Screen for Brown and another drop by West Virginia.
I added you. All right. 2004-2005 was the best year for football games. Madden is trash. Too much unrealistic gameplay. You can't play the same. You can play this. Yeah, that's Madden isn't like, it's not what it used to be. Absolutely right. They want too much animations in that game. It's unrealistic. It's not worth your money, in my opinion. So I don't buy it anymore until they actually make some real changes with Madden. I'm not buying that game anymore. Lots of people doing fireworks in my neighborhood. Since I can't sleep, we'll go out and watch them. Madden ain't real football. Polk, you got PS5 out here in Hawaii? Man, they are sold out everywhere. No, if they had them out here, I would. They had them out here, I'd have one already. Go Falcons. I guess we need another college football ASAP. We need another college game ASAP. Draft predictions. Like what, Tyler? Let's be more specific on the draft predictions because I think everybody knows Trevor Lawrence is going to go number 1, and I haven't really dig down deep into the draft so far yet this year. But yeah, ask some specific draft questions, and I'll give it my thought without doing any research. I'll give it my thought. I play Madden 24/7. I mean, if you like the game, listen, I'm not knocking anybody that like the game. I just can't fool with Madden. Madden is a shell of what it used to be, so I can't fool with it anymore. I don't think so. 14 is fine. All you need is the roster updates. You add people on PSN or just that guy. I mean, I'll add whoever, bro. If y'all play PlayStation, like I said, I play Call of Duty. I play Warzone. I got 2K. I play whatever, bro. I play just about anything. I used to play Apex. I don't play that much anymore. So, again, I already put my PSN in the chat, so just add me and I'll add you back, or you can always throw your PSN out here and I'll look you guys up. The guys from FSU who declared for the draft. All right, that's a good question. Oh, no. West Virginia scored. Come on, Army. So we got a tight game going on here. West Virginia just scored. If we're talking about Florida State players, so I talked about this a little bit. So for sure, I know I would bet for sure FSU has at least 4 players drafted: Marvin Wilson, Asante Samuel, Tamarion Terry. What? Marvin Wilson, Tamarion Terry, Asante Samuel. Who am I forgetting? Hampton Nasruddin. Even with the injury, I think Hampton's getting drafted. What? You know what? Guys, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go make this kid watch cartoons. I'll be right back. Don't have kids. All right, we're back. This man got my camera all over the place. What was I saying? Okay, the draft. Florida State players in the draft. Let me fix that. Got too much of the TV in the camera. Don't want to get flagged for that. All right. Florida State players in the draft. Hamza, Marv, Asante, and Terry. Now, where do I think they go? Marv lost money this year, no doubt. So if you're asking me where Marv goes, he goes anywhere from the first to second round. I don't think he's going to fall past the second round. But he might have played himself out of the first round. He definitely played himself out of the top 10. He was a top 10 pick at one point as the best defensive tackle in the country. So Marv lost money. Terry has a chance to go higher than people think. And I say this because I say this, if you've watched football for any amount of time, if you watch the combine, if you watch how these teams draft receivers, all you got to do is run sub 4.4, and someone's gonna reach for you. Someone's gonna reach for you. Terry is 6'4", 200 plus. If he runs a 4.4, 4.3, watch out. Terry might go top 15 off of potential. Forget his production. I've seen guys with less production than Tamarion Terry's had at the college level go top 20, top 15 because they ran a 4.2 or something like that. They'll draft Terry off of just his measurables, his athletic ability alone. Nas probably be a 3rd, 4th round pick if he's healthy enough for the combine. If he puts up really good combine numbers, he could play himself into that 3rd or 2nd round. I think Asante Samuel is a fringe 1st rounder. Second. If Asante Samuel was 6 foot, he'd be a 1st round pick. I think 5'10", 5'11", whatever he is. He's probably late 1st, early 2nd. So those are the 4 Knowles that I think are definitely going to get drafted. I don't think J-Rob gets drafted. I really don't think Kane. I mean, J-Rob has a chance to go 5th, 6th round just off of his measurables. But he doesn't have a lot of college production. Kane-Do has literally no college production. I don't see Kane-Do getting drafted. And it remains to see who else declares for the draft. So I think that's all the Knowles that's in the draft, though. Trash probably going the 2nd round. Trash lost a lot of money last night, for damn sure. 24-21. West Virginia then took the lead. Heck, I play NCAA football 25 on my original Xbox. NCAA football was the best. It didn't even buy Madden when NCAA was out. I have the PS5, and it's nothing special right now. Only like 3 games for it. You're not missing out on anything. It's a glorified PS4 at the moment. Right. That's why I don't mind waiting to get it, because, like you said, there's no games for it out. There's nothing. Everything's backwards compatible. You're just playing a bunch of PS4 games on it. Okay, Army with the pass. Okay, Army's driving now. West Virginia just took the lead. NCAA football was the best all time. What up, FSU fans? Danny. 100%. Green Bay really does. A glorified PS4 make me want to keep my PS4. Just watch some Hunter highlights, and if he comes home, it's on. Madden 05-06 was the best Madden's period on the 360. My favorite Madden. What's the Madden with Vic on it? The Madden with Vic on it, I think, is my favorite one. And the one before that, I think Culpepper was on the cover. Probably my 2 favorite Maddens. Madden 94 on the Sega. What y'all know about NFL Blitz was the shiznit back in the day, man. NFL Blitz on PlayStation 1. I remember NFL Blitz, man. Absolutely. Don't trip on it. It'll be cool. Look for it while you have it. Yeah, NFL Blitz was definitely legit. You're right. John Ross was wonderful. A lot of those guys, Jay Oliver, not just John Ross, but he was one. Who was the you guys remember Darius Hayward Bay out of Michigan? He was another one. Do you guys remember that South Carolina kid that the Vikings ended up drafting? Man, I can't remember his name right now. But if you know who I'm talking about, he ran like a 4.2 in the combine. He's out of South Carolina, man. What was his name? Minnesota drafted him. Couldn't play football. Couldn't play a lick of football, but he was fast. 1st round draft pick at receiver. Hayward Bay was when I just talked about him. Perryman out of UCF. I think the Ravens drafted him. Happens every year. Happens every year at the wide receiver position. Blitz was fun. I missed that game. Polk, I just be honest. All those boys at FSU are unrestricted free agents. Dennis, shut up. Asante and Kyle Trash going to the Steelers. Polk, what you sipping on? I'm sipping on this Crown Apple tonight. Oh, wait. That's what I'm sipping on. Sipping on that Crown Apple tonight. 07, I think. Vic was the 04. Yeah. 04 was my favorite Madden. And then the one that had Dante Culpepper on it, I like that one too. Whichever one that was. I don't remember which one, the one that had Culpepper on it. If you're complaining about Madden, it's because you didn't play 92 and didn't grow up in the 80s humbly. No. See, that's the difference, right? My first Madden was on the Super Nintendo. I think it was Madden 95, I think that was my first Madden on Super Nintendo. And I could literally sit here and tell you Madden 95 had more features than the damn shit that they come out with now. They have more. Madden 95 actually had a Pro Bowl that you could play. The Madden now you can't even play the Pro Bowl. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, the game has gotten progressively worse over time. Troy Williamson out of South Carolina. Jay Oliver know what I'm talking about. Like, these guys and guys like him, they get drafted every year. Ooh, that man just got ran over. I think Army might be folding down the stretch, guys. God dog it. Still a good season by Army. Still a good season. You need to try that. I got Crown Peach downstairs, Ray Fitting. I got it downstairs. My plan is to start with the apple. I'm gonna take a little break, and then get on that Crown Peach later on tonight. But I got it downstairs. Army, you did miss the field goal. What do you think about? I love HBCU. I had an uncle that went to FAMU, so I love the HBCUs, man. And I'm very excited to see what Dion can do, getting some real talent down there. Absolutely. I mean, look, if you live in Florida, you know all about the classic, like FAMU and Bethune. Like, if you from Florida, you know all about that. So, you gotta love the HBCUs, bro. Vic was 04. Culpepper was 02. I like the one with Culpepper running. You can run the Pro Bowl. Well, maybe you can this year, but damn it, you couldn't. Like the last couple of years, you couldn't even play the Pro Bowl on these Madden games. But again, man, if you like the new Madden, man, you like the new Madden. I'm not knocking it. I just don't fool with it because I see what it is. It's nothing but a money grab. All they care about is those Ultimate Team packs and all of that. The what you call it? The franchise mode has been the same for like the last 5 years in Madden. They have done nothing with franchise mode, and that's what I like to play. I mean, online and all that's cool. I like to grab me the Browns. I can't say the Browns this year, but I like to grab me the sorriest team on the game and take them to the Super Bowl or build them up in the draft and all of that. That's how I like to play. And it's just garbage. It's not fun doing that in nowadays. It's just not fun. Tyler sent, hey, Tyler, thanks for the New Year love. My dog Tyler with the donation. $10. Thank you, Tyler. All of this stuff is very much appreciated.
In the previous 27 times as a head coach when trailing in the fourth quarter was 3-24. Trying to spur that percentage and come up with his first postseason win.
Where am I at? Crown getting low, Polk. Might have to hit the liquor stove. No, like I told you, I got more downstairs. So we good. We good. Plus, this is a pretty good amount left. That's a pretty good amount. That'll get me buzzed. And with the rest I got last night, with the rest that I got downstairs, Mrs. Polk better watch out tonight. My first Madden was on Sega. 3 buttons. Tecmo Bowl. Now, see, I never played Tecmo Bowl. I'm not that old, D. Thompson. Never played Tecmo Bowl. My first Madden was 95. I think that was my first football game. I didn't have no Tecmo Bowl. Dion might turn the tables. We'll see what Dion does. I'm excited to see what he does. Tecmo Bowl was one of my first football games I ever played, where the QB said "hut" 30 times. Crown apple and peach is trash. Stick to the plain crown. I mean, I like plain crown. I got no chaser here. I got all of that. But to call it trash, Brandon, is so harsh of you. The apple's a little too sweet. I'll admit that. Peach is going. I got sick as hell one night drinking that peach because I didn't feel it, and it tastes so good. I didn't realize I had killed 2 bottles of Crown Peach in like 2 hours. Like I had demolished it. I woke up sick as a dog the next morning. Funny, my cousin is the head football coach at FAM. Shout out to FAM. D. Thompson, Maiden Day, y'all boys original Tecmo Bowl school, these boys. Dennis, you know that Tecmo Bowl downloaded on my Wii. Classic good times. Bo Jackson was the guy. Yeah, I heard about how Bo Jackson was like the monster on Tecmo Bowl. What do you drink at all, Tyler? If so, Tyler, what do you drink? If you don't drink, shout out to you. Not drinking. I need to probably stop, even though I'm not no alcoholic. But I probably should stop. But I don't drink that much. I just drink for occasions on the weekends. Don't drink at all during the week. Okay, Miami's not Miami. Miami wishes they were in this position. The Army is driving down the field. 1 minute left. Time ticking. Get out of bounds. All right. Army, man, we can pull this off. We here talking about football and talking about attacking wifey on the. Hey, she better watch out. Facts. Madden has lost his hardcore fans because they don't care about franchise. There you go, Joseph Oliver. Know what I'm talking about, man. They don't care about franchise mode. That's like for me the bread and butter. That's what I like to do. That's how I like to have fun with it. You know, get you a sorry team. And go, build them back, have fun with it, but Madden don't care about that. So
Anderson gets back under center. And he'll look to throw here. Take the shot, looking back downfield and incomplete.
Polk, I don't know if you covered it yet. What do you think about 20 W2? What you talking about? Laster? What you talking about? Anybody know what Robert Laster talking about? 20 W2? I'm not sure. Crown Apple is fire. Walter Payton and Bo Jackson was the best backs on Tecmo Bowl. Peach is fire too. What's good, Polk? Don't know if you covered it already, but oh yeah, we talked about Travis. That's what you meant. We talked about Travis Hunter, bro. Army's gonna mess around and lose here, damn it. We talked about him, and again, that is the future. He's the future, man. The catalyst, I think, for the 2022 class. You gotta do everything in your power to keep him. Best high school player in the country. Yeah. And he threw a pick. Game over. Army takes the L, but good season. But good. They played tough, man. Army played tough. No. Not while I'm in the Army. I do not. No. Once I get out, holla at me then. Bo Jackson, Marcus Allen, Tim Brown were all the truth on Tecmo Bowl. Terrence in the building. What's going on, man? What you doing? Says Happy New Year, bro. Keep doing great things with the channel. I'm going to commit to at least once a month hopping on with you. Let's make it happen. Well, let's do it. Let's do it. Duce is disgusting. I can't drink that mess. Give me hen dog all day. Something about Duce gives me a headache. I think people just like the way the bottle look, quite honestly. I don't fool with Duce. I take hen dog, give me that Remy. Give me that. Duce is, I'll pass on the Duce. Walter Payton was the truth. If I'm drinking beer. I feel you. What's your favorite beer, Tyler? I got Bacardi White at the house. Tyler, what's your favorite beer? And if I didn't say this already, I forgot. But shout out to Tyler for the $10 donation. If I didn't say that already, just got another one from Sheldon. So Sheldon, if you want to let me know exactly what your name is in the chat, I'll make sure you get a Rose. Shout out to Rose. Sheldon. Okay, yeah. Shout out to Rose. My bad if I put your government out there, Rose. You gotta remember this Cash App, man. They give me your governments or whatever you put on there. Shout out to Rose for the $5 donation, man. And Terrence say he drinking that Hennessy. Look, anything hen dog, I'm with it. Yeah, I don't drink too much white. Anything hen dog. I mean, if you haven't had that, man, I gotta get me some more of this. I gotta get me that pure white. My South Florida folks, I know y'all can get that pure white for me. And I mean this. I will definitely Cash App you the money or pay you the money or pay for shipping, whatever I gotta do. Let me know. I need that pure white. I need me some more bottles of that pure white. See, you're a beer connoisseur. I never even heard of that beer. But when I choose a beer, right, my beer of choice, I like Stella. So I drink that every now and then. But I'm not too much of a beer drinker. But I will grab me a nice Stella every now and then. Hen dog or Remy. That's pretty much me. Crown, hen dog, Remy. That's pretty much all I fool with. 2 canes. Any kind of Crown, any kind of Henny, all of that. Oh man, sorry. All I saw was Sheldon, and then bam, saw Rose after. I was like, oh damn. But yeah, shout out to Rose for the donation, baby. Man, Terrence, when you gonna make your way over to Hawaii, brother? Told me you was coming over here. When you gonna make your way over here? If you haven't seen, if you guys don't know, obviously, guys probably don't know who Terrence is. But if you go back on the channel, look some videos I think over the summer I did the videos with Terrence. Me and Terrence did our top, we did our top 3 FSU players at offense and defense. So we broke down every position on offense and defense. Me and Terrence did our top 3 players on both sides of the ball at every position. So if you haven't checked that video out, go check that out. And that's who Terrence is. We're going to get Terrence on the channel more often. And absolutely. Zay got to try that Douce. And if you got some bread, spend it on Douce XO. I don't fool with Douce. Y'all can have Douce. Y'all can have a Douce. It's a wheat beer. Okay. I'm not tripping. You tripping on that Douce. But they're showing the fight on the number 7 from Tulsa. He was in the trenches, dog. He was in the trenches. He was getting stomped, getting his helmet snatched off. Number 7 from Tulsa was in them streets. He wanted all the smoke. He got whooped, got beat up, but he didn't back down. Shout out. Look at, oh my God, 7 was getting that work. 7 was getting that work, guys. Oh my God. 7 got that work from Tulsa. But shout out to Tulsa. He didn't back down, though. Shout out to him. He ain't back down, but oh my God. I can't mess with beer. I'll drink ciders, though. Liquor is my vice. There you go. POLK FSU looked like they were on the white liquor in Hard Rock. There go Dennis. We all in having a good time. We talking. Dennis want to throw low blows. I'm late to the party. Man, Irv, Gotti in the building. Man, we just talking. New Year's Eve show. Open forum. We just having a good time talking about whatever. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Beer and a cigar after the Knowles win is my ideal Saturday night. I'm with you there. I'm with you there. The Black Hen Dog Special 2. How you say liquor is nasty, but drink beer. Some beers aren't nasty. Some beers are, but that's like with some liquor. Like to me, Douce is nasty, right? So it's all in taste, I guess. Polk, did you time me out? I was timed out for a little. I didn't time anybody out. Didn't nothing. Didn't do anything. Didn't do anything.
I'm not going to comment a whole lot about it. The one thing I'll say is,
Unless Jay, I remember I got a moderator now, but Jay, I don't know. I'll talk to Jay. Maybe he did or didn't. I don't think he did. But Green Bay really sucks. Jay, he's one of the real ones. So I don't think you said anything crazy. But no, I didn't time you out, and I doubt Jay Oliver timed you out. Tyler going old German beer. Did you see what Mike Leach said after the brawl? He didn't give a damn. They're doing the interviews right now, so no, I didn't quite pay attention. But I just know number 7 from Tulsa was getting them things. He got stomped. He got, man. But he was still fighting, though. Raymond James says, peace, bro, Polk. Shout out to Raymond James in the chat. I don't know if you're saying you out. If you're out, man, have a safe New Year's. If not, hey, stick with us. We just talking, shooting the shit right now. Nothing too crazy. Still got 33 people in here. And you know what? If I can be your entertainment on a New Year's Eve when I know a lot of us aren't really going out like that, why not? Because I'm not going out. I know most people said they were just going to sit home, drink something, and play the game. So to me, that's a hell of a New Year, especially in the COVID year. I mean, that's about all you can really do. Now, a few years ago, yeah, I'd be planning something epic for tonight, something crazy, but it is what it is now. Green Bay, because I'm a lightweight. I used to hate beer too until I tried good beer. There are some good beers out there. If you go to like a real pub or something and just try different stuff, you can find a good tasting beer for sure. Don't drink Budweisers. Those that you drinking straight piss when you drink those stuff. Go try you some real beers. Now, I can't tell you the name of those places or the name of those beers, but I've been to places and tried stuff. Just don't remember the names of it. And you can get some good tasting stuff out there. I'm not really a beer drinker, but you do have some good tasting stuff out there. I feel you, bro. Don't drink at all. But if I do, it's got to be a birthday or something, and I'd rather have liquor. I like cider way more than beer. Those red ales, right? That you're talking about? Those are pretty good. I like those. I drink a White Claw every now and then. Just spending the night at the crib with wifey and my jit for New Year's. That's all you gotta do, bro. That's all we doing. That's all I'm doing too. I'm spending with the family, with the game, with some alcohol. Again, if wifey mess around and let me get too drunk, she gonna be in trouble. She gonna be in trouble. And Maiden Day with the $5 again. And again, thank you guys for the love and support. Thank you guys for what I keep wanting to say super chats, but I ain't at super chat level yet. But once I get those, that's what it will be. Thank you guys for the donations, man, as we continue to grow this community. Blue Moon, my go-to. I like red apple ales. I like the blueberry ones too. Absolutely. Those all taste good in my opinion. Again, if you're gonna drink beer, do like Tyler. Drink. Go to a pub somewhere. Go try some real different type of good beers. Budweisers and Bud Lights. I mean, Corona's cool. I like Corona. If I talk about like the mainstream beers that I would drink, I'll drink a Corona. Like I said, I drink a Stella's. That's about it. That's about it, though. Everything else tastes like piss to me. I can't drink those cheap beers, those Budweisers, those Bud Lights, none of that. They got a local beer here in Hawaii called like Blue Wave or Longboard. I think those are pretty decent too. Those are pretty decent. They're talking about Trask. He's down to the 6th best quarterback. Yeah, he lost money, bro. If he would have came out there and Kyle Trask would have played good against Oklahoma, he would arguably be I think Justin Fields would probably be over Zach Wilson. But, Trask is in that top 2 or 3. Everybody's behind Trevor Lawrence, right? But Trask ruined himself last night. Those Apple Ales give me a headache. Plus, every time I drink them, we lose. Okay, so Tyler, you're not allowed to drink Apple Ales anymore. Just so we got that straight. What's the latest on the UGA line? I saw him earlier today. He hit the portal, but I haven't heard if we're talking to him or anything like that. Give that one time, Irv, and we'll see if that develops into anything. But I did see that he hit the portal earlier today. If you don't like beer, I say try some sours, Goose and Berliner. I don't know, man. Say that word for me. Berliner Weiss. Also, blonders aren't good. See, that is a guy in Tyler who I could just go to a bar with, tell him to order me a beer. I already see the kind of guy Tyler is. I like people like that. Beer drinkers, if you know real beer drinkers, they'll find you a good beer that fits your taste bud. Again, none of that Budweiser hot piss stuff. Go find you a real beer drinker. They'll put you on game for real. Nope, I don't drink Guinness. I've tried Guinness, and it's not bad depending on what kind of Guinness you get. But if I got to pick a beer that I'm going to drink, it'll usually either be a Corona, probably a Corona Extra, or and you got to have your lime with that, obviously. That's probably the Puerto Rican in me that loves them Coronas. Or a Stella. Question for all Seminole fans. When will this coaching staff recruit South Georgia and Florida more? When they get the ties. Recruiting doesn't happen overnight. And unfortunately, the administration hired a guy who didn't have ties to Florida. He has to build those relationships. That's what recruiting's all about. Recruiting's all about going into a high school and the coach giving you the time of day. And right now, FSU's not winning. So don't know coach. You don't have a relationship with the coach and you're not winning football games. You have an uphill mountain to climb when you're talking about recruiting the state. He's got to get back in that. You got to build relationships. Winning helps, but you got to build relationships. Or you need someone on the staff to at least get you in the door in some of these relationships. And I don't even think they have that. I don't know why they let Telly Lockett go. I've been preaching that for a while now. FSU should have did everything in their power to keep Telly. They should have let Dugan's ass go and keep Telly Lockett on the staff. Telly Lockett would have gotten you in the door in Miami, in Dade County, in Palm Beach. Telly Lockett gets you in the door, then you build the relationships. But once you're in the door, you're good. Norvell's not even in the door. Norvell's like knocking on the outside, trying to get in there. So Norvell's got an uphill climb there. Natty Lights, yeah, don't drink a Natty Light. They all taste like trash dog urine. Absolutely. I'm saying Natty, all that mess. I don't get how people only reason to ever buy those cheap beers is if you're playing beer pong, obviously. But other than that, don't buy that crap. I feel you, Polk. If I wasn't a single man, somebody's daughter would be in trouble tonight. Absolutely. What up, Island Boy in the building? We got a number 1 kid from Georgia. I'll take that. He's also, but again, we do have a number 1 kid from Georgia, but he is a Palm Beach native. He is a Palm Beach native. And Irv Gotti says agree 100% on keeping Lockett. Now, I know that was my, for the most part, I thought Norvell hired a solid staff. But I was not a fan when he let Lockett go. And Lockett, from everything I was hearing, wanted to stay. Remember, Lockett was the last guy off of that previous staff that they got rid of. They kept Lockett around for a little bit. I think he was evaluating if he wanted to keep Telly Lockett or not. I don't know what, imagine having a staff where you got David Johnson and Telly Lockett on that staff. Johnson has gotten us in a foothold. Again, this goes to prove my point. Relationships matter. We are recruiting Louisiana like we're LSU or Alabama right now. Have you not seen what we've been doing in Louisiana since David Johnson's been here? We're in the mix for like almost every top guy out of Louisiana. It's really crazy to see. And I love it because I think Louisiana is an underrated recruiting grounds. He's gotten us in the mix of Louisiana. I mean, Ja'Kai Douglas was from Louisiana. Granted, I think Ja'Kai Douglas committed us before David Johnson was here. But Corey Wren's Louisiana. Destin Hill, who we think we're going to get, is from Louisiana. Hargrove's from Louisiana. Byron Turner's from Louisiana. We're recruiting that state, and we're recruiting it hard. Imagine being able to recruit Louisiana and South Florida with Telly Lockett. That's all I need. Don't get me wrong. I like South Georgia. Give me Louisiana and South Florida, and I'll take my chances with everything else. Raymond says, we have all these former Noles connected to these high schools all over the state of Florida. This coaching staff is not using their resources to their advantage. You can make that case. Polk, I like those Hawaii QBs. If they can stay healthy, keep recruiting them. I think we upgraded at DB coach with Woodson over rushing. I do too. Hasn't shown on the field, so we'll see. But if nothing else, recruiting wise. Hey boy, what are you doing? Adrian was right on. You was right on steak, Pope. No, well done. Medium well. Yeah, we talked about steak a couple episodes ago. Yeah. Anything over medium when it comes to steak, I don't know how people eat it. Because especially if you eat it well done. If you eat your steak well done, you just need to stick to eating chicken fingers and French fries and stuff like that. Because don't ever mess up a piece of meat like that making it well done. Louisiana got some ballers. Absolutely. Medium for my steaks. And Arizona is another state. Arizona does see, because we know Mike Norvell and Dillingham had those Arizona ties. Arizona's cool, but come on. I'm not knocking kids from Arizona. I'm not saying you can't find good kids out of Arizona. But that shouldn't be a recruiting focus point. It shouldn't be. Somebody want to name me the best player that ever? I'm gonna Google it. What? Huh? Why you open the door? You close the door. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna see the best player that ever come out of Arizona. It's just not a recruiting ground that I quite frankly care about. Again, I'm not saying you can't get good players out of there. You open the door. Shoot. Arizona football. Let's see, best football players from Arizona. Okay. Let's see what we come up with here. Players born in Arizona. You got Ryan Fitzpatrick, Everson Griffin, okay. Cameron Jordan, Deion Jordan, Tyler Lewan. I guess Miles Jack was born in Arizona. Okay. Christian Kirk, Kyle Allen. But do you get what I'm getting at here, man? I'm looking at this roster and I'm trying to find names that like are big time Pro Bowl type level guys, and I don't see them. Todd Heat. It just feels different when it's coming to me, and then when it hit my hands, it's just like, okay. I'm pretty sure I might miss a guy here or there. So if you guys know, but you know, I'm good. I'm good with Arizona. I'm not saying you can't grab some good guys out of there every now and then, but give me Florida, give me Louisiana, and I'll take everything else after that. To hell with Arizona. At Florida 3-star. they're definitely a Florida 3-star is definitely a 4-star in Arizona, no doubt. It's definitely a 4-star. And in some cases, you're right. It could be a 5-star in Arizona. Recruit Florida simple. Absolutely. What high school is the wide receiver Hill from in Louisiana? What high school is Hill from? I think he's from New Orleans. What, Adrian? Hey, give me those. I got somebody help me. Give me all of that. Destin Hill is from.
Smith has learned from his elite former teammates and absorbed their examples.
Where is he?
What have you learned from Calvin Ridley?
There he is. Edna Carr in New Orleans, Louisiana. That's where Destin Hill goes to school. Edna Carr. Edna Carr.
Just the way he sets people up with the body language of the release, just how it looks to a DB.
Henry.
Be like, I'm just gonna run by speed. Like, you can't teach speed.
Give me.
Trust your speed.
You messed it up. All right, I'm headed out. Been a great year for you, Polk. Next time you see a few thousand subs on your belt. I hope so, Tyler, man. Thanks for showing up. Be safe tonight, but also have fun. Shout out to Tyler in the chat. Now look up the best recruits from Florida. The talent. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that because I already know. So I'm not gonna do that because I could off the top of my head start naming guys like Dalvin Cook and Peter Warwick and Emmett Rice, Ray Lewis, Deion Sand. Like I can just off the top of my head, I can just start naming dudes from Florida. You feel me? So, yeah, we're not going to compare Florida to Arizona at all. Kerr High, Beezy, Tyler, absolutely. Probably 60% of the NFL from Florida. Probably more than that, but you're right. Florida, Texas. And I always say this about, because everybody always says, well, where's the best talent? Florida, Texas, or California? Texas and California have these numbers, have these sheer, the size of these states kind of, they produce a lot of talent, but they also have a ton of people in these states. And I'm not saying Florida's a small state because it's not. But when you look at South Florida, man, those kids are just different than every other kid you can find from around the country. South Florida is just different. What is the
spatial awareness, and when he has to turn on that extra gear, you saw in the punt return, he can turn on an extra gear and just flat out run by it.
And he's so mentally tough. Think about this. Here's a kid.
Yeah, we definitely had a good show tonight. I mean, I'm still up to stay on if you guys are still up to be here. We chilling tonight. I'm chilling. I'm sipping. I'm chilling. So as long as y'all want to kick it, we can kick it. Imagine an all-time state game. Who do you think would win? I got Florida over anywhere. All time. I mean, it could stack up. Now, don't get me wrong. All time, you can stack up some teams, but I mean, obviously, when you're fielding a defense with Ray Lewis and Deion Sanders and Warren Sapp, who else is from Florida? I mean, Derrick Brooks. I mean, just imagine a linebacking core of Derrick Brooks, Warren Sapp, Derrick Brooks, Ray Lewis, and Marvin Jones. That's your linebacking core. And your defensive line consists of Javon Curse from Florida, Warren Sapp, Corey Simon, or you can just start naming some really ridiculous names, quite honestly, when you start talking about some of these Florida players. Florida is the third largest in population behind Cali and Texas. Just saying. I love being a Florida State man.
Precision, Kevin. Alabama was known for smash mouth. But going back to
No hit.
Cooper and Julio Jones are probably back before that. The great receivers of Bama took seriously the craft of
But it's not even really the entire state of Florida, though. Encyclopedia, it is. Don't get me wrong, because you got some dogs in Central Florida, you got some dogs in North Florida. I mean, Derrick Henry's from where? Isn't Derrick Henry from Pensacola? I mean, like you can just keep naming guys. Obviously Sean Taylor, right? But it's really that South Florida area, bro. It's really that Broward, Palm Beach, Dade County pipeline. That and the talent in those three counties alone make up most of the NFL. You know what I'm saying? What else is on? Is there another football game on? I don't think there's another football game on, but there might be a basketball game. Let's see what else we got.
These guys also, in addition to being beasts as blockers, run routes that you expect mostly from wide receivers because they have to cover so much ground to get to where they need to get. And if you bring a little guy up to try to mark them, good luck with that. And it's not just the route running; it's also the receiving skills. When you get a big guy, Kevin, he can reach up, he can reach out.
Any boxing on? I know Garcia and Campbell fight Saturday, so I'm looking forward to that. You open the door. You shouldn't have closed it. Go open the door.
And they have the ability with guys that are about the size of a defensive end to beast the ball away from.
I don't think anything else is there in the watch tonight. Okay, hold on. We got basketball. We'll throw some basketball back here. We have the 76ers and the Magic, so we're gonna throw some basketball back here. But that's all I got. I don't think anything else is on. Let me go open this door for this kid.
Going for a baseball pass. That wasn't necessary. Turns it over, and the Bulls are going to hang on.
Watch TV.
As the Wizards will fall to 0-5 on the season.
Oh man.
Wizards remain winless.
FSU missed out on BJ Daniels, who went to my high school in Tallahassee. Went to the game when he beat us. I remember they wanted to recruit BJ Daniels as a DB and not a quarterback, and that's why he went to USF. I remember that. I think wasn't Christian Ponder our quarterback then? I believe Christian Ponder was our quarterback then. Trent Richardson was from Pensacola. I used to hang out with him all the time before he went to college. Trent was insane. Trent Richardson was a beast. It wasn't much of an NFL quality back, but he was a beast in college for sure. I think isn't Derrick Henry from Pensacola? Derrick Henry from North Florida somewhere. We did come back and beat him. Was he still? I believe he was still there when we came back and beat him. But I remember they didn't want to give him. They didn't want him to play quarterback. They wanted to play DB, so he ended up going to USF. Paul, you know how to do highlight videos on YouTube with the music in the background? We need more of our recruits balling out in high school. Check out Noel's production, man. He does the highlight videos with the music. He does them. Noel's production. If you're in the chat, Noel's production. He usually is in the chat. Excuse me. He's usually in the chat. Shows up, drops comments. He's a supporter of the channel, but he has his own YouTube page. And he does the highlight videos, man. If you want to check those out, I'm looking them up right now. Because I'll drop a link to his page if you want to see that type of stuff. I think it's Noel's production. Wow. Nope, that ain't it. And I keep coughing. Jesus Christ. What is the name of your page? I thought it was Noel's Productions or something like that. Let me find him. Matter of fact, he should be there. He is. It's Noel Productions. 334 subscribers, man. We got to get him some more subscribers, but he does the promotion videos. Like right now, he has Jerry and Jones's highlights up there. So check him out. He does all those things, man. Again, we're trying to build a YouTube community, man. So I try to support all of these guys. So go check him out, man. Nose Production does those type of things, Panama. So if that's what you're looking for, he definitely does those. I don't do them. I just get on here and talk a bunch of shit for 2 hours to 3 hours. But he does those type of videos. No Production is real good. Yeah, definitely check him out. What's up, Bobby? Jacksonville. Okay, I knew he was from North Florida somewhere. He's from Jacksonville, but I knew he was from North Florida somewhere. Him and Mark Kishimo are the best no highlight channels. Mark Kishimo, I'll look him up right now. I'll drop his link in the chat. I don't think I know who he is, or at least I don't think I've seen him before. But I know Noel Productions because, again, he comes over and he shows love. So come over, man. You show some love. I'm definitely show love back. We're going to find Markishimo. I guess that's how you pronounce that. We're going to find him. Markishimo. Okay. Let's see if I can find him. Markishimo. Okay, 508 subscribers. Yep, he's got his own. So I'm gonna drop his link in here. So again, highlight stuff, man. If you want to see the highlights, these are the two seminal channels to do it. How do I? Come on.
He's a triple-double type guy. Yeah, that awkward-looking shot's been going in at 50% rate. Yeah.
And for some reason, I can't share his page. I don't know if he's got it to where I can't get a link to his page. I think he's got it set up to where I can't share his page for whatever reason.
In the game, Joseph Halliburton, Bielitsa, Holmes, and Heald for Sacramento.
Let me just try to share a link to a random video on this page. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that.
NBA stars. Good pass on Halliburton as he goes cross court. That's a
there you go.
Pass right there. The steal by Wall to the basket for two.
Another no highlight channel, man. Go check him out. Happy New Year's to Peter Shields. We would also have Emmett Smith on the squad. He's from Pensacola. Yeah, the Florida team would be insane. Absolutely. Quarterback. Who do we have at quarterback? We have what? Charlie Ward. I guess Tebow. Hell, we get Cam Newton's from Georgia. I'm think. 2020 ended the right way. 2020 ended amazingly. What up, Concrete Hard? No, Marquis says no's for life. He also has Marco Wilson UF highlights. Mandarin no, Covis did great videos back in the day. He doesn't do videos like he used to, or maybe I just haven't seen them. But he used to do some really good stuff. Like make really good like hype videos. Let me go to his channel. He hasn't done. When's the last video he's made? Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. If you go to the last video that dude made was 3 years ago. I wonder what happened to him. And I wish he would start doing videos again. But I remember Covis. He made one of my favorite videos when he made the Florida State through adversity video. Or you go watch that Auburn National Championship video he made was dope. He made great videos back in the day, but he hasn't made a video since FSU versus Bama. He hasn't made a video in 3 years. But he used to really do a lot of good stuff.
To show up the show off, do you need power for this optimum power?
Mandarin no doesn't upload anywhere, and neither does Covis. Our Knicks are playing. Let me find the Knicks. We playing? Oh snap! Let me see if I can find that game. What, boy? What? You want a banana? No. Okay, give me a minute. Let me find this Knicks game. Then let me go get this kid a banana. But let me find the Knicks games first. There we go. Yeah, the Knicks and the Raptors. The Knicks on a little winning streak. We got what? We won 2 games in a row. Oh, I might be blacked out. I might not be able to watch it. Yeah, I don't think I'm able to watch it. Damn, I can't watch the game. That sucks. So I'll just go back to the Magic game. What? You talk too much. Yeah, you talk too much. Encyclopedia says no squad. I know it's the same. Corey Hall says Ward from is Charlie Ward from Georgia? Okay, so I'm wrong on Charlie Ward. So who would the Florida quarterbacks be? I know Tim Tebow's from Jacksonville. Trying to think of the Florida State. All the Florida State quarterbacks. Then I don't know where Chris Rinke's from. What about Warfel? Where's Danny Warfel from? Or Ken Dorsey or one of those Miami quarterbacks, I guess. Jameis is from Bama, so that wouldn't happen. Secondary alone would be no-fly zone. Yeah, absolutely. I remember Sim Funk. I do. FSU is the only major Florida team with the win streak. Absolutely. Sim Funk was good. Covis has been out of commission for a few years. Yeah. Probably because he quit after Francois went down. Sim Funk is great. I think he's on Daily Motion because of copyright stuff. Okay. I know about Sim Funk too. I checked Daily Motion and Sim Funk only had 2018 highlights. Bauer FSU had some seriously great videos from the late 2000s. Love that video. I miss Sim Funk so much. There's Marquishimo right there. Okay. Yep, I just dropped his link in the chat. So, and I subscribe to you. So Marquishimo, if I'm even saying your name right. But yep. Man, go check out all of these Florida State YouTube channels, man. We're all one big community, man. And go show them support if you're not supporting them already. Go check them out. At least Sim Funk is still on Twitter. That's like when I first watching FSU. Pat Watkins, absolutely. Pat Watkins didn't live up to the hype, but Pat Watkins is one of my favorite prospects. Pat Watkins was ahead of his time with just the size. And what was Pat Watkins? 6'3", 6'4", in like the early 2000s at safety. He was a monster. I was about to say though, I remember when I first started watching these YouTube videos. I mean, it's why it's why I sit here and say, like, I want to be the face of this Florida State YouTube thing, because when I first started watching YouTube, quite honestly, when I started watching like college football YouTube videos, there was no Florida. The first Florida State YouTuber I found was Cubby Noel. Cubby Noel was the first Florida State YouTuber that I personally found. And Cubby Noel he wasn't doing like live streams like me. He was doing just 10-minute, 5-10-minute videos on whatever was happening in Florida State at the time. And he would just give his opinions on that. And he was the first Florida State guy that I found. But the first, like one of the first, honestly, I think the first college football YouTuber I ever found was, quite frankly, Alonzo. Miami guy, Miami YouTuber. If you don't know who he is, he was like the first college football, and he would do the live. He was doing the live streams at an early time, and he was like the first college YouTuber I found that was doing the live streams. Cubby was the first Florida State YouTuber that I found, and then and outside of Cubby, I can't think of another one. And then yeah. And then once I started doing this, I've only been doing this a little over a year now. I've only been doing this a little over a year. And when I started doing this, again, the only other Florida State YouTuber I could find was Turnt Tally. He was the only other one I could find. And then since the beginning of this season, I've been able to find a few other guys, but I don't take them serious. I feel like they've only made videos. Like I found a few other channels, but they only make videos when Florida State gets embarrassed. And granted, this year we got embarrassed a lot. But like a few channels tried to make videos after the Georgia Tech game. Because a lot of people got to this day, that Georgia Tech video, I think for me, it's like over 7,000 hits. My channel honestly really started jumping after that Georgia Tech game. But I feel like a lot of people tried to ride that Georgia Tech wave. But they don't make consistent content. They don't talk about any of the positive things that's going on at Florida State. So to this day, a little bit over a year into it, it's really still me and Turnt Tally. And 50 Cuts is coming along, but he's still really, really small at this point. But again, if you like him, go check him out. Definitely support him. There's just not a lot of us out here, so we got to keep trying. But there's not a lot of us out here. X's and O's is a good one too. X's and O. Well, X's and O's has a couple good videos. I try not to count. Like I don't count because if you want to talk about Florida State YouTube, really, War Chant's the biggest thing on Florida State YouTube. They've got over 30K subscribers and all of that. So I don't count X's and O's because Tomahawk Nation is that's who they are. That's a website. These guys are, I try to keep it to the average Joe. When I say the average Joe, I just mean me and some of these other guys. I don't get paid. I'm not a paid journalist. I don't get paid to cover the team. Those other sites do, whether it's War Chant or Tomahawk Nation. Some of these other guys, you get paid to cover the team. It's a little different. So, yeah, they should have a bigger following than us because they're not really building it from the mud or from the ground up. They have a solid foundation already. I'm building this thing from the mud. I'm just the guy that come on here and talk Florida State football. Nothing special about me. The Hot Seat is amazing channel, bro. I'm glad you brought the Hot Seat, Green Bay. My dog Smoke. If you're not subscribed to the Hot Seat, go check him out. Now he's also a Cowboy fan, so he does some other stuff too. But I watch the Hot Seat on a regular basis. He is I like him a lot. He keeps it G like me. Go watch the Hot Seat. He is an FSU channel. I already talked about the Listen Up podcast. They're just now getting started. Go check those guys out. But that's a good one right there. Green Bay really does suck. The Hot Seat. Go check him out for sure. If you're not checking some of these guys out, again, I'm not trying to keep anybody in the dark or not support any of these channels. There's enough out here for everybody to eat, in my opinion. Again, even if I don't agree with you, I say go support them because at the end of the day, I'm Florida State YouTube. We need more voices. And well, I think, I'm gonna toot my own horn here. I think I'm a pretty good voice for it. But you know what? Everybody doesn't agree with Polk, and everybody don't want to come on 86 Seminoles TV, 863 Seminole TV, and listen to me. I guess everybody's not gonna agree with my opinions. Some people are more optimistic. Some people are gonna be more pessimistic. Whatever the case, it's always awesome to have more voices out there, giving different perspectives. And quite frankly, I learn a lot from listening to other people as well, because I don't know everything. I feel like I'm pretty damn good on my football knowledge, but you know what? I don't know everything, and you can never stop learning. And there's some guys out there that really know some gems, really can give you some insight on some football. And good if we can grow this thing and have a bunch of us out here doing multiple live streams together and collaborating, what's to stop us? Marquis says people tend to forget the bad losses we had with Fisher, Louisville, Boston College, Wake Forest is another one, Marquis. And then we just shut down on us and quit. But people seem to love him. I think people love him because you can never take away what he did, Marquis. I mean, even me, if you told me right now, you said you can get Jimbo Fisher back tomorrow, I say, what the hell are we waiting for? Yes, he had bad losses, but you can't take away that 20, what do we have? 27, 28 game winning streak, whatever that game winning streak was, that national championship, those ACC titles. Without Jimbo, I know Damian Craig recruited him, but let's not kid ourselves. You got to give credit to Jimbo for getting Jameis Winston, for getting Dalvin Cook, for getting Devontae Freeman, for getting Carlos Williams, for getting Greg Reed, LaMarcus Joyner, Rashad Green. You got to give him credit for all of that. That's why people love him, because he brought Florida State back to what it was, what we remembered it was under Bowden in his heyday, and it's fallen off since. So you can't deny the fact that Jimbo was. Did he quit on us? Yep. Did he mess us up in the end by not recruiting down the street? Yep, he did all of that. But he also brought us to the highest pinnacle of a college football team can get. That's something that the Gators can't say under Dan Mullen. The Gators can't say that since Urban Meyer. Miami can't say that since was it Butch Davis or Larry Coker? Miami can't say that since Larry Coker won him that national. You know, we're the most team that we're the Florida team that can most recently say we've been to the pinnacle of college football. I texted Noel Prod to come on the stream. Hey, that's what's up. All those were at the end of the Fisher dynasty when we were going through personal issues. I haven't forgotten. That's why I want the trader to stay in College Station. War Chant is weak. Sleeper DB, LaMarcus Joyner, and Patrick Robinson. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan too. I will never forget Fisher preaching loyalty. Right? Yeah, I remember Fisher preaching loyalty, and the guy. I think he was a booster. I'm not, but I remember the guy asking Fisher like, "What's the deal?" And they like escorted him out the interview room and all that. Yeah, I remember all of that, man. I remember all of that. He says, "Totally agree." 2012 was a disaster. It should have been a cakewalk, and he screwed it. 2012 should have been. I'm telling you, man, look at 2012, 2013, and 2014. You can make a case FSU should have won like 3 straight. And I know it's tough to do that. A team hasn't done that in however long it's been. I believe if you start Jameis Winston as a true freshman, we don't lose to NC State after being up by set. Like Jameis Winston doesn't lose those games in 2012. We already know what 2013 was. In 2014, we had a great shot. Cook kind of derailed us in that bowl game against Oregon. I stick to that. Bro, 2012 should have been undefeated for real. I agree. I think the only loss was more upset about than 2012 NC State was the 2002 Miami. I'm surprised Rashard Green didn't work out as a pro. I didn't know Nick O'Leary was a 5-star tight end. He definitely played like it. Green is the CFL, I believe. Should have won 3 straight. That's what I was just saying. And the Magic, I don't know. Do we have any Magic fans in here? Because the 76ers are up 81-47 on the Magic right now. Jesus. No squad. Personal issues are not. He was paid to compartmentalize all that and be good coach to his team. And the losses began soon after the championship. Man, stop recruiting in August 20. I know he didn't. He stopped recruiting. I know he quit. I know Jimbo quit, but a motivated Jimbo Fisher that was motivated and determined. I don't know if you can name. I don't think you can name 3 head coaches better than a motivated Jimbo Fisher. Jimbo Fisher in his heyday here, when he was not only recruiting at a large clip, but he was scouting at a large clip. You gotta remember, bro. You gotta remember. I say this all the time about Jimbo. It wasn't just the fact that he was an awesome recruiter. He was a great evaluator of talent. Jimbo Fisher was one that told Carlos Williams you'll be more effective as a running back. And you see how that got Carlos Williams drafted. Jimbo Fisher is the one who told Xavier Rhodes you'll be better as a corner. Yeah, Xavier Rhodes has been an all-pro corner ever since. I mean, even this year, go check his numbers. I think he has the lowest completion percentage on him in the NFL. Made Cam Irving into a first-round tackle. Saw something in Bjorn Warner when no one else did. Brian Stork, 2-star tight end, made him a Remington Award-winning center and got him drafted. I can go on and on about the things that Jimbo Fisher was able to, his eye for talent, where he could tell a guy, look, I think you'll be better here. And those, not only did it always seem to work, they turned into NFL players because of it. You feel me? So motivated Jimbo, again, I don't know. Can you name me 3 better coaches than Jimbo Fisher in his prime? I don't know if you can. Obviously, Saban. You can't name Dabo because Jimbo was whooping Dabo's ass. You can't name. He was whooping Dabo's ass on the trail and on the field. So you can't name Dabo. You can probably name Nick Saban. I'll maybe give you Urban Meyer, and that's probably it. Those were probably and Jimbo Fisher's prime was probably the 3 best coaches in college football were Jimbo Fisher, Urban Meyer, and Nick Saban. Yes, sir. I'm a Magic fan. Well, I'm sorry for you, bro, because y'all are getting demolished right now. Absolutely destroyed. This game is terrible, Paul. This game is a travesty, but I got nothing else to put on back here. I got nothing. Unless anybody want to give me some recommendations. Nothing else to watch. I don't think any more bowl games for today or anything. So how many Y rates cost us an Natty? Realistically, you can look at the 90s and say FSU probably should have won 5 or 6 national championships. First of all, how many did we play for and we lost? If Chris Winkie plays against Tennessee, we probably win that national championship. If Mark Richt doesn't check out against Oklahoma, because Mark Richt was taking the Georgia job, so he pretty much checked out, we probably win that national championship. I mean, man, FSU left some championships on the board there in the 90s, man. I agree. I heard those excuses, but none of those excuses for him to stop recruiting. FSU or August can forgive him for that. I look, anybody that holds a grudge against Jimbo for the way he left us, you are not wrong, and I'm right there with you. It's the only reason why I want to punch him in his face if I ever got to see him, because he quit. Nobody would have been mad at Jimbo if he took the $75 million or whatever Texas A&M gave him and left. Nobody's mad at that. I'm not turning down that money, and there's no damn way I'm gonna be mad at anybody else for turning down that money. But you don't do your job. You don't quit. You don't stop recruiting on the trail for 5 months or whatever like that. That's inexcusable, and you handcuff FSU doing that. And he's one of the reasons why we are in the position we are right now, because he set us up for failure. His son had cancer and his wife cheated on him for a former UF receiver. I know what was going on with Jimbo. I get it. But the FSU was paying him $5 million a year. His son getting cancer, I can't speak on it. I don't know how I would do in that. That's a tough thing to deal with for anybody. His wife cheating on him. You got $5 million, bro. Go get you another one. I'm just saying. A motivated Jimbo, you're right, but we needed a no-blooded Jimbo. I'm with you there, bro. I'm with you there. Jimbo was head coach in waiting. That helped him bring his guys in. It helped him build those relationships in Florida for sure. Stork won that natty, then the Super Bowl, then retired. A legend, absolutely. Other than Jameis, though, he didn't bring in any good QBs that worked out. I mean, you can say that, but he got Christian Ponder, who I think wasn't a first-round caliber kid, got him drafted in the first round. E.J. Manuel wasn't a first-round caliber, got him drafted in the first round. Of course, Jameis. And then after Jameis, he really started dropping the ball on some of these guys. Everybody's forgotten Nigel Bradham. Nobody's forgotten number 13, Nigel Bradham. I ain't forgotten him. That doesn't excuse him quitting. He was making over $5 million a year. His kid was sick before 2017. I miss Clemson. And who are you telling? I wish the Magic would be more consistent. They're consistently getting their ass whooped tonight, 91-60. And Seth Curry just nailed a three. The Phillies just doing what they want to do tonight. Xavier Rhodes was a wide receiver in high school. Absolutely. I miss beating Florida and Miami year after year. Wasn't that the greatest feeling in the world? I put a prime Jimbo with Saban, Urban, and Bob. Bob has always been overrated to me, Marquise. If you look at Bob Stoops, look at Bob Stoops' career. Good career, won a lot of games, won national championship against us, and he shouldn't have got that one. Bob Stoops should have won more national championships. That did it. His kid was sick in 22. He didn't quit on the team then. I feel y'all, man. I feel what you guys are talking about. The way the boosters handled it created division with the boosters. Polk, did he just announce? Let me check my Twitter feed. Robert Laster says Parchment just announced. So I'm going to check it out. Y'all know my Twitter be the hotline bling over here. I don't see it. I don't see it yet, but I'm looking. I don't see it. Number 4 says, yep, we just got him. Parchment tweeted 5 minutes ago. I'm coming home and I'm ready to finish the mission at FSU football. Here, let me show you guys. Let me see if I can bring it up on the screen. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna have to log into my Twitter though, and I probably don't even remember my Twitter password. Okay, we're already in here, so I'm gonna bring this one up. But yep, we just landed Parchment. That is awesome news for us. Andrew Parchment has just said he is coming home to finish the mission. Fort Lauderdale kid coming back to Florida. Let me bring it up so you guys can see it. Shout out to who broke that. Shout out to Laster for breaking that one. Let me share the screen here. And let's bring that up. There it is. And that's the picture he tweeted. Look, he looked good in the number 4. Let's hope he played like it. But breaking news right there. FSU lands wide receiver transfer Andrew Parchment from Kansas. So shout out to Florida State. There you go. That's what the young man looks like. Oh, that just brought up something else. There you go. And that's the breaking news. So way to bring in the new year, man, with another transfer portal get. I think that's a very good one. In my opinion. As a matter of fact, Andrew Parchment. I want to look at his measurables. There he is, 6'3", 185. As you see, Florida State wasn't the most highly touted prospect coming out of high school. Those are actually his JUCO ratings. Let me make sure you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. No, you're not. So here, let me get off of that. Let me share this. All right, here we go. Yeah, you guys should be seeing what I'm talking about. Those are his JUCO ratings. You see all the way over there to what it be your guys' right, I think. But 6'3", 185. I mean, those are Tamarion Terry measurables. Here you can see his tape. I think this is his JUCO tape, or this might even be his high school tape, junior high school tape, maybe. I think it's his JUCO tape, though. I could be wrong. but he's tall, he's fast, and if you look at his and in his one big time year with Kansas, he had some very good production. So, yeah, Polk is cold blooded. Take that $5 million and get it. I'm just saying, bro. D. Thompson, look, I love my wife to death. If she decided to cheat, and I ain't even no millionaire, I'm gonna go find me another wife. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. You feel me? I'm just saying. Maybe I am cold blooded. I'm just saying. Here, let me take this off the screen. All right. Manuel was good. Ponder didn't have a defense, and I was one of Manuel's biggest critics. You need the boosters to succeed. Clemson is still Clemsoning. They just have a little success right now. We got to commit. I think Lincoln Riley is a way better coach than Ryan Day, Kelly, and Dabo. Parchment just committed. Yep, we talking about it. Well, everybody shout out to Parchment. Newest Florida State Seminole. We're going to bring in, obviously, we bring it in 2021, right? So Parchment is in the building. And that's a good thing, man. We getting busy, like Rose just said. I think OU was going to drop off after Stoops left. Lincoln Riley's doing great there. More breaking news. I think so, man. We got some more big news in 2021. This is a solid pickup. It is. Any pickup is a solid one right now. We also got a defensive tackle from IMG. Yeah, we got a walk-on from IMG. I talked about him, Robert. McCormick. Liam McCormick, I believe is his name. DN/D tackle, 6'3", 275 from IMG. If you're gonna take a walk on, take an IMG walk on. I mean, he's played some big time talent at IMG. So if you're gonna take a walk on, I'm all for taking an IMG walk on. There's our veteran. We got the veteran receiver, that's for sure. Boy, that garnet and gold look good, don't it? That garnet and gold always looks good. I don't care what nobody says. And we getting busy. Norvell is bringing the players we need. So no, that's absolutely served. And when Monk died, he lost the middleman that helped him talk to the athletic department. Yeah, Monk dying was a big deal. No squad. He's a playmaker. He can take the top off. He's from Fort Lauderdale, so I have no doubt. In the words of the great Macho Man, oh yeah. How's my Macho Man voice? I think I'm pretty good. I think it was pretty good. Oh, yeah. Administration crazy as hell not to take care of that football program. They have to. It's why FSU's name is FSU to this day, because of the football program. The basketball program is a nice plus. It's doing good right now. Everybody's excited about it. FSU is FSU because of football, period. Now bring James Cook home. Stop. Stop it. If Mike Norvell gets rid of Fuller, I'll have more faith in him. I agree with you, bro. I'm ready to see him cut bait with Fuller too. Is working in the best interest of the team, loyal to his friends like Jimbo when he wouldn't get rid of Kelly. I remember Auburn was gonna break the bank for Charles Kelly too, and they convinced him to stay. I bet in hindsight, but Jimbo would have told Charles Kelly, yeah, you should take that Auburn job. I give Norvell massive props if he can get James Cook. Unless James Cook's name has recently entered the portal, we should stop with the James Cook stuff. We didn't get the money to fire him from the boosters, which is why Jimbo ultimately left. We don't have to have the money to fire. Remember, if you don't remember, bro, Auburn was offering Kelly like a big time contract to be their next defensive coordinator. Auburn wanted him. Jimbo convinced Kelly to stay. Jimbo could have got off scotch-free if Auburn would have hired him. It was more to it than just not getting the money. Jimbo wanted Charles Kelly to stay. What up, Anthony? Cheers. We can definitely get Cook now. He's not in the portal, man. Stop. I want a throwback week at least once a season with the 90s. I like that idea, Encyclopedia. I actually like that idea. I like that. Your show is going to get me through the FSU season, good or bad. From here on out, I enjoy it. Happy New Year. P. Colin. Thank you, Marquise, man. Thank you for tuning in. Pensacola in the house. Green and orange is better combination of colors. The garnet and gold, just stop. Nobody thinks. You don't even honestly believe that. I know you like the Canes. You know deep down in your soul when you look at that, man, let me show it again. You know what? I'm finna show you these art. Let me show you again, man. Because you hold on. Let me. You know deep down in your heart, man, when you look in that garnet and gold with them gold helmets and that spear, you see that logo glistening. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. Let me show y'all this. Look at that. You know when you look at that picture. You know when you look at that picture, Canes. You like, damn. That shit clean. You like I'm looking at it right now, and I'm like, oh my God. Man, best helmet in college football, bar none. And to me, you know, some of the most beautiful colors you could ever combine. That's just me. That's just me, man. Where's your source, Antonio Dupree? I don't know what Antonio's talking about with Cook. Until the man's in the portal, I'm not even entertaining it. Do we still have a good prospects for signing day? I gotta believe, man, they're going all in on Tywone Malone. I'm not saying Tywone Malone's gonna commit, but that has to be big time priority. Destin Hill has to be a big time priority. Hargrove, I don't know how much of priority it is at this point. I've heard that it's kind of cooling down on him, so we'll see what happens with Hargrove. But he's a 4-star running back. Why would he not be a priority? There's still some potential pickups here for National Signing Day. I would like the original all black unis, but we almost always losing them. Yeah, we do. Hell yeah, Jimbo should have gotten one of the cute undergrad chicks. Why not? Like, who is doing that? Petrino, right? Wasn't Petrino at Louisville messing with the undergrad chicks? Should have been on that Petrino energy. Monk was able to get a contract. Prayers to the Dalvin. I talked about that. We did. I did, and the chat did mention the Cook family did lose. James and Dalvin lost their father, and everybody should send their prayers out to them. We got the Kansas receiver. Yes, we did. Montre. Maiden Dave's laughing at something. Orange is the worst color to have on a uniform besides brown. Orange and blue. I mean, I'm a Knicks fan, so. But you know, if it don't say New York Knicks on it, yeah, orange and blue is pretty freaking disgusting. Believe this: when FSU starts winning, Norvell and staff will get some top Florida players to stay home and play for the Noles. Hopefully, 2021 is that winning season. Miami's green is so ugly. So is green and orange. I'll agree. Y'all black unis was fire. Miami's early 2000 unis look good. Mac Will in the building. Yeah, I was just about to say I like the early 2000 unis too. FSUs need to bring back the Spirit Spear. I don't know why when Taggart and these guys wanted to do the turnover gimmick. And shout out to Miami for making that like thing a college football like tradition now. Not everybody has like a turnover gimmick. Why the hell? Whose idea? If I'm Willie Taggart, how did you allow them to bring out a red purse as the turnover gimmick? Why wasn't it a spear or a tomahawk or something? You know. Anyway, I don't think we need another running back. I'll agree. I don't think we necessarily need one. If you do get one, if a James Cook, let's just entertain it for 5 seconds. If James Cook enters the portal and he's interested in Florida State, you go get that. Any running back from here on out, though, is a luxury. FSU is not in need of a running back. We're very stacked at the position. But if a James Cook comes available, you go after that for sure. James Cook is not Dalvin. Keep that in mind, everyone. I would love to see him. I know, but I hate for him to get stuck being constantly compared. He's definitely not his brother. But that doesn't mean he can't contribute. Sugar canes have colors of carrot and spinach. Straight trash. They stole FAMU color pattern. Petrino was cheating at Arkansas. It was Arkansas. It was Arkansas. Absolutely, you're right. It was Arkansas. He was cheating with like a young girl and got in a motorcycle crash and all that. Not Louisville. I'm sorry, Louisville. Don't let me put that on you guys, Louisville. I got a couple of Louisville fans that usually follow and watch me. It was Arkansas that he got messed up at.
Got a great deal at Toyotathon.
Ah.
Got a great deal at Toyotathon. Yeah. Got a great deal.
Sorry to hear that, Encyclopedia, but yeah, losing a family member is always tough. So far, I'm thankful I still got both of my parents around. Main Day says, relax, bro. I can see a Miami type turning around next season. If you continue to kill the portal, we have a shot. We have a shot. The backpack was so the team could pack up and leave in the middle of the game. I don't know what that backpack was, man. I'm still salty. That backpack was so embarrassing. I'm still salty about that backpack to this day. You were going to do a turnover gimmick. It should have been something cool, man. How cool would it have been to have a tomahawk on the sideline? Or a spear that you would, how cool would it have been to do something like that? Why the hell was it a backpack? At least the chain fits into what Miami is. A backpack. That was embarrassing as hell. I'm not gonna lie. T2Y really thought Parchment was going to Miami. I told him a week ago he was a lock for FSU. Fort Lauderdale kid, so I can understand why T2Y may have thought that, but you see what it is. Norvell's killing it in the transfer portal. Now recruiting has left a little bit to be desired. The transfer portal Norvell's been on fire at. Miami color hit hard back in the 90s, though. Everybody had a fit. It did. Alabama has the championship belt. You got championship belts. I've seen championship belts. I've seen other themes that like fit the school, whether that be. We chose a damn backpack. Rose, why did T2Y thought he was getting Parchment? I don't know where he got that info from. Maybe he's just being optimistic about it, Maiden Day, because again, Parchment he's a Broward County kid, so maybe he thought that would be my guess. Because I agree, everything. If anybody's been following this, I know Rose does, because I got me and Rose on Twitter together, so Rose sees what I see, and vice versa. Everybody knew Parchment had been in. Basically, for the last few weeks, Parchment's kind of been a lock for Florida State. So I don't know why he thought that. I don't know where he got that from either. He might have just been optimistic. Tomahawk or spear might have been too racist for some people. Bro, we ride a Native American on a horse and plant a spear before every home game. How is the tomahawk or spear too racist? I don't know. I mean... So if you didn't want to do a tomahawk or a spear, you could have came up with something better than a red backpack. Something better than a red backpack. I'm just saying. They should come out with the sledgehammer, having Mike Norvell on a sledgehammer. That would be cool to do the sledgehammer thing. I wouldn't be against that. Spear was the big spear they used to lay in the next scoreboard when the crowd. Yeah, I remember it. The little lights would go up. I do remember that, Derek. They had the little lights would go up on the side. Let me find a picture. Let me see if I can find a picture of the spirit spear. I remember it. It was old. It was an old thing though. That's not it. Let me go to Google. I remember it. It almost looked like something that you would see at the Florida State Fair or something. Like it looked like something like that. It wasn't. I know what you're talking about. Like I said, I remember it. Probably impossible for me to find. I Googled Spirit Spear and got a bunch of anime stuff. Let me try Spirit Spear FSU. Let's try that. There it is. Yeah, and see, it looks like here. Let me show you guys. It looks like something you see at like the carnival or something, or you see at the Florida State Fair or the Strawberry Festival. Shout out to the Strawberry Festival, man. I miss being in Florida. Again, Central Florida, Hillsborough, Polk County. Y'all know what I'm talking about if I'm talking about the Strawberry Festival. There it is. Spirit Spears right there. Well, you know, that reminds you of something that you see at like you hit the hammer and the lights go up. That's what it reminds me of. But there is the Spirit Spear. Secure the bag my ass, Kane. Don't know what that was. That Jermaine Johnson pickup was still. I agree because I didn't see that coming. So the Jermaine Johnson one, the DN out of Georgia, that's the one. Well, I didn't see Mackenzie Milton either, but something about the Jermaine Johnson one hits different because I think that kid could have legit went anywhere in the country. I think that kid, Mackenzie Milton, coming off the injury, probably had limited options. Not that I don't think teams were on him. I just don't think. I think teams might have wanted to see a little bit more. I mean, why use up a scholarship on a guy that almost lost his leg, like literally almost lost his leg? But Jermaine Johnson could have went to Bama. He could have went anywhere with a team that had national championship aspirations. He chose Florida State. We just hurt each other with that. A cheap backpack at that. I don't know what that backpack was. No, Polk. He wasn't even on the radar. I know about him. He went to Cypress Bay. I'm not saying he was on the radar. I'm saying maybe T2Y thought that because he's a Fort Lauderdale kid that Miami had an opportunity there. But I know he wasn't on the radar. Like I said, Parchment was talking about Parchment in Florida State was a lot 2-3 weeks ago. Most people will tell you that. It's a white dude on the horse now. That's racist. I'm not gonna front. I mean, you're gonna say the Spirit Tomahawk racist. I mean, you know, they put a guy. I don't know if it's a white dude or not. I think somebody can correct me if they know. Last I heard, I do think it was someone from the actual tribe that they put on the horse. Now I could be wrong, and again, someone can always correct me. I do think it's someone from the tribe that's on the horse now. I'm not saying it was always like that, but now I do think it's like that. But I mean, you know, Ravel know he needs to win now. That's why he's hitting the portal hard. Win now, not later. I like the sense of urgency. I'm not saying it's too racist for me. Well, it's definitely not racist for me, but I do understand where you're coming from, Encyclopedia. No, I understand where you're coming from. But FSU has been hit with the racist Native American narrative recently, especially now that people are really sensitive. I mean, the Cleveland Indians are changing their name. We already know the Washington football team is a real thing. But I keep telling people, Florida State's not changing that name as long as the Seminole tribe of Florida says FSU can use that name. That Seminole name will not change. And FSU has a unique relationship with the tribe, so I don't see that name changing. Anybody who knows Florida State knows that. That name is not changing as long as that Seminole tribe says they don't have to change it. I remember the Oklahoma Seminole tribe trying to tell Florida State to change the name, and the Seminole tribe of Florida told the Oklahoma tribe, "Shut your mouth. What we got going over here ain't none of y'all business." So until that happens, FSU's not changing that name. Knicks playing. I know the Knicks are playing the Raptors. I can't get it on the TV though right now, Derek. What's the score? Update me on the score. Matter of fact, let me check. Let me check my ESPN. Last I heard, we was doing pretty good against the Raptors. Last I heard. The Spirit Spear was back in the 1980s, early 90s. Yeah, Spirit Spear was old, but I just showed a picture of it. I live in Mobile, and there are a lot of FSU fans here that are tired of Bama winning. Of course, everybody. I mean, any team. That's why a lot of people notice you don't see as much Patriot hate this year as you usually would see. No Tom Brady. The Patriots aren't winning. They won't make the playoffs this year. Nobody's talking about the Patriots. People get tired of the big time team that wins all the time. Once they fall off, they get forgotten. It's like the Patriots. Jordan Travis, Mackenzie Milton are going to be a problem for some teams. The Spear would have been dope to give a player, and he can play. Thank you. And this is a Miami fan saying this. Why the hell Taggart and company couldn't figure that out? Don't ask me. They had a black dude 1 year on Osceola. That's more realistic than having a white dude on it. The Black Seminoles were a real deal, was a real thing. The Black Seminoles were a real thing. They are a real thing. Let me rephrase that. I don't want to offend anybody because the Black Seminoles are real. There are still Black Seminoles to this day. That would have been more realistic than having a white guy and paint on it. to have a black dude on it, quite frankly. Most of the criticism against FSU racism is curbed by being endorsed by the tribe of Florida. Absolutely, that's my point. As long as that Florida tribe endorses it, I don't see anything changing it. Oklahoma tribe can say whatever they want. It ain't gonna matter. The day the Florida tribe, and God forbid this ever happens, because quite frankly, I think the Seminole name is one of the most unique and amazing names any team can have. The day that tribe has a problem with it is the day it will change. And until then, if I'm a Florida State fan, if you're an FSU fan, there's no need to worry about it. Now we need an athletic linebacker. We got Gainer. Let's just hope they use him right. If they had a black dude on Renegade 1 year, I'm with you. They'll never change the name as long as the tribe backs them. Maiden Dade says facts. Probably talking about me saying that it's more realistic to have a black dude on it than it is to have a white dude on it. I think the Seminoles were white, black, and brown people. They were. There were. I'm not gonna get a whole history lesson because I still did some of my own research on it personally, but there was the black Seminoles who were essentially runaway slaves that the tribe took in and gave like refuge to, allowed them to become part of the Seminole tribe. In some cases, allowed them to actually be part of the tribe. Some other cases, they were considered slaves, but not really slaves to the tribe, more like servitude in the sense of, I'm going to let you live on my land and grow your own crops, and I get a cut of those crops, but you still get to keep. That's the kind of relationship that the runaway slaves in the Seminole tribe had and eventually became known as the Black Seminoles. And that's just that in a nutshell, if you don't know. If you don't know, that is that in a nutshell. Might not be 100% accurate. Again, that's just me doing a quick little synopsis. But that is the Black Seminoles in a nutshell is what happened there. So it's definitely more realistic to see a Black Seminole on Osceola, on Renegade, because it's Chief Osceola. It's more realistic to see a black guy on Renegade than would be a white person. A lot of Seminoles were escaped slaves. There you go. I should have read your comment before I got into all that. But a lot of Seminoles, the black Seminoles, they were escaped slaves who seeked refuge down in the Everglades. Yes, Tyler, we got parchment. Yep, we talked about it, baby. We got parchment. Marquise Dupree, I'm from Pensacola, Florida, and a lot of people in Mobile, Alabama are Seminole fans. I'm back. Well, damn, I didn't even know you left Kusami. But yes, we did get parchment. We talked about that. See, y'all leaving, y'all missing it. I'm here 10 toes down. Y'all need to stay in the chat. But yes, we got parchment. For 3 hours in, I'm having a good time. So I don't feel the need to stop anytime soon. 3 hours in, 42 people. Hit the like button. And if you don't know, we got the Kansas transfer, parchment, out of Fort Lauderdale, 6'3". We making moves, baby. 2021 is going to be a good year for these Seminoles. Seminoles was buying blacks out of slavery and giving us freedom. There you go. But I love the Seminoles and Native American culture because of FSU. I even have a Seminole tribe song on my phone. FSU could have went to Tomahawk. Also, like you say, Polk, something that represents, yeah, you could have did anything. You could have did anything other than the bag. You could have did anything. I don't know. If people felt that the spear and the tomahawk was insensitive, damn, you could have did anything but a bag. You could have did a generic championship belt like some of these other schools did. Do a championship belt. Man. Beast Mode 21 in the building. Shout out to Georgia on their 40th anniversary. Real talk though, no hate to Georgia. Glad you showed up in the Seminole chat. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, man, if you haven't. This is not only a Florida State channel, but this is a college. I mean, we are Florida State first and foremost, so that's what you're going to get here all day, every day, 24/7. But I got Miami guys in here. I got all kind of guys. I got Louisville guys. I got Notre Dame followers. I got a Virginia follower. Like I said, Louisville. I'm probably missing some guys, man. I got Florida Gators. I got Clemson guys. Bro, this is college football channel. By all means, you are welcome. Beast Mode, you are welcome. Maiden Dade says facts. Gator bait chant is racist since slave master used to use slave children. And they stopped doing it. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not, you're not going to hear me say this too often, but I do think, shout out to the University of Florida, I do believe they stopped the Gator bait chant. FSU lands chance. Yes, sir, Raymond. Yes, sir. We did get him. 21 Gator haters are more than welcome here. Yeah, man. And that good point by No Squad. Yeah, you a Georgia fan, and we don't. FSU and Georgia don't really have any beef. I mean, but at the same time, you hate the Gators. We hate the Gators. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You're welcome here, my friend. Gators can't beat Oklahoma. You damn sure right. Black Seminole is very real. Oh no, yeah. I don't think nobody should deny that. It's not very real. It's a fact, period, point blank. The Black Seminoles are, again, excuse me for earlier when I said they are still a real thing. They are still Black Seminoles. They're still the tribe. There are still people that recognize themselves as that. Happy New Year's, Polk. Cheers, 2021. Thank you, Giuseppe. Happy New Year's to you. It was announced earlier. Great news. Congrats to Robert. Yeah, we talked about that, Irv. You missed it, but we did talk about that. Robert Scott made the freshman All-American, baby, as a 3-star. Again, Robert Scott wasn't highly touted. Robert Scott wasn't a blue chip prospect. Wasn't one of the top offensive tackles in the country. Matter of fact, let's look at where Robert Scott ranked. Again, I'm not saying Robert Scott wasn't talented, but everybody knows Robert Scott wasn't the most highly touted guy out there.
Nice bounce pass to Burks. The Montreal connection cannot convert.
For 2020, FSU finished top 22 in recruiting. Robert Scott was the Robert Scott was the 508th ranked national player, the 39th ranked offensive tackle, the 5th best player in the state of Arkansas. And he's a freshman All-American. Shout out to Alex Atkins. Shout out to Robert Scott for just being that good, that coachable, having that much upside. You can never give enough praise to the player because he's the one on the field actually doing it. But shout out to Atkins for seeing that kid and coaching that kid up to be what he is. Yes, sir. Let's keep this stream rolling. Happy New Year, Jose. Who's next to commit? Don't know. That's a great question. It's funny watching both of our rival Florida Gators struggling. What's the next move in recruiting for this cycle? It has to be really hammering Dustin Hill, really hammering Tywone Malone. What I would love both of those guys. I think Tywone Malone's a bit of a long shot. I think Hill's more of I hate to say guarantee. Guarantee is always too strong of a word, but I think Dustin Hill is more of a possibility. Malone's more of a long shot. But those in recruiting, those have to be your two biggest priorities. Those two guys. The Seminole name will never be removed. Of all the Indian name teams, we will be the last to survive. I agree with that, Giuseppe. Give me 5 minutes, guys. Got to go fill my cup real quick. I'll be right back. Don't leave me. All right, fam. I'm back. I'm sorry. Encyclopedia says it would be funny. It would be funny if they had players ride Renegade after a turnover. It would not be funny because no. somebody would bug around and crash, or Renegade would lose his marbles. No, hell no. Hell no. Renegade would no. Knicks up 42-40. All right. Notice, even though we're losing, FSU gear is still expensive. The logo holds weight. I've been telling people that. That logo holds weight, bro. And I'm not even a fan of the new logo. The new logo y'all see behind me. I'm not a fan of that. I prefer. Oh nope, I got on my new hoodie. I'm not wearing my old hoodie. I prefer the old logo, but the spear holds weight regardless. That helmet. If you missed the early stream, my son was in the back wearing my helmet, so my helmet's back there somewhere. That helmet still holds weight, bro. Good people is good people, no matter who you root for. Still F your team, though. There you go. Happy New Year to the Knowles. Big Get. You're going to do a breakdown vid on Parchment? I still haven't done a breakdown vid on George Wilson or Jermaine or the DN out of Georgia, Johnson. But I can. I'll do it. I'll do it on all three of those guys. I got to do videos on all three of those guys. I will do it, Tyler. I will pull for Florida State. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I will pull for Florida schools before I pull for Alabama, Clemson. I'll be honest with you, Marquise. We're in different boats there, bro. I can't do it. I can't root for Florida. I can't do it. Can't do it. I can't root for Florida, and I can't root for Miami. Now I have, because it's a little bit different level of hate, right? If you're a real, and I'm not doubting anybody's fanhood here. But this is just for the Florida State fans. I want you guys to do this for me. Florida State fans, if you think Florida is a bigger rival, hit the 1 button. If you think Miami's the bigger rival, hit the 2 button. I want to see what people think. I know my personal opinion. Because there's one team that I just hate with a passion, that when I see them, they disgust me. But I'm not going to sway anybody's opinion. I want to see what people think in the chat. Then I'm going to come back to this one, Marquise. I'm going to come back to this one. I will root for Clemson or Alabama over you. See, I'm on encyclopedia type of deal. But I'll be honest with you, I've rooted for Miami before. I have rooted for Miami before. The other team, bro. I can't do it. I can't root for the other team. I have no beef with Alabama. They're annoying, but I'd rather have them win their 50th title. There you go. Have y'all seen the highlight from 2022 5? Bro, have you not seen Travis Hunter? The touchdown catch and the interception? Absolutely crazy, Irv Gotti. I'm so excited and happy that we got him. We got to keep him, but I'm happy we got him. Uncle Lou is the YouTube Georgia fan, and she hates FSU. Uncle Lou is and she hates. I know who Uncle Lou is, though. If he hates FSU, that's on him. Georgia's irrelevant to me. I'm not knocking Georgia. Beast Mode 21, it's no knock to you per se. I'm not like trying to disrespect, but Georgia's irrelevant to me. Georgia hasn't played for the national championship. We don't play them on a regular basis. As far as I'm concerned, they always beat the Gators, so I'm cool with that. They usually beat the Gators. They've been beating the Gators recently. Georgia's irrelevant to me. If a Georgia fan hates Florida State, it's that they hate Florida State because of what the logo means, baby. Derek Thompson, isn't his wife a Clemson or Gator fan, though? Miss Lou went to FSU. That's probably why he hates them. That would make sense then. If Miss Lou went to FSU, she probably gives him shit all the time. So that's why he does those videos. Anyway, let's see what you guys are answering in the chat, because I'm telling you right now. Let's see what you guys think. I said, what did I say? I don't even remember what I asked. I said, put a 1 for Florida and a 2 for Miami, correct? Because Noel Squad says 2. Jen says 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1. 1 bigger, 2 more respected. There you go. That's the comment. One is the Miami and Florida State is the bigger rivalry for what it has meant in the history of college football in terms of championships and the amount of talent that's been on the field. And I'm not saying Florida hasn't had talent, because they have. But most Florida State fans will look at that FSU Florida game, and that's the game that we have to win. To hell with them Gators. I get disgusted when I see that logo, when I see those colors. To hell with the Gators. Now, 2 is the more respected rivalry because we know the dogs that have been in each program. Again, what we've played for, you have more, in my opinion, I have more respect for Miami than I have ever had for a Gator fan. But it looks like we got a lot of people that really hate the Miami Hurricanes. But the chant, all that damn yelling, whole game, you hear the chant. 1, Raymond says 1, service 2. I really don't like 2 fans. I think it's the fans of the Hurricanes that really rub people the wrong way. So I understand that. Gator Nation in the building. What's going on? Y'all don't live in Alabama. I don't like Florida or Miami, but Alabama fans, I feel you. 1, Uncle Lou doesn't hate FSU. I would never give props to the Gators or the Canes. He just trashes teams that are bad. 1-1. Travis Hunter is a dog. Hope he stays. I hate UF. I tolerate the U when it comes to football. And the feeling is mutual, my man. The feeling is mutual. But again, if we're talking about rivalries, I think one of the biggest disconnects between Miami fans and Florida State fans has always been, we are Miami Super Bowl. Now, I don't mean that as a knock. I don't mean that as disrespect. But for Miami, Florida State is your biggest rival, period, point blank. I know you got rivals with, I think Boston College is considered a rival and Notre Dame is considered a rival. And I know y'all got other, maybe Virginia Tech. You got other teams. Your biggest rival is the Seminoles. Our biggest rival is the Gators. I've always said that, and I always feel that way. I don't like Miami, but I respect them. I respect what that program has represented throughout the years, and I just respect. I respect, quite frankly, the pure talent that has came out of that program. Just pure football players, period. So I can show some respect to Miami. And while I don't like you guys, it's not to the level of Florida. I literally want to see Gainesville burn to the ground. If you told me that Ben Hill Griffin Stadium burned tomorrow, I wouldn't feel a bit of sympathy for them kids. Not saying if the kids burnt with it. I'm saying if the stadium burnt down and they had nowhere to play, I wouldn't feel no sympathy for it. Gainesville is a cesspool, if you ask me. I don't care nothing about it. I have nothing nice to say about them. Shout out to my Gator fans that support me now. Nothing personal to you guys, but I have nothing good to say about that university or that program. And I think most Florida State fans feel that way. That's just how I feel. I think most Florida State fans feel that way. I think the biggest problem FSU fans have is with Miami's fans. Now, I have some pretty good fans in my chat that come around. Made and Dade, Canes, CJ, Kane Zay, and there's some other ones. I think Hurricane Millie. There's guys that come through here all the time and show nothing but respect. But it's really the fans, I think, that people don't like about Hurricane fans. But I just can't rock with the Gators at all. I hate the Gators, tolerate the Canes because a few of my family members played there. Yeah, I hate both, but I wouldn't mind if the Gators never won another game. Football back, right. You don't want to see the Gators succeed in life, period. Absolutely. I don't like Miami, but I hate them Gators. You can't. There you go. You don't like Miami, but there's nothing about the Gators I respect. There's nothing about them I respect because UF doesn't play us every year. It's just something about that university, man. And I'm looking at Florida State. When Florida State was building that program with Bobby Bowden, and Bobby Bowden would go to the big house, and Bobby Bowden would play Michigan, and Miami would play Notre Dame, and Florida State would play Notre Dame. I'm talking about Notre Dame in their heyday. And Florida State and Miami, they would go play these schools. Who the hell were the Gators playing? The Gators have never played top competition outside of conference. Well, if Lou doesn't hate FSU, he's very disrespectful toward us. My roommate in college was born in Tuscaloosa, a big Alabama fan. He's a great guy. Never gave me my crap about FSU. And this was back in 2011, 2012. Derek Thompson, he is disrespectful towards a lot of teams. He's a trash talker. FSU hasn't deserved much respect. Right. That's true. They haven't reserved much respect. Florida Gator Nation says, I respect Miami as a Gator fan, but FSU, no. But see, Miami doesn't even respect y'all, though. And I'm not trying to jump on the Gators, but I'm just saying Miami doesn't even respect y'all, though. They don't even respect y'all because they feel like y'all are running from them. They don't even respect y'all. So I want you to think about that, Gator Nation, when you say you respect Miami, because they have no respect for the University of Florida. Fun fact, they did catch fire earlier this season. I was a tractor or a lawnmower or something. Who does UF hate more? FSU. It has to be. If I had to guess, UF would say they hate Florida State more than any of those other two schools. I almost guarantee you they hate Florida State more. And I'm not a UF fan, and I can answer that question for them. I know they hate us more than those other schools. I know they do. I live in Tampa. When I drive back to Georgia, I always make sure I shoot the bird at Gainesville. You have to. Or spit out the window, one of the two. You have to. My rivals are Miami, Florida, Clemson, and Alabama. Go Noles. Florida Gator Nation can't wait to see you in Tallahassee 21-1. Yeah, I said it. Bring it on. There you go. Bringing that smoke. It started with a dumpster fire. There was literally a dumpster fire in Gainesville this year. Andrew Parchman. We got him, Brandon. B. We got him. So I got the Pelicans and the Thunder here behind me. And Jose Garcia says, in the early days of football, UF felt they were too good of school for us and didn't want to play us. They felt that about Miami, too. They felt that about a lot of schools. I would argue that out of the big three, they have ranked third. If you talk about the last 20 years. Our defense is bad this year, but we didn't give up almost 800 to North Carolina. Oh, Peter Shield throwing shots. Florida acts like they are so much better than any other university in the state of Florida, despite being a shit university. I done started something. I wasn't trying to start nothing. 46 people in here, man. Hit the like button. I done started some beef. Actually, I didn't start the beef. There's always going to be beef between Florida and Florida State. You can't disrespect the program when you don't have what they have. Brandon Bree, what's good, my guy? Yes, sir. They have really long title drought. Nothing much is getting off work. Brandon B getting off work. You getting in anything tonight, Brandon? Or are you gonna just hold it down tonight? And because it's almost a new year on the East Coast. I mean, you got a few more hours to wait there. You doing anything tonight, Brandon, or are you just getting off of work and just gonna hold it down here with us? I can't even believe I'm going on 3 hours and 30 minutes, but we're having a good time tonight. I still got 45 people in here, bro. So we're just chilling, kicking it, and just having fun, talking trash and shooting it. Facts, Polk hasn't scheduled a powerhouse at a conference. Thank you. When's the last time Florida scheduled a great at a conference game? The reason they don't do it because they say, well, we schedule Florida State every year. Well, motherfucker, we schedule y'all every year too, but we still schedule Bama, Ole Miss when Ole Miss was good. Who else was our out of conference games in recent years? We know Bama, we know Ole Miss. I feel like I'm missing some games, man. But you guys know what I'm trying to say. Florida State still goes up there and schedules big-time teams and out of conference. And look at what we have next year in Notre Dame. The year after that, we got LSU. I mean, come on, man. I got more respect for FSU. Always did, because they kept us on the schedule, unlike the Gators. Polk, that is what it is for me. It's the Canes fans and Gator fans that I can't get down with. Them, and I truly dislike both teams with the passion. Derek Thompson, there is a way to trash talk everyone. You don't win 7 in a row by accident. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to everybody. Absolutely. And everybody in the chat, Happy New Year's to you. Again, if you're out doing whatever it is you do, please be safe. If you're not, and you're here kicking it with me, with We drinking, we talking football, talking life in general, just having fun, having a good time. And I got some basketball on in the background. And my son finally fell asleep, so thank God for that. Because if you were watching this show earlier, man, he was cut up. In terms of teams I hate, there's too many to list. I'm from South Carolina, and I hate the Canes more. All the Canes fans in South Carolina are just like Dallas Cowboys fans. That's Canes fans everywhere. They're always going to bring up 5 championships. Absolutely. The Canes fans are some of the worst. Now, I got some good ones here. So when I say Canes fans are the worst, I'm not talking about Maiden Dade and like these guys. I fucks with them. They've been real good to me. We've been CJ, T2I. These guys are good people. At the end of the day, regardless of who team you root for, the Canes fans I know, not only from YouTube but in my personal life. One of my best friends is a Hurricane fan. Another guy who you guys might see in the chat every once in a while, Jurgen Henry, is a Hurricane fan. These are good people. They're good dudes, but Canes fans suck. I just want to say that Canes fans, the hell with you. Yeah. They always bring up the past. FSU is full of wussies. UF is full of wussies. They need legal threats just to play FSU. They dropped Miami in the late 80s. And yeah, I agree, man. UF they sure did. The only team I ever really hated was the Gators. But with Dabo, and I feel like that's a trend, Green Bay. I feel like a lot of Florida State fans are really starting to get on this Clemson hate bandwagon. Clemson considers us a rival. You know that? Clemson considers us a rival. I only consider Florida State to have 2 real rivalries, Florida and Miami. Clemson is not a rivalry to me. We don't dominate the ACC for 12 plus years, blase. I can go through the past. I don't want to sound like a Hurricane fan right now, but you can't look at the domination that Florida State had and call Clemson a rival. Clemson's not a rival to me, but they consider Florida State a rival. And I think that all kind of happened with the the Bowden Bowl. It's all kind of birthed from the Bowden Bowl. Clemson's not a rival to me. They're good now. Kudos to them, but FSU set the standard. They were the ACC. Everything Clemson's doing now, Florida State had done that, been there, done that, and we'll be back. And it ain't gonna take us 20 years to get there. Shots fired. Ain't gonna take us 20 years to get there because we just did in 2013. We'll be back. Green Bay really does suck. Dabo Swinney is a clown. Gators won't play out of conference games outside of the state of Florida. And that's another thing. When they do schedule games, they never go outside of the state to play them. That's another thing. Good point there. Florida, man, I'm telling you, man, Florida's a bunch of clowns. I hate driving past Gainesville, everything about the Gators. If Dabo keeps up his antics, Clemson will be added to my hate list. They did once recently. I think it was a loss to Michigan. Did they? So 1 out of 20 years, they finally played an out-of-conference game. F Uncle Lou, I'll slap his ass. Okay. Right after LSU won the Natty, we scheduled them for 2 openers. They've never been scared. Even in our downtime, FSU's never been scared to go on the road and play a team. And that started with Bowden. Bowden built that program off of that mentality of we're not scared to go out there and play anybody. In your home, at our home, whatever. We will go play you. And people can say what they want to say. Oh, Florida State's so stupid. Look, you keep that same mentality. The only way you're ever going to get back to prominence is keeping that mentality. Everybody's going to have to keep that mentality going forward. Okay, State, Michigan, Oklahoma. We play. Right, I forgot about Oklahoma. The Michigan one, that was a bowl game. So I'm not going to count the Michigan one, Island Boy. That was a bowl game. We didn't schedule that. That just came about. But the Oklahoma State game, absolutely. Oklahoma back-to-back. We went on the road, and they came to us. Again, we got LSU. We had Bama recently. Come on, man. Florida State is not scared to go play these teams. Florida does not do that. Knicks up 48-45. All right, Derek. Thanks. Keep me informed on that, Derek. I'm happy, man. The Knicks are on a 2-game winning streak. They got a chance to win again, man. I don't know, man. Knicks might have a solid squad this year, man. Oh, here we go. We got the highlights behind me. 52-48 in the third quarter. Okay. So if I get a little distracted, it's because I'm on NBA TV, so it's going through all the games. I will be paying attention a little bit to this next game. West Virginia. Yeah, we were supposed to have West Virginia this year. Now, we didn't end up playing that game, but you see what I'm saying. Oklahoma, South Carolina when they were good. I think that South Carolina game was a bowl game, Ardavius, so I don't count the South Carolina game. And the bowl games, you can't count the bowl games, bro.
The pace of this game is the way New York wants it to go.
54-48. Scary thing is Alabama is light years ahead of other programs, excluding Clemson, Ohio State. No lies told there, bro. LSU versus Florida, best rivalry. Florida Gators, you don't even believe that. He's just saying that because he doesn't want to give this rivalry any credit. Any Gator fan to tell you, Florida State and Florida, or Florida State is Florida's biggest rivalry. But I know why you put LSU on there. You just want to be different. You don't want to give us the credit. Happy New Year's to everybody. Yes, sir. Keep in mind, we have some obnoxious fans. Oh, in recent years, look, I'm going to say this, and I don't care who I offend. I've said this, though, before. FSU suffers from a little bit of recency bias. Again, I've been watching this team I'm 32. I've been watching this team easily over 20 years. Because even if I take 20 years from it, I'm still 12 years old. I've been watching this team since I was at least 6, 7, 8 years old, somewhere around time. Again, I don't remember the year, but I remember the first time I saw a Florida State game and they were playing the Gators. And the one thing that made me pick the Seminoles over the Gators was the war chant. I've told this story on this stream before. So I've been watching this team for 20 plus. We didn't used to have this obnoxious of a fan base until recently. And it really came after that 2013 national championship. And it just comes with the new millennials. It comes with the new wave of kids, and since Jameis, we've gotten some fans that rub me the wrong way. And I'd be like, bro, I've been watching this team 10 times longer than you. Most of the old heads, and even at 32, I'm going to consider myself an old head here. Most of the old head Florida State fans are not like that. Yes, we are spoiled. Every national championship Florida State has won has been in my lifetime. So I'm a spoiled ass Florida State fan. Don't get me wrong. Because I know what greatness looked like. Because I lived through the entire 90s. I saw P-Dub. I saw Derrick Brooks. I saw Warwick Dunn. I saw Travis Minor. I saw PK Sam. I can just name guys. I can name guys that these new Florida State fans ain't never even heard of. They don't even know who the hell I'm talking about. They don't know who I'm talking about. When I start talking about Buster Davis and Kendall Pope and Darnell Dockett, Wadsworth, they don't know none of these guys that I'm mentioning. So the obnoxiousness has been something of a recent issue. Most of the old heads, while we are spoiled, because we lived through the 90s and we know what greatness looks like, and even with Alabama's recent success, I believe, and like someone correct me if I'm wrong, even with Alabama's recent dominance, they still haven't done the national championships. Yes, they have. They've outdone Florida State in national championships. But as far as top 5 finishes, top 10 finishes, 10 plus games a year, they still have yet to accomplish what Florida State has accomplished in the 90s. Because we set the standard there, and we were the most dominant program in the 90s, maybe in college football history. And that's not, and that's the facts.
Mr. Blanks, there's no need to be stressed. Geico makes it easy to file a claim online, on the app, or over the phone.
And most of that obnoxious fan base again comes from the new age guys. Most of the old heads, bro, while we are spoiled, we have some common sense and we understand some things. I have FSU homeboys who said they'd rather lose to Miami than Florida. Because it's true. I'd rather lose to Miami too. I would prefer to beat both of them, but if you said you got to pick a team, lose to the Hurricanes, lose to the Gators, man, I'll lose to the Hurricanes. But I got to whoop them Gators. The hell with that. Mr. Wolf Strange says he agrees. Virginia's y'all rival. Stop. We have 2 rivals, Florida and Miami. Those are our only 2 rivals. Virginia is a rivalry. Stop. Clemson's a rivalry. Stop. We got 2 rivals, man. Notre Dame is usually an out-of-conference. Jefferson Epps Trophy. I know what it is called. I know what the Virginia rivalry's played for, but come on. We don't even play Virginia year in and year out no more now that the conference has got, you know what I'm saying? Man, that ain't no rivalry. You can Wikipedia anything. That ain't no rivalry. LOL, yeah. Wikipedia has a page on Clemson FSU rivalry. It's heavily slanted towards the paper Tigers because it's trash. Oh, Clemson fan probably wrote it up. No Florida State fan considers Clemson a rival. You're right, Polk. The Canes fans in here are not like that. Clemson is not a rival. We own them. I can't wait for the fans to go back to their closets when the Dabo run is over. Virginia versus FSU is a rivalry. Gators gonna keep preaching that rivalry, but okay. UF blocked us from getting to the SEC. If that's not, yeah, I know, man. Dabo put in their heads that they are our rival to motivate them to beat us.
Utah 2-1, Phoenix 3-1 off the best start.
They consider us rivals just because it's the past 10 years FSU has owned the ACC. They wasn't saying we was rivals. Exactly, Sniper. Go on to Lou's channel and say that. Are y'all still arguing about Uncle Lou, man? What are we talking about? Michigan versus Florida was a bowl game, not a regular season. Yep, talked about that. UF blocked FSU too. They would be irrelevant if either of us had that fake SSC superiority recruiting. It's the money. It's not the recruiting. It's the money. What UF doesn't want to compete with, they don't want to compete with Florida State and the SEC revenue because then they can't compete. The logo means more. That spear means more than that ugly ass gator head. That's a fact. That's not an opinion. Yes, you're on a Florida State channel, but more that spear means more, looks better, is cooler, whatever the case you want to call it. What UF has, why UF to me is considered probably UF, the University of Florida, is arguably the best job in all of college football. Not because of the university, to hell with it, but because they get that SEC revenue and they get to recruit in the heart of Florida. UF is arguably the best job in college football, and I'm just being real on that because of everything that surrounds it. That's how much of a that's why Dan Mullen is a joke. Dan Mullen should have a top 5 recruiting class, if not the number 1 class in the country, because he's in the heart of Florida. He has all the SEC money he could ever want. It's Florida. They don't hold as much weight as Florida State, but that Gator logo still has some weight to it. And you're not, when Urban Meyer was there, what was Urban Meyer doing? Number 1 recruiting classes year in and year out. Urban Meyer was killing it and nobody could compete because that's what you're supposed to do at Florida. Florida's the best job in the country because of this conference it's in and where it's located. If you gave Florida State that same advantage, it wouldn't even be close. Florida State would be Alabama. Florida State accomplished everything Alabama already accomplished before without ever being in the SEC. That SEC speed, those SEC defenses, that's Florida State. That's Florida State in the 90s. That's Miami in the 80s. I'm just being real. All that mess that SEC schools talk, oh, this is SEC speed. That's Florida State in the 90s and Miami in the 80s. Those 2 programs started all that stuff you see nowadays. Nobody wants to talk about that stuff, though. They forget where this stuff came from. They forget who birthed this stuff. FSU says line that shit up or win results. Alabama was the first of 2017. Anytime, anybody, anywhere knows, they never are scared, baby. That's why it will forever be F the Lizards. Absolutely. Florida was too scared to schedule a game against UCF. I love Steve Spurrier because he never, ever won a single game in Doak. Absolutely. Even when he was up 30, the choke at Doak, baby. Even when he was up 31-3, the choke at Doak. Since Jameis, the bandwagons joined and knew not. Thank you. That's the problem. That has been the problem with the FSU fan base since. Is that the bandwagons join the fan base. They don't know nothing about football. They don't know nothing about the tradition of football or Florida State football. And here we are. And they say ridiculous ass things. I had a guy tell me, and I knew he was a new fan because he told me Kelvin Benjamin is the best Florida State wide receiver in history. I said, are you fucking kidding me? We don't even have to go all the way back to Biletnikoff because I hate talking about guys that were before black people was integrated into the sport. Kelvin Benjamin wasn't even the best wide receiver on the national championship team. How the hell is he the best wide receiver? I'm telling you, man, I have conversations with guys all the time, and they expose themselves when they start talking about Florida State football. I love me some Telvin Smith, but when you start saying Telvin Smith is the best Florida State linebacker of all time, I already know who you are. I already know when you started being a fan. Trayvon Grimes versus Assumption. Who would have been good? I agree with that, Gator Nation. I would love to watch that one. PK Sam started talking trash about Bolden. I saw that on Twitter. He started calling Bobby Bowden racist and stuff. I will say this about PK Sam. None of his FSU teammates co-signed what he had to say. Now, he's entitled to his opinion. He played for the man. I didn't. He knows the man somewhat personally. I didn't. But I know most of Bobby Bowden's players loved him, black or white. And let's be honest. What is Bobby Bowden? A 90-year-old white man from Alabama having a hint of racism? That isn't unheard of. Let's not be surprised. The man's 90 plus or 80 plus or whatever Bobby Bowden is from the heart of the South in Alabama, grew up in Jim Crow. Pretty sure he felt a certain way at one point. It doesn't mean he didn't change his life or change his outlook, but I'm sure. Come on now. Let's not be naive. Even though even though I love me some Bobby, let's not be naive and think that Bobby Bowden didn't, a white man growing up in Jim Crow era didn't have some preconceived notions about black people. Hold on, I got a text message. Let's see what we got.
Hey, just because the players don't like them, it's right.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's usually at this point in the game, either at halftime, coming out of halftime, or coming out of warm-ups, when one of the players goes to a referee and says, "Hey, it's off," because you guys.
Florida always had the University of Ohio, not Ohio State. At least every other, yeah. That they schedule teams like that though. Real talk. They schedule teams like and then even when they do schedule at a conference, like they'll schedule a USF and then make them come to Gainesville. What's up? Irv Wallace in the building. Happy New Year's. And yes, we could have had like 6 natties with Bowden. We was Alabama back then. Absolutely, Irv. The reason Clemson considered FSU a rival is because FSU bitch slapped Clemson and took the AC title from 92 and never gave it up. Didn't give it up for like 10, 12 years. Ole Miss 2017. Are you going live for the playoffs tomorrow? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. But I can. You have to see what I'm doing on New Year's Day. No Squad said, my first game was in 2015 at Wake. Bowden got complacent and arrogant at the end. I think, honestly, man, I think just Bowden got old, bro. And you could be right. I just think Bowden got old. He just got old. And the game sort of passed him by. If you look at the way Florida State was even trying to play football at the end of Bobby Bowden's tenure, the game just kind of passed him by. He should have fired his son. I'll say that. Should have fired his son. But that's never going to happen. So, been watching FSU since 1987. I was 13. Damn, Derek, you're an old man. I was born in 88. So, but shout out to Derek. So he knows what I'm talking about is real though. The old school fans, while we're spoiled, we're not like these new cats, man. These new cats don't even know what they be talking about. I know about Leroy. Virginia is a right. It's a I like how you put the quotations. It's a rival because we have a trophy. But other than that, no, it's not a rival. If we play, who would y'all put on Kyle Pitts? Look, Gator, I'm gonna get this out the way now because I see where you're going with this. If FSU and Florida would have played, y'all would have put 40 plus on us. We're not good. We wouldn't have had nobody to put on Pitts because our linebackers suck in coverage. So I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like we were good enough to beat y'all this year. Your best team is an 8-4? Where'd y'all go? 8-4 this year? Your best team that you've had in the last whatever amount of. You had a Heisman caliber quarterback and all this stuff, and you only won 8 games. I'm not saying FSU was on your level. I'm not, but let's just be real. Leroy Butler should be in the Hall of Fame. Terrell Buckley should be in the Hall of Fame too. I don't think Terrell Buckley's in the Hall of Fame, and he should be. The FSU dominance started in 87. Miami was strong. Also, that's why most people forget the late 80s. Amen, Polk. 87 was that dumb 2-point conversion that cost us shared title. 88 was that dumb because we talked trash before the game and the Seminole rapping. Yeah, I remember Seminole rap. SEC plays FSU style defense. Absolutely. Why we didn't go for 2 against UFers in 96. Yeah, the worst part about 2013-2014 championship was the dumbass Massenberger said FSU was built in the SEC mold. Yeah, I remember that comment. I'm like, what are you talking about? We were built in the SEC mold? Do you forget where all of college football got this thing from? From the heart of Florida, from Tallahassee and from Dade County. That's where they got it from. They didn't get it from. We didn't get it from them. We just went back to our roots. But that's media. They don't want to give this Florida schools. They don't want to give the Florida schools credit for a damn thing. SEC, every SEC school that you see now modern their pattern over what Florida State and Miami was doing. Period. We didn't do nothing that we stop it. I remember that comment though, Encyclopedia. UF in 2017 lost 1 game of the season, Dallas and Michigan. Did they? Okay. So they did schedule 1 at a conference game against Michigan. Who's going to be the first to win 3 national championships in a row? If Alabama couldn't do it in their heyday, I don't think a team can do it. I don't think a team. It's so hard because the college football is a constant revolving door because kids are constantly leaving, and especially now the transfer portal. 5 years ago, forget 10 years ago, 5 years ago, the transfer portal wasn't even a thing. Yes, it was technically a thing. Yes, kids did transfer, but it was no one cared. No one talked about it. It wasn't covered. Now the transfer portal is college football free agency. I don't know if a team will ever win 3 in a row. 2008 for me. Do you know why it's taking so long to build the football only? I don't have any insight on that, Jen. Here's what I do know. They weren't going to build a completely new facility. Anybody, because I can't remember everything off the top of my head, anybody with some know-how, help me out here. There was a building, and I don't remember what this building was called because I'm not going to say I didn't attend the university, so I'm not going to pretend like I did. There's a certain building that they wanted to not tear down, but basically refurbish, remodel, and turn it into a sports facility. And if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't just going to be a football-only facility, but it was going to be for sports in general. And I think that's still the plan, but I don't know for sure on that. I started watching a ton in 2011. I'm 23. I remember watching Shaw getting knocked out. I remember that one. EJ Manuel threw him the pass. That probably would have put us in a position to win that game too. That 2011 Oklahoma game at Doak was rocking. I remember that game. Green Bay, Florida State, Virginia, Florida State is not a rivalry. They just saying that because Warwick Dunn got robbed. Yep.
Well, I think I don't know. I was going to try to explain it as though I have any idea. I don't know.
You should have timed out the guy that said Kelvin Benjamin was the best. It wasn't on here. It was a personal discussion I was having with a guy. But yeah, it wasn't on here. But again, new age fans say dumb stuff like that. Our true rivals are FSU and Notre Dame and Vatech. I respect Dalvin Cook. Prayers. Yep, prayers to Dalvin Cook and his family. Peter Shields. There is history with the 2 universities, with Thomas Jefferson and Epps. It's not really a football rivalry. Andrew Parchment. Yeah, Cliff, we got him. Andrew Parchment is transferring to Florida State, Kansas wide receiver. Talked about that earlier. As you can see, Cliff, we've been on here for damn near 4 hours, and I still got 40 people in this mug. But Andrew Parchment did get it. Canes, Nebraska. Nebraska ain't no rival. 60. Hold on. Chat jumped on me. 60 to 66 Raptors. Oh, damn, the Raptors came back. Same with our Canes fans. The new ones, a lot of them have no clue. Gators run from their rival. If any real Canes fans know, FAMU used to beat them back in the days. Uh-oh. Gators ain't want to see Peter Boulware and Renard Wilson either. Absolutely not. Clemson, keep living. You get there. Miami lost in Doak twice one year to FAMU and FSU. It was back in the 70s or something. Still hilarious. 79. 3 in a row is incredibly unlikely. I agree. 3 in a row, I just don't see it happening. I thought the indoor practice facility was the football only facility. Nope. So the indoor facility, everybody knows we have that. So the football only facility is not that. It's something in the mold of what a Clemson, Alabama. It's a facility that is completely geared to football. Like I remember watching a video of Oregon's facilities, and I think Clemson has this something similar where it in essence it's really a lot of stupid, childish things, but it gets recruits' attentions, and they like these kind of things. But like Clemson has a thing. Don't quote me on it. I don't know if it's Clemson or Oregon. There's one of these programs. They have a thing where they have a football only facility. In the facility, they got a slide that slides down the entire thing. It's stupid things like that. We do have I think we were the first Florida team to have an indoor practice facility. But the football only facility is still yet to come. And again, it's stupid things like that. It's where the kids can go and play some Xbox or whatever. It's if you get what I'm trying to get at. It's stuff like that. It's not most of it. I don't even feel is football related, but I could be wrong there. And, oh man, we didn't let the Raptors come back. Do you see us getting back to the top? Of course. We think we're gonna be terrible forever. We're Florida State, man. Florida State. Of course, we're gonna get back to the top. Boulware and Wilson used to kill Danny Warfield, but always got back up. That was Schellenberger's first year as our head coach. What happened after that? Schellenberger won him a national championship. I heard something about that. I think it was a dorm, but I think I'm very wrong. It's something like, you guys, I asked my dad his favorite Seminole was, and it was Boulware. Boulware was a beast. I was at that 2011 OU game. It was insane. When Trickett threw that TD pass, we still lost, but it was electric. I remember watching it. It was electric. People you talked to that were there. I mean, 2011, man, I was in the Army then too. So I haven't been home in a long time in terms of being able to go to games and whatnot. But people that you say was there, they say that was maybe the most electric game they have ever been to inside of Doak. Was that Oklahoma game. But Jameis, Francois, DeAndre Johnson, and Malik Henry, and if Jimbo had stayed, I thought we were on track to greatness, but the train derailed fast. It did. I was so lucky to go to the 2011 Miami game and every 2013 home game for FSU. I wasn't born then, so I didn't see it. But seriously, shout out to Miami for embarrassing us and getting rid of Taggart. You guys did us a solid there. The Sugar Canes have 50-yard practice area. Peter Boulware was a beast. What you know about Tamarick Vanover and Kez McCorvey? Kez McCorvey sounds like somebody I remember. The other guy, I don't know nothing about, Derek. I'm not even going to pretend. But again, I love the fact that I got guys that have been watching the game longer than me because I can always learn something from somebody, We come home or retire from the Army. When I retire, I'm going back to Florida. If I retire. I don't know yet. I don't know if I'm going to retire or just do the rest of my contract and get out. Don't know yet. In 2011, game has still turned me into a super FSU fan. I'm mad I didn't watch sooner, but my dad wasn't a sports fan. We need to start keeping our guys home. Too many programs coming. That's T Hunt, while I don't disagree, that's been happening for 20, 25, 30 years. Okay? I want to be clear on that. This isn't something new. Teams aren't just now starting to figure out that, Florida's got all the talent. They've been knowing this for a long time now. Teams have been poaching Florida. It just is what it is. Okay. And again, I've spoken about this before in another live stream. Florida is one of the most unique states in the entire country because there's a lot of people in Florida that aren't originally from Florida. A lot of your up north birds flock to Florida for retirement or whatever. And what you get is you get a lot of kids in Florida that may have grown up. I mean, I'm one of them. My mother and father are not from Florida. They grew up in New York. I was not originally born in Florida. I was born in New York and moved to Florida when I was 2 or 3 years old or whatever the case. I was raised there, but I wasn't born there. A lot of guys have that same thing, same story as me, where they were not necessarily born in Florida. They may have been raised in Florida. They may have been whatever. Family is most likely from up north somewhere. That's why these other schools can come in and get them. And what I mean by that is these kids have family ties to other states around the country. So it's not hard for Ohio State to come down to Florida and say, man, your uncle lives in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? So that's the people don't go to Do I like it? I don't like it. But the reason why Mississippi kids, Alabama kids, Texas kids, Georgia kids, there's reason why a lot of these other states and these kids stay loyal. Louisiana kids, these kids stay loyal to these states and where they're from is because they've never seen or done or been anywhere else. They don't have ties anywhere. No one goes to Alabama to retire. No one goes to Texas to Texas. If you're in the military, you probably go to Texas to retire because a lot of good benefits come from that. But you know what I'm saying? No one goes to Mississippi to retire. People go to Florida to retire, and that's a lot of times where you have these kids from Florida, and they have links. You know, that's why the Bosas play football in South Florida but go to Ohio State. Chris Carter's son and Chris Carter, South Florida, but they go to Ohio State. Those are the reasons that happens. They have ties up north to other places. I do remember chanting, "We want Bama." I do remember chanting, "We want Bama." We would have beat Bama that year too. There's nothing that convinced me that we wouldn't have beat Bama that year too. We beat Auburn, we would have beat Bama. And once they figured out that they were stealing our signals in that first half, we dominated Bama we dominated Auburn the rest of that national championship game. We would have beat Bama. 2011 Miami was so loud, the student section, that I didn't even know Bradham got ejected. I remember that hit. Vanover was a return specialist. Vanover had speed. Vanover, the opening kickoff back against the Canes. Seen it on the highlights. D. Thompson, he was no Peter Warwick. Well, there is no Dub. Hold on. There we go. You know, on camera, there we go. There's not too many of these guys in college football history. I don't care what anybody says. Clemson playing players, obviously, but most of the big schools do. Y'all know about Andre Cooper. I know about Ed Green. Raised in Florida, born in Texas, Lake County in the house. I was born in Pensacola, Florida. Pensacola hot class of 95. Even wide left, wide right. Vanover only played 2 years at FSU and won a title. He was very talented. Don't sleep on Vanover. He was the truth. Peter Warwick ran many kicks back and touchdowns. Thank you. 2011 Miami, 2012 Clemson, 2011 OU, 2013 Miami were some of the best. I'd say 2012 Clemson might have been the most electric. I've been to 2011 OU, might have been the most loudest at one point. I heard that Oklahoma game has been the most, what was the loudest game ever in Doak. That's what I heard. I hear you, Polk. Texas is great for retirement benefits. I was just stationed in San Antonio, and we'll be back there. I'm telling you, man, I know a lot of my military guys that go back to Texas to retire, and I don't blame them. With the VA loans and the VA housing loan, all that stuff you can get. You can buy a big-ass house in Texas and really set yourself up in Texas, man. You be retired military in Texas, or even somebody that just got out, man. Texas is probably the place to go. I'm not going to lie. I plan on going back to Florida, but me and my wife have talked about it. Texas is an option. Oh, Sniper, you didn't know that. Damian Craig. So if you don't know, Damian Craig is the guy that recruited Jameis Winston to Florida State. He was on that Auburn staff. Damian Craig was telling Gus Malzahn and company, which is, I don't blame Auburn for this. Like, I'm not saying Auburn was bad for doing this. Quite frankly, I blame Jimbo Fisher. How do you not change your signals going against one of your prior staff members? Anyways, Damian Craig knew the signals. So if you watch that first half and you wonder why it didn't seem like FSU could really get anything going offensively, Auburn knew what we were running. Once they came out the second half, made the adjustments, understood what was going on, you saw the difference. You saw the difference. Remember Bradham's hit on Ryan Perrilloux? Yep, remember that one too. Peter Warwick, my favorite Noel of all time. There you go, Mac. Me and you on the same page. Peter Warwick was robbed. Yeah, absolutely. Peter Warwick was robbed of a Heisman. Why does Houston have on blue jerseys? That does not look right. Like, that's the Rockets?
It's the deep ball. He has 11 points off the bench. We have ourselves a 1-point game in Houston, Sam.
Dalvin Cook is my favorite player. Understandable. Dalvin Cook's a monster.
They welcome back John Wall and also Eric Gordon and DeMarcus Cousins, who have been quarantined. Right? We send it back to Craig Buller, Jack and
Vanover battled Miami when Canes were top of the food chains. Warwick smacked the probation Canes. There's a Bama fan at my job who keeps clowning me about FSU. All I do is remind him of I think that was Nick Saban's first year. And we did beat him, absolutely. Warwick had a Heisman locked up until he got in trouble. With the shoes, yep. Those 91, 92 Seminoles were awesome. FSU could have won more championships, but they wide. Yeah, as I said, Florida State left what? We won 2 in the 90s. Probably left 3 or 4 on the table in the 90s. FSU could have legit walked out in the 90s with 5 or 6 rings. Legit. And I don't even think I'm embellishing that or exaggerating that. A lot of military guys I know have retired here in Mobile. Okay. What's your favorite Miami FSU game? My favorite Miami FSU game. Oh, man. That's tough. That's tough for me. One of my favorite ones, just from recent memory. My favorite one from recent memory is the one where I forget what year it was, but it was the year Everett Golson was our quarterback. And Dalvin Cook just was. Y'all had no answer. I mean, nobody ever had an answer for Dalvin Cook, but y'all had no answer for Dalvin Cook that year. They on the option play. I mean, Dalvin Cook was just killing y'all. That might have been my favorite one of recent memory. My favorite one, maybe 2002 or 2000. What was the one that which year was it? Was the year in the rain when hit? Who was it that got hit? Was it who made that hit, man? I'm running a blank. I think I've been drinking too much. But there's so many ones to pick. I didn't watch the game, but I remember Bradham just unleashed 4 quarters of frustration on Perrilloux. I watched that entire game, and FSU was on the verge of losing that game, unfortunately. The first half, we couldn't get nothing going. That fake punt changed the game, in my opinion. It did. Now, the fake punt was a great call by Jimbo. It was a great call. 2002 versus FSU, wide left, and the catch that ended the streak. Look up Taramick Vanover. If I could fill up my dream team roster with Greg Jones, must have forgotten me. No, Greg Jones is I think I put him as my third back of FSU history, I think. what Greg Jones does in North Carolina alone makes him an FSU legend. I'll say 2013 just because we blew the doors off of them. Vanover was like prototype P work. Polk, stop it. FSU, not Miami. We left more natties on the table than any other program in college football. Dennis always got to make it about them sorry ass Hurricanes. I don't know how many national championships y'all left on the table. I'm just speaking from Florida State. We legit could have got out of the 90s with about 5 or 6 championships, and I'm not exaggerating there. We left with 2. Off the top of my head, I know we should have won 2 more against Tennessee and Oklahoma. Hell, we should have won another one against when Florida beat us for their national championship. I mean, come on. And we had beat Florida earlier that year. I think that was 95. Man, FSU left some stuff on the table back there in the 90s, man. Yes, sir. Last one we won. Stanford Samuels hit. I like it when we won by the block PAT. I remember that one. I think, with Stanford Samuels. That was the hit. Who did he hit? Was it Devin Hester that he hit? Somebody tell me who he hit. That was one of my favorite games, too. I think Miami won that game, though, if I'm not mistaken, but it's still one of my favorite ones to watch.
Just jumped on the floor. He's got the ball in the wing to his left hand. Little slip, and it's forced back out to Joe.
Best hit in FSU history. Offense or defense? Because to me, the best hit in FSU history has to be Greg Jones. And you can pick 2 of Greg Jones's. One where he ran over Sean Taylor in midfield. Yeah, Dennis, let's talk about that since you want to always talk about some Miami stuff. How about we talk about the fact that Greg Jones ran Sean Taylor over in the middle of the field, no one else around him, trucked him and kept going. Well, of course, we could also talk about Greg Jones versus North Carolina where he knocked Buddy's helmet off. Defensively, some of the best hits. Obviously, that in today's game, that Stanford Samuels hit would be considered targeting. But Stanford Samuels, that hit right there was a disgusting hit. And it wasn't Hester that he hit. Was it Roscoe Parrish that he hit? I'm thinking off the top of my head. It's either Parrish or Hester. But that Stanford Samuel hit, that hit against Bradham, Bradham had against I believe against Bird. Bradham had that hit. There's been some nasty hits, man. That hit Greg Reed had in the South Carolina game on Lattimore was nasty. That hit Nick O'Leary had in the Clemson game. Right? That's all you got to specify. We talk about offensive defense because I can go with some hits, bro. We can go with some hits. Derek Thompson, you write about Vanover, McCorvey, Vanover, Fryer were wide receivers when I became an FSU fan. I remember how Miami beat up on Chris Ricks in the rain. I remember that one. That's the one I'm talking about. Ain't that what I'm talking about? Again, Chris Ricks wasn't. Was it Jones that dropped the shoulder on that dude? And yeah, that was Greg Jones all the way. That's what I'm talking about. That was Greg Jones. Stanford Samuel hit Roscoe Parrish. Yep. It was Roscoe Parrish. Made him pee blood. FSU has been selected for 9 national titles in football in various polls. What do you think the worst loss FSU has had in the last 10 years? So since 2010, mine was Boston College, 31-3. I was sick. In the last 10 years, I'm going to say that NC State game. The NC State game where Glennon was the quarterback and EJ was the quarterback. And the reason I say that game wasn't the worst loss in terms of a score, no. But what we were playing for that year, we were trying to make a national championship. This was the year before we won a national championship. Probably should have been, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would take that loss. It was inexcusable. It shouldn't have happened. That one, I would take that loss. Just because of how good the team was and what they were supposed to be. You could take any loss from this past year as the worst, but the team's not good, right? There was no expectations for Florida State the last 3 years. We didn't have a good football team. But that year, we were supposed to be really good. We were really good. We had no business losing that game to NC State. I remember the rain game. Can't remember who made the hit, but it was a Miami tight and Roscoe Parrish. Was Paris. Deion Sanders from South Florida. Deion Sanders is from Fort Myers, if I'm not mistaken. Deion's got to win. I mean, Deion, look, all due respect to Prime, but you're not going to go to Jackson State and recruit Dade County like that. You're just not going to do it. Deion's got to show a little bit more there. What was the score of that 97 Miami and FSU game? I can Google it, but I don't know off the top of my head. Sammy Smith was an awesome running back during the late 80s. Deion is from Myers. He isn't from South Florida. I mean, Myers is South Florida. It's just the West Coast, right? Myers is West Coast, South Florida, not necessarily Dade, Broward, Palm Beach. But it technically is South Florida, though. I think poor guy broke his sternum. Greg Jones ran over Sean Taylor. I ain't never seen nobody do that. I want Dennis to comment on it. He always got something to say. FSU shouldn't have played UF twice in 96. Blew it in 97 at the Swamp. Rooster lost 98 championship against Tennessee. Yep. Sean Taylor hit Greg Jones first play of 2020. Bruh, talk about what I'm talking about. I want you to talk about that time Greg Reed ran Sean Taylor over middle of the field. No excuses. Just whap, whap, and kept going. Come on now. Greg Jones got some highlights on his resume. Stanford Samuels literally invented the spearing penalty. Yeah, again, in today's game, that's definitely an illegal hit. Bradham decapitated LeRon Bird. Yep. I know we was robbed by OSU. Y'all was robbed in that game. Not going to deny that. I meant Central Florida, my bad, but he still should have been recruited. I mean, I don't consider Fort Myers personally Central Florida because I'm from Central Florida. Polk County is the heart of Florida. That is Central Florida to the T. To me, Fort Myers is South Florida. It's just West Coast. Right? It's just West Coast. It's not East Coast, South Florida. That's just me, though. I do consider Fort Myers. I've always considered Fort Myers, South Florida. It's just not Miami area. Anything other Polk, to me, anything other that Tampa, Polk County, Lakeland, Tampa, 863-813, anything under that is starting to, it's tough. Under St. Port Lucie, that's South Florida. Fort Myers is South Florida to me. That's just me, though. Best hit Greg Reed against the Gamecocks or Derwin James on the Georgia Tech player. Greg Reed hit was a dope hit. Trey Marshall used to get a targeting penalty every game, but he used to come in there and lay some wood too. Worst loss, 2012 hurt the most. NC State, yeah. Don't forget that hit Clemson had on EJ. I don't remember that hit. And who cares? Then we won that game. Dennis, you always got to come in here with the bull. An underrated hit that nobody talks about. Go back and watch that 2012 game against Florida. Now, we lost that game, but on a kickoff, Carlos Williams decapitated one of the Gator players. I'm talking about he decapitated the returner. Go watch that hit. That's an underrated hit that nobody's talking about. Carlos Williams destroyed a Gator player on a kick return in the 2012 game. Dang, I feel bad because I'm from Opelika and I should know this. A big hit can completely change the game. Polk, that green hat goes good with your orange headphones. First of all, this hat is gray. It's not green. I just want to let you know that, John Shields. This is a gray hat. Maybe I need to turn the light on. Alexa, turn on room light 1. Alexa, make room light 1 white. All right. See, it's gray. Mine was Oregon. That shit sucked on my cousin's birthday. I can feel the Oregon loss too. I can feel that one. Jordan, you say from Opelika? Yeah, I'm from Carroll City. Are you old enough to remember the last Kings title? Dennis is old as hell. So I know Dennis knows the last. I know Dennis probably old enough to remember the first Miami Hurricane championship. Stafford Samuel, Roscoe Parrish. 2002 was Miami's last title. Polk, don't argue with Dennis. FSU led the last national champion. I know. Dennis just likes to come in here and talk crap. Greg Jones was the beast in the Orange Bowl until wide left happened. See, even when he gives credit, he got it. Even when he gives credit, he got to talk. Also, first BCS championship with Tennessee. Yep. Glenn Sharp is my homeboy. My dog was hurt. He still is. Shake my head. Hate politics. Ohio State won the game against UM fair and square. LSU got a bad call for an incompletion or a bad spot that would have iced a 17-14 win in regulation. You know, I don't remember that game verbatim. I know that pass interference or whatever was a bogus call. I'll just say that much. My brother was being recruited by Dan Mullen, but he tore his ACL and lost it all. That sucks. To be honest, we won 2000, 2001, 2002 national championship. Who disagree? I disagree because you only won one of those. So I disagree because that's what history says. Marvin Jones 92, that hit on Larry Jones. Okay. Polk, chill, bro. That ain't South Florida. Dave Broward is really South Florida. We added Palm Beach. We added Palm Beach later. I mean, Palm Beach, come on, man. Palm Beach, South Florida. But I get what he's saying. He's saying Fort Myers is in the south of Florida. I get both. I understand what you're saying, dude. I feel you. Technically, it's damn it South Florida, but no, I get you. Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach. I don't know why y'all adding Palm Beach later, because Palm Beach got some boys out there. And Palm Beach, no, that is South Florida, period. Did FSU win their first BCA's championship and the last? Yeah. Did they win the first? I don't think we won the first. I think the first one was that Tennessee game. I don't think FSU won the first, but we did win the last for sure. But we played in the first BCS national championship. Even after the DPI, which was our defense holding, but UM had a chance after that, and the game didn't end on that call. Okay, that's a good point. All UM had to do was score TD in the second overtime. Travis Hunter, Jordan Travis, electrified duo has struck Doak Campbell. Let's go. That Georgia Tech loss broke my heart in pieces second by second. The one where they blocked the kick, that one made me sick too. I'm not going to lie, Sniper. The one where they blocked the kick, that did make me sick. The more you sip on that drink, the lower the chat hat gets. Does it? Let me pull it up. I'm from Fort Myers. We're in southwest part of Florida. I know. That's what I'm saying. It's South Florida. It's not. Look, Fort Myers ain't Dade County. It ain't Broward County. It ain't West Palm Beach. It ain't Belglade. That's all South Florida. But it is South Florida technically. But then they say, hey, it ain't South Florida. So I feel you. I went to Brentwood Elementary in Carroll City. Miami won the first Natty 83. Stayed on. See, I told you Dennis was alive for the first one. And Dennis old as hell. Y'all. Shout out to Dennis. Cheers to Dennis for being old and making it to 2021. Hopefully he makes it to 2022. No, I'm just playing Dennis. Dennis, I stay by Myrtle. Anything south of Orlando is South Florida to me. Orlando, no. Hell no. Because I can't call Tampa, Hillsborough County, Polk County definitely isn't South Florida, even though a lot of talent comes out of those two places, especially Polk. Again, I think anything south of St. Port Lucie, I think you call that South Florida, but really anything south of Polk County, you could probably call anything south of Polk County. I consider Polk Central Florida. They're on the verge. I think anything south of Polk, though, is really South Florida. It's a whole different thing down there. But you can even consider some of Polk County that, because, I mean, if you've ever been to Polk County, you know what I'm talking about. Max says, Dennis, I see you on every YouTube channel talking smack. Well, Dennis is always on here, and I'm sure you probably see him in all the other Miami channels. I don't know if he's on any of the Florida State channels, but we talked about that earlier. I don't think there were many other FSU channels for Dennis to go on. James Blackman from Belglade. My wife is from Belglade, so yeah. What happened to my boy JB1? Panama, you watched it. You know what happened to him. Don't play stupid. Don't play stupid. Yeah, that Georgia Tech loss hurt. That Georgia Tech loss did hurt. Because we were primed to make another run that year. And we played down the competition. And yeah. Dennis, yes, sir. Maiden date. I learned how to swim at that park. I believe we all did, Dennis. Anything south of Polk is South Florida. That's what I'm kind of leaning to. Anything south of Polk County is pretty much South Florida. Dennis is on Lou, Tampa, St. Pete, Orlando, and like Cocoa Beach or whatever is on the East Coast. Over there is the barrier. In my mind, try to stay away from the Canes territory. I feel you. Orlando's definitely not South Florida. Orlando's definitely not. I think technically Orlando's Central Florida. Orlando is its own place. If you've ever been to Orlando is its own little vibe. Orlando feels like a northern city. I always say that about Orlando. Like Orlando is like, it feels like a north city. It feels like something from New York or something. It just feels like something from up north. Anything under Polk County though is South Florida. And hell, Polk County is its own little thing too. Port St. Lucie, where my grandma moved to from Miami. Sniper, I agree. James Blackman might just be the greatest FS. James. Polk, I became an FSU fan when Deion ran long punt return touchdown again. Deion did that the year I was born. Who was a good DC for SU? I like Derek Mason. But again, FSU's not firing Adam Fuller, so I haven't really given much thought into it, Marquise. We're not going to fire Fuller. And then behind me, we got the Phoenix Suns with Chris Paul leading the Utah Jazz 28-24, for those who care. I would agree with that. 12 Phillies from St. Pete, he is. Man, I can't even believe we've been on this long, people. Shout out to everybody who stuck with us. I mean, what time is it over there? You guys should be about ready to bring in the new year, right? Let me check my phone. What time is it on the East Coast? For those of you in the state of Florida. Oh, shit. It's only 9:52, so it's actually not as late as I thought it was. I forgot the time went back. So you guys are a few hours away from bringing in the new year. It's only 5 o'clock here. So I'm about a whole 6-7 hours away from bringing in 2021. But thank you guys for kicking it with me on this new year. And I'm just waiting for the wife to get home so I can do some things. Florida is an inverted state. The most southern place in Florida is Florida. Right. Sarasota, Florida got some talent. Bro, it's Hurricanes who have won national championship, and they said they wanted to part. They wanted no. Bro, Jonathan Vilma said this himself. Period. Jonathan Vilma said when they played Florida State, there was one player that they were scared to death of. There was one player that they were like, we don't want to deal with this guy. Jonathan Vilma, all-time great linebacker from Miami, said this. He said there was one player on that offense that they were like, no. And it was Greg Jones. They wanted no part of Greg Jones. That came out of Jonathan Vilma's own mouth. If there was one guy on that offense they feared, it was Greg Jones. So he was a beast. Been entertaining for 4 straight hours, G. Appreciate you. Man, I'm trying. I see that. 4 straight hours, and we're still going. I'm still going until y'all say, hey, man, get your ass off here. I'm still going. Groit 19, what up, man? Happy New Year to you. I haven't seen you in a while, man. Where you been? I haven't not seen you in a while, man. Where you been at? When Santana Moss got drafted to the Jets every summer for his whole NFL career, he threw parties at the park. I miss those days, Dennis. I never said that, James. Florida, the town on the FL border. Okay, Pensacola, Florida. All the snowbirds live in South Florida. My wife went to school with Santonio Holmes out of Belgrade. Like another guy, and it's what Santonio ended up going to Ohio State, right? My wife went to school with him. I mean, we can all talk about who we went to school with and who we knew. If you grew up in Florida, man, you went to school with somebody who made it. Me personally, the Pouncey twins, I played Pop Warner with those guys. We played for the Crystal Lake Panthers. I was on their team. Not saying I was any good. I mean, I was fast. I was real skinny, but I was fast. I was a fast wide receiver. And I hit you every now and then. I play some D-back and some free safety. But I played with the Pounceys. Went to school with them, Black, Chris Rainey. So a bunch of Gators. I grew up around a bunch of Gators. Blau Powell was a good friend growing up. He ended up going to Louisville. I know a lot of guys, man, that ended up making it and going somewhere with it. I think, again, if you grew up in Florida, I think we all have those stories, man. I think we all have those stories. But just growing up in Lakeland, those are just the guys that really made it. With his height, would James Blackman make a good wide receiver? He's not fast enough, but he is 6'5". But he's not fast enough. I don't think so. Man, I got 1 hour left of work. Chat kept me right all night. Hey, that's what I'm here for. Bozerman was OSU's worst QB in the past 10 years. Went to my high school. I'm saying, man, we can all tell the stories. We can all tell stories of guys we ended up knowing that ended up making it.
I know firsthand that the importance of being the sixth man and getting the minutes and finishing games is what Jordan.
You know why I can sit on here, man, and do 4 hours, damn near 5 hours? Because I love doing this. This is fun to me. I like sitting here talking football. So, everybody that's sticking it with me, shout out to Jonathan. What's your YouTube name, Jonathan? Jonathan, you still in the chat? Let me know. But shout out to Jonathan with the $20 donation, man. Shout out to Jonathan, man. I appreciate it. Again, none of this stuff goes. I remember all this stuff. Believe me, none of this stuff goes without me remembering it and understanding where it's coming from and where it's going. So I appreciate all the love. And again, we made Jay Oliver my first moderator, and there's going to be more to come because as this 10 channel grows, we are going to continue to do the thing, bro. We are going to continue to do the thing and grow this channel and make this into something respectable and big. That is my goal. And your guys' donations and your support go a long way. It goes a long way. Believe me. Because I've been thinking about buying another monitor for my little setup here. And you guys are helping, like all that stuff. It goes back into the channel. It really does. I mean, where do you think the mic came from? Remember I had the other mic. I had the little gold mic. I got a better mic. The headsets I already had. I already had those because when I played my game. But all that stuff, man, this stuff goes back to the channel, man. So thank you guys so much for the donations. Believe me, it's not going unnoticed. And once I'm able to make a group or whatever, I forget what it's called. But in 2021, man, the 863 tribe is coming. That's gonna be the group name, the members only. That's the members only club. 863, the tribe. Be a part of the tribe. 2021, the tribe is coming. I think, like, for instance, I think T2Y has the Hammer Gang, which is cool. Well, we're gonna have 863 tribe coming in 2021. So by all means, man, look forward to all of that stuff. And I thank you guys so much for the support. So did Crow Thorpe So did Thorpe and Antonio Cromartie. LMO facts. My mother dated Trench Richardson's brother. If you live in Florida, you probably know a great football player. That's me, bro. Okay, well, so shout out to Groit 19 for the donation. That is him. So thank you so much, man. I knew Nevin Lawson. Blackman, I don't think is NFL caliber. I hate to say it, but I don't see the smart QB play or the speed to play another position. I agree, Encyclopedia. CB for the Lions. JB1 has definitely been a mismatch for teams in the red zone. Had JB1, I guess, if James Blackman had been groomed, I guess, I mean, he could have been a Greg Carr. If you guys remember Greg Carr, I think Greg Carr was all of 6'6" and 195 pounds when he played for Florida State. But he was a mismatch. He could have been something like that. I don't know if he was I don't think he was ever going to be an NFL caliber guy. I was in Detroit those days, bro. I'm from Chad Johnson's Brian Greasy days of football and Dade. I got you, Dennis. I watched the Aguero bro learn how to kick the ball in the backyard. Okay. That's what's up. Jeff Dempsey's from there. I remember Jeff Dempsey. Jeff Johnson is like Ed Reed for FAMU. Where the hell did this fly come from? Chad Johnson with the FAMU, Ocho Cinco. Did he? I don't know where Chad Johnson went. I know Chad Johnson from Dade County. I know that for a fact. I know Chad Johnson from Dade County. I don't know what college he went to. Somebody let me know. Did Chad Johnson go to FAMU? I don't think he went to FAMU, man. I feel like I would know. If Chad Johnson went to FAMU, I feel like I would know that. I'm going to Google him right now because I don't think he went to FAMU. College, he went to Oregon State. So who the hell said FAMU? No, he did not go to FAMU. He went to Oregon State. But he is from Dade County. He's getting a degree from FAMU. Okay, got you. He's getting his degree from FAMU. Got it. Blackman is a beanpole. He would have been snapped in half. I love Black, the person, not the fan of him as a football player. I think most people would say that. Burt Reed, he's getting his degree from FAM. Got it. I think most people echo those thoughts. Where I think everybody is a real fan of Black, the person, the fact that he was no-blooded. In my opinion, James Blackman, while I wasn't a fan of the quarterback, James Blackman to me is I don't care where he transfers to, if he gets another opportunity or not. To me, he's always going to be no-blooded. He's always going to be a Seminole. Just from the caliber of kid he is, he's a great dude, great teammate. Just wasn't a great football player, man, you know? And it sucks when you got to talk about, you know, because people get on me sometimes. Like, how you always bash? I never bash these kids personally. Even Warren Thompson, who I can't stand. But anybody will tell you who watched me for more than a day will tell you I hyped Warren Thompson up this offseason. I thought Warren Thompson was going to be legit this season coming up. Didn't know Warren Thompson couldn't catch. I had no idea a wide receiver couldn't catch football. I was hyping Warren Thompson up. But I can't ignore all the stuff that would happen with Warren Thompson off the field. But even with all of that said, I never knocked the kid per se. I knock on-field production. I'm always going to be critical on field. I never try to attack these kids off the field unless it's warranted. And to me, most of the time, it's not warranted. I don't know these kids personally. James Blackman is an amazing Seminole. He's a great ambassador for the university. I don't blame him for transferring because you got to go try to get an opportunity and make something of it. But he just wasn't good enough to be a Seminole quarterback ever. Maybe with Jimbo's coaching and guidance and tutoring and mentorship and grooming, he would have eventually emerged. James Blackman never should have been starting for Florida State. He a good kid. Good for Chad. FAMU was good to me. I know a lot of people that went to FAMU. Had I known what I know now, I'd probably go to FAMU and not join the military. But, you know, it's all what it is. We all do things, and The military carved my path to right here. So we are where we are. Dakota Fag, Greg Carr were great. Lost decade wide receivers. My comment got deleted because of that last name. So dumb. That's his name, right? Right. That's his name. It was Dakota Fag. Absolutely. Dakota Fag was the reason we beat Alabama. Then we beat Alabama like 10-7. It was a low scoring game. I think Dakota Fag scored like the lone touchdown in that game. Matter of fact, let me Google that game. FSU versus Alabama 2007. No, it was actually 21-14, but we won the game, and I remember Dakota Fag scoring a touchdown in that game. Yeah. I feel bad for some of these kids. In many cases, really good football players who are no-blooded that our fan base just trashes. Marv and Terry come to mind. I agree. Marv is not a bad football player that people trash all the time. No, he did not play up to par this year, but people got to stop trashing that dude. Same thing with Terry. Terry has a ton of ability. Terry has a little bit more of issues than Marvin in terms of authority, just from what I've heard with Tamarion Terry. But again, those are two really good football players that I think get unwanted. And at least like with Terry could have transferred and he said, you know what, I'm no-blooded. I'm just going to go to the draft. Same thing with Marv. Marv could have transferred, but he went to the draft. So shout out to those guys. They didn't transfer and try something else. Blackman, I don't blame transferring. Chad Johnson must be doing it distance. I live in TLH, and I don't hear about that. Blackman was put in a bad position. I felt he was handled wrong. I'm not disagreeing with that. But even if he was handled right, at the most, Blackman was a redshirt junior before he ever should have saw the football field. You feel what I'm saying, Made? He was handled wrong. I'm not gonna lie. But even in the best case scenario, Jimbo Fisher wouldn't have played Black if he didn't have a choice. Blackman should have never been on the field until he was a redshirt junior. I can only imagine if Randy Moss would have said, oh my God, I already think he's the best wide receiver of all time. No disrespect to Jerry Rice. I just think Randy Moss, I think if you're picking a wide receiver in the history of football, I think Randy Moss should be your first pick. Completely changed the game. Imagine him and Peter Warwick. Oh my God. Don't it make you mad when all these great players go out of state, small teams instead of Florida teams? Who was letting these guys slip? It depends on who the guy is. Like Chad Johnson went to Oregon State, but Chad Johnson probably wasn't recruited by none of the big three. Khalil Mack went to Buffalo. Khalil Mack's from Miami. Maiden Dade or Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm almost certain Khalil Mack is from Dade County, from Miami. I know Antonio Brown's from Miami. All these South Florida dudes. The problem is they were low-rated recruits, and yes, they did go out of state. It does make you mad when you see that. You're like, man, what are you guys thinking? But when you have the logo of a Miami, of a Florida State, you kind of you chase stars. You know, and that's what made Jimbo different to me, is that he didn't chase stars in his prime years. He scouted kids and got the best fits. It's not too late, Polk. What are you talking about? What did I say? No, these just kids at the end of the day. His situation damn near like Nkosi, except they didn't give Nkosi a shot. Fair enough. If we get Moss, we win those titles. Absolutely. If we get Moss, oh my God. I think Jimbo would have put Blackman in a better. Absolutely. That's 100% true, Dennis. 100% true. It was 21-14 over Bama. Big facts. With Xavier, the savior. It was 21-7 late, but Bama got a TD really late. Blackman would have went second round with the help of Jimbo Fisher. I don't know. I think if Jimbo Fisher had coached James Blackman all year, I wouldn't be surprised if Jimbo would have got Black in the first, because Jimbo has a history of getting quarterbacks who aren't necessarily that good into the first round. Green Bay, I agree that we were going to make him earn it. Here comes Blackman argument. No Blackman argument, man. I feel you. Terry did nada this year. He was supposed to be this wide receiver, the wide receiver this year. I didn't think he had one catch against Georgia Tech. He definitely had a big time drop in that game. Randy Moss, Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice cheated with Stickum. I don't know if he cheated with Stickum, but from a talent perspective off the bat, Jerry Rice has the resume. Jerry Rice has a resume that will never be topped, I don't think, in the history of football. What is Jeremy Rice? I think Jerry Rice has, 14 seasons of 1,000 yards? That's ridiculous. And that'll never be topped. From a physical talent, Randy Moss brought something to the game that I don't know if ever has been seen. Only thing you can compare to Randy Moss is Calvin Johnson. And Calvin Johnson was 6'6", 230 and was doing that stuff. But Randy Moss was just... The cover 3 was invented because Randy Moss came along. If you don't know, cover 3 defense didn't exist until Randy Moss came along and was blowing the top off of every defense the NFL had to throw at him. I'm telling you, man, I take Randy Moss. Dennis, oh yeah, it wouldn't have been easy, but the talent together would have been insane. Don't forget, Moss was scared to run across the middle. He wouldn't have had to run across the middle, bro. When you run a 4.3 and you're 6'4", you don't have to run across the middle. You don't have to. Ocho didn't have the grades. Fort Pierce. Come on, that's ridiculous. What did he say? Okay, you're talking about I don't know if he cheated with Stickum. I do think Randy Moss is better. I think Randy Moss is GOAT for me. For me. And everybody that argues Jerry Rice, I completely understand it. Completely understand it. That's an argument, whatever. I'm not right. You're not right. You're not wrong. I'm not wrong. To me, it's Randy. The Stickum thing, I don't know anything about what he's talking about with the Stickum thing. Nobody wants to go across the middle. Just a fact. That's true too. No wide receiver wants to go across the middle. Polk, you know what crushed JB1? He threw for over 400 yards against NC State, losing effort, and Willie Taggart benched him. JB1 to Kosi Perry, a product of players underdeveloped. Facts. Dennis, I don't need him over the middle. LOL. Thank you. Thank you, Green Bay. I don't need Randy Moss over the middle. I hate that argument of Randy Moss to go. He runs a 4.3 at 6'4". I don't need Randy Moss to go over the middle. Run a fly route every time, as far as I'm concerned. He showed that in the league. I don't need Randy Moss. Ain't got to go over the middle. Tyler, he cheated. His legacy is tarnished. He doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame. Honoring cheaters is wrong. That's my stance. But is that a fact? He's saying it like it's a fact. Is it a fact that Jerry Rice used Stickum? Is that a fact? That's a legit question. I don't know. To me, he's already not the GOAT just because of Moss. But did he use Stickum? I'm still trying to figure out how Mac got away. Hell, Lamar lived right down the road from Pompano. I'll tell you how. So let's talk about Lamar. Mac, who you talking? Mac who? Just remind me on this one, Canes. Would you say Mac? Lamar? I'll tell you what happened with Lamar. Lamar was all Florida State. Jimbo wanted Lamar to play wide receiver, and Lamar. Too many times you hear this story of a guy wanting to play a position and a coaching staff thinking they know better. Lamar Jackson was a Seminole. Lamar Jackson wanted to play quarterback. Jimbo wanted him at receiver, which in the essence, I can't necessarily blame Jimbo. 6'4", 4'3", or whatever. What was Lamar? 6'4", 6'3", and running a 4'3"? I don't necessarily blame Jimbo for that. With that said, he didn't want to play wide receiver. He wanted to be a quarterback. Petrino gave him that opportunity to play quarterback. That's what happened with Lamar. Mac. Refresh me on the Mac one. But Lamar, that's pretty much what happened with Lamar. Jerry Rice admitted it. Did he? I didn't hear that Jerry Rice admitted that. But if he did admit that, then there's no way he can be the GOAT then. Stickum, I mean, look, that doesn't knock the fact that Jerry Rice was a tremendous route runner, could get separate. Jerry Rice is easily the greatest route runner to ever play the game of football. Easily. It's not even close. It's not the only, maybe Chad Johnson has a Chad Johnson doesn't have a case, but Chad Johnson may be the second best route runner. Jerry Rice could create separation like that. But if he did admit that he used Stickum, then yeah, you can't call him the GOAT. Then you can't call him the GOAT. We didn't even recruit Lamar until the end. You're probably talking about Khalil Mack. Okay, Khalil Mack. So I don't know Khalil Mack's story, but I do know Khalil Mack was not a high. I recently looked up Khalil Mack's 247. Khalil Mack was extremely undersized when he came out of high school. Now that dude grew into a monster in college. So I kind of understand what happened with Khalil Mack. I think people looked at Khalil Mack and just looked at him and said, you're not that good. You know, you're not Miami, Florida State, UF material. So I can understand that for Khalil Mack because he was undersized coming out of high school. Lamar was Florida State all the way. It's just that Jimbo wanted him as a receiver, not a quarterback. Randy Moss is a better athlete anyway. He's a freak. He's the first 100 overall receiver in the game that wasn't overrated. Polk, that's blasphemy to say Rice ain't the GOAT. Is it, Jeffrey? And by the way, Jeffrey, I'm glad to see you. This is my first time seeing you in the chat. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Thank you for joining 863 Seminole TV. And if this isn't my first time, Jeremy, excuse me because I'm drunk, but I feel like this is my first time seeing you. I pretty much remember everybody that engages with me. I don't think it's blasphemy to say Jerry Rice isn't the GOAT. I'm 32 years old. I saw the back half of Jerry Rice's career. So you can say that I'm showing my age if you want. To me, Randy Moss, if you asked a NFL GM right now and you said you can pick each guy in their prime, I think 10 out of 10 would pick Randy Moss. Defenses in the NFL changed because of Randy Moss. I don't think I'm showing my age there. I'm just telling you what I think. Guy that was 6'3", 6'4", running a 4.3, taking the top off of every defense, had a 37-inch vert. The man got a move named after him called. Nobody says I riced him. They say I mossed him. Randy Moss was the GOAT. To me, he's the GOAT. Longevity, resume. Jerry Rice has the legit argument, obviously. Again, I think he had 14 seasons of over 1,000 yards. No one will ever top that or even come close to that, I don't think. So I get that. But, man, I'm just talking about talent. And talent, I don't think there's never been a more talented wide receiver than Randy Moss. And that includes Calvin Johnson, who was a physical. Calvin Johnson is like the LeBron James of football. 6'6", 230, 4'3". Calvin Johnson was incredible. And I would still take Randy Moss over Calvin Johnson because I think ultimately Randy Moss was a better football player than Calvin Johnson. That's just me, man. Only for Margo's FSU as my QB. My, oh, my. It explains why he played harder against FSU than any other team. Lamar to FSU, wow. Lamar was a Florida State guy. Jimbo wanted Lamar because you remember when Lamar was coming out, Jimbo had Francois and he had some other guys. And Jimbo, I've talked about this on the show before. Jimbo put a ton of his eggs in the Malik Henry basket, and that killed Jimbo Fisher. He put all his money in Malik Henry, and Malik Henry turned out to be not only a bust but be a complete head case. Malik Henry played for 4 different colleges and all that stuff. Malik Henry, I've been down Malik Henry road before. Jimbo had those quarterbacks though on the roster. He felt like Lamar Jackson served him best as a playmaker on the outside. In essence, in hindsight, you say, "Oh my God, that was a mistake." At the time, I could see how Jimbo thought that. At the time, I can look and see how Jimbo sat here and he said, "You know what? I got a quarterback room full of DeAndre Francois, DeAndre Johnson, Malik Henry." Little did he know that 2 of those guys wouldn't even never play a snap for Florida State. But you can look at it and say, okay, I see these guys. I need some wide receivers. This guy is 4'3" at 6'3", 6'4", whatever Lamar Jackson is. I can use him. In hindsight, obviously that was a mistake. All right. I did not know that he used Stickum. I was just going off a resume and all his records that would Jerry Rice's records will never be broken. I'm not knocking that one bit. I'm not denying that one bit. Jerry Rice records will never be broken. I still take Randy Moss though. Marvin Harrison was Marvin Harrison was dope. Jerry Rice 40 time was terrible, but he had what they called football speed. Yeah, absolutely. That's crazy, bro. What up, T2Y in the building? Look at what Rice did without Montana or Young. He wasn't even in the Super Bowl versus Tampa Bay as a Raiders. He was on the field, but he wasn't a factor. Moss didn't even stretch. 84 don't stretch on game day. Man, Moss just was that. He just wait. He could just hop out of bed and just go. Moss was nasty, bro. Moss was transcending. He changed the game forever. Thank you. Randy Moss changed the game forever. So, Jeffrey Bell, you can say what you want to say, but Randy Moss changed. Again, he changed the way defenses play today. The cover 3 didn't exist before Randy Moss. If you don't know what the cover 3 is, that's essentially 3 deep. That's the corner, both corners, and the safety drop deep. One safety drop in the middle of the field. They didn't run the cover 3 before then. You know what was at the time that Randy Moss was dominating? You know what was the dominant defense in the NFL was the cover 2 with 2 safeties deep. Randy Moss was killing the 2 because he was too fast. The safety couldn't get over there in time. The cover 3 was invented because of Randy Moss, and he changed the game forever. That's really my take on it. And that's why I feel the way I feel about Randy Moss. Anytime you change the game forever, how can you say he's not the GOAT? Dog, the Cowboys were supposed to get him. They didn't, and he played pissed ever since. Is Calvin Johnson going to? I think he should. Calvin Johnson should be a Hall of Famer. Jerry Rice said on Twitter he was using Stickum. He apologized for it. He said, I thought everyone was doing it. See, I didn't know that. And hearing that, I mean, come on. If that's true, bro, come on. Georgia has won an added. Jay Oliver, the newly added moderator, telling y'all, don't forget about Georgia not winning the championship since 1980. Moss smoked weed and still, who cares about smoking weed? But I feel you, Marcus. I understand what you're saying. It didn't matter if he was high, sober. It didn't matter. You couldn't guard him. Let's be clear. Moss only a one-trick pony. And if your safety stay over the top, but that's the thing, bro. The safety would stay over the top with Moss, and they still weren't fast enough. But Moss was a one-trick pony. I'm not going to deny that. Moss wasn't a great route runner. He didn't go over the middle. And with all that said, he's still the GOAT. Can't believe Lamar Jackson was an FSU guy. What the fuck? Screw Jimbo even more. I'm surprised Florida State fans didn't know that. Thanksgiving had 3 catches, all TDs, like 150 yards. Absolutely. Malik Henry was a disaster. Jeffrey says, all that's why you like Moss over Rice, because you don't remember Rice with the 49ers. Moss is one of the greats, sure, but I still put Rice. And that's fair. I'm not telling you that you're wrong for liking Jerry Rice. I'm honestly not. Now, that Stickum argument, address the Stickum argument, Jeffrey, if you would like to. You don't have to, but if you would like to, since you're a Jerry Rice guy, defend the Stickum argument where Jerry Rice admitted that he used Stickum because he thought everybody was using it. Does your GOAT use Stickum? So give me, you can defend that, but I'm not mad at anybody that says Jerry Rice is the GOAT. Don't get it twisted. To me, Moss is the GOAT because he changed the game. He changed the game forever. And I can't say I can't say Jerry Rice did that, but that, that's just me. I appreciate you for being on a while. I drive from St. Louis and there's on. Oh shit, Lorenzo, man, be safe on that drive, bro. Seriously, be safe on the drive. I'm glad I was able to keep you up and keep you, because I've made those type of drives before, man. I've drove from Texas to Florida. I've made those type of drives before, so it's always good to have have something in your ear that keeps you awake and alert. So definitely be safe on that drive, man. Shout out to Lorenzo Blackman, man. Be safe on that drive. He was the first NFL blitz and 18. He hadn't got a number signed yet. Even when Lamar won the Heisman at QB, they still wanted Lamar to be a receiver in the NFL. Jimbo wasn't crazy. No, he wasn't necessarily crazy for that. And you can make the case that if you look at the way the teams are playing Lamar Jackson now, they may have caught on to Lamar Jackson. But Lamar Jackson was a Florida State kid until, Jimbo didn't want him to be a quarterback. Come on, bro. You're going too far on Moss. Your fellow Miami can ain't feeling what you're saying, Dennis. Happy New Year to T2Y. Absolutely. T2Y is my brother as well. Happy New Year to T2Y. Polk, did you just say I don't know what the cover? I didn't say you didn't know what the cover 3 is. What are you talking? Did I say Jeff didn't know what the cover 3 is? I said Randy Moss. The cover 3 was invented because of Randy Moss. Because there was no other defense to cover him. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say you didn't know. Maiden Date is the one trick pony, bro. T2Y, Happy New Year, brother. Calvin Johnson was so weird because he played for Georgia Tech. Malik Henry could have been great if he could have gotten it out of his own way. And if DeAndre Johnson doesn't punch that girl, absolutely, then we could have stayed. And personally, I think that was one of Jimbo's biggest mistakes was bringing in Everett Golson. I think they should have played Smag. I think Sean McGuire should have been the starter. From the jump. Everett Golson couldn't throw the football. If you think Derrick King can't throw the football, Everett Golson couldn't play quarterback, bro. I would take Derrick King over Everett Golson. Everett Golson, we should have played Sean McGuire. The Raiders safety invented Stickum, and that's why they banned it. Randy Moss is goated, one trick pony, but they couldn't stop him. That's why if your one trick pony can't be stopped, if you know what a person's gonna do and you can't stop it, go ahead and slap the GOAT label on them. FSU gave 3 seasons to the last chance we had 3 QBs end up on that damn show. Who in the NFC Central Division was gonna stop him? Nobody. Rice has like 2,200 yards on the moat. The closest is Larry. I'm not debating that. I'm not debating Jerry Rice's resume. I can't. I'm not debating that Jerry Rice has a resume unlike any other player in the history of football. I'm not debating it. To me, when I look at Randy Moss, he's the GOAT. What are there, 32 NFL teams? If you lined up 32 NFL GMs, I believe, and you said you got a chance to pick Randy Moss or Jerry Rice in their prime, who you taking? I think 32 NFL teams are going to take that 4-3-6-4. They're not going to care about 17 or 20 years of production. They're going to want to take what they can get them a win right now. I'm not knocking Jerry Rice. If you think Jerry Rice is the GOAT, then by all means, shout out to you. I can't debate it per se. I can't be like you're wrong. My belief is that Randy Moss is the GOAT. Who do you think is the greatest player of all time? See, that's the thing, right? Football is so different. Randy Moss is not the greatest football player of all time. LT might be the greatest football player of all time, right? One of these quarterbacks might be the greatest football player. The greatest football player of all time is so hard to judge because we completely forget about offensive linemen like if they don't play football. We completely forget about defensive linemen if they don't play football. The greatest football player of all time is extremely tough. I know a lot of people think Jerry Rice is the greatest football player ever. I get that argument. Lawrence Taylor is another one who completely changed the way teams rush the quarterback. He was the prototypical Lamar. LT, Lawrence Taylor, is Von Miller. Name me a dominant pass rusher. That LT was that before it became a thing. LT is that before it became Peter Boulware, Von Miller, Houston out of Kansas City when he was in his prime. JJ Watt, even though JJ Watt's more of a D, in a hand in the dirt type of defensive lineman. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, man, it's hard to say. It's hard to say who's the greatest football player of all time. Judge Juno in the building. Lamar's another BJ Daniels story. When you explain what cover 3 is, he probably thought you were talking to him specifically. No, I wasn't talking to him specifically, but the excuse people use for Rice using Stickum is that now, 20, 30 years after Rice's heyday, that new gloves are really good, sticky, but it's still cheating, and in my opinion, still wrong. Schmag was way better than Golson. I agree with that. Nobody in the NFL couldn't stop him. I'm mad we never got to see a healthy Dion versus Moss. He was robbed as NFL fans. Why are we comparing those two? We were talking, I brought up Smag because of the something somebody asked before is why I brought up Smag. Something about the Malik Henry heyday and something like that. Right. Like Kane Zay said, Rice can have the accolades and Rice can have the stickum. But as a kid, if you got Moss, you knew when you was a kid, you got Moss. You didn't get Rice. You got Moss, and that's for a reason. Don't forget Randall Cunningham played a big part for Moss' success in his rookie season. Larry Fitzgerald is slow. Tell that to the people covering him and letting him get 50 yards. 50 yaks. I got you. Now, I know Randy is the GOAT. I just find it wild that Rice has 20. Rice has a right. If you look at pure numbers, you can't deny Jerry Rice. You look at just pure numbers, you can't deny anything about Jerry Rice. Randy Moss was great at Marshall. He should have been great at Florida State. My opinion, Deion Sanders is the best. That's not an opinion, Jordan. Come on, you know what channel we own? 863 Seminole TV. What 42 people? We got 43 people in here, and we are 5 hours strong. So shout out to everybody who's been in here for 5 hours. It doesn't even feel like 5 hours to me. I don't know if that's the liquor. I don't know if I'm just having such a great time talking to you guys. We are 5 hours strong, man, and we still got 42 people in here. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I'm sure everybody has by now. But anyway, of course, Deion's the best corner of all time. That's not even a debate. Chat skip. Hold on. Jimbo wanted John Franklin to play wide receiver also, but kept him at QB. Remember, John Franklin went from QB to DB. John Franklin was a mess. Lawrence Taylor, the number 1 outside linebacker, then Derek Thomas. What is the one-trick pony? You couldn't stop it. No one could cover Moss. So exactly, that's what I'm saying. He's a one-trick pony, but you couldn't stop it. Lawrence Taylor is the reason LTs and RTs are paid so much. Thank you, Encyclopedia. Lawrence Taylor is the reason why your left tackle is golden nowadays. Why your right tackle, people negate the interior lineman on offense, and to be quite honest with you, guards and centers are just as valuable as tackles. But Lawrence Taylor completely changed the game. That's another guy, and he might legit be the best football player of all time. And Bill Belichick thinks he's the best football player of all time. I think he bought prostitutes for the opposing. I mean, the dude, Lawrence Taylor's the only player I know who could. I mean, maybe Michael Irvin. And Michael Irvin, let me talk about Michael Irvin real quick before I finish my Lawrence Taylor talk. Michael Irvin was my favorite wide receiver growing up, and he was in Miami. He's a Hurricane. He was another player that probably did cocaine and still went out there. And Michael Irvin, if Michael Irvin wasn't on a team, to me, Michael Irvin is more talented than Jerry Rice. And you can give me all the hate you want. To me, Michael Irvin is more talented than Jerry Rice ever was. Michael Irvin just played on a team where they were so dominant in those Cowboy teams and so focused on Emmett Rice. I'm talking about damn linebacker. Emmett Smith, and Michael Irvin was a guy that people forget about Michael Irvin when you talk about all-time great wide receivers, because he didn't quite put up the numbers that some of these other guys. But look at the way Michael Irvin was used. That's why he didn't put up the numbers. Michael Irvin might be my favorite Kane of all time. He was my favorite wide receiver. I had a poster of Michael Irvin on my wall. I probably should have been a Hurricane fan, if we're being honest with you. But he was in a Cowboy jersey. He wasn't in a Hurricane jersey. I had a picture of Michael Irvin on my wall growing up, and it said Playmaker under it. Had a picture of very similar to that Peter Warrick picture, except on the bottom it said Playmaker, and he was in a Cowboys jersey. Michael Irvin was my favorite player growing up, as far as NFL type players. He gets overlooked. But back to Lawrence Taylor. Other than Michael Irvin, Lawrence Taylor probably the only player I know who get coked up and still go out there and compete at a high level. Lock him down. What happened to the Marshall? So, who you think is the best football player right in the NFL right now? Aaron Donald might be the best football player in the NFL right now, but Patrick Mahomes. It's hard to get away from the quarter. Patrick Mahomes is something I don't know if we've ever seen before, guys. Maybe Aaron Rodgers, and I still like me some Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is GOAT status. Man, Patrick Mahomes might be the best football player, and Aaron Donald definitely has a case for it. LT made rushing the linebacker famous and the left tackle spot famous. If you don't have a good left tackle, the Giants were going to kill you. Mackenzie Milton is the best football player right now. LT was also hopped up on cocaine, but we give that a pass. If we don't give it a pass, it's more impressive that he could be hopped up on cocaine and still be the GOAT. Greatest football player of all time is Deion Sanders. It's not even close. Deion has an argument. No doubt Deion has an argument. Bo Jackson has an argument too. Well, Bo Jackson is just one of the greatest athletes to ever play anything. What happened to that GPS tech they had that monitored the players? I think they still use it. I'm pretty sure they still use it. If Bo Jackson, yeah. Agreed. Moss was a super freak for sure. Okay, Polk. Who's the greatest Noel of all time? I got an idea who you might pick. Me, I'm going with Prime over P-Dub. So P-Dub is my favorite Noel, but he's not the greatest Noel of all time. So for being legit, it's Prime Time. Prime Time is the greatest Florida State Seminole of all time. If we let's throw Prime Time out, right? Because he's the obvious answer. Then you get a little bit more questionable. And you start talking about the greatest Seminoles of all time. I think Derek Brooks is in that conversation. I think Charlie Ward's in that conversation. Jameis is in that conversation. Dalvin Cook is in that conversation. So it's really tough. But Prime Time is the best Seminole of all time. What other player you know could have been the best at his position? He was the best corner, best returner before Hester, and could have been the Hall of Fame receiver. Bo Jackson, Deion are probably the two greatest athletes ever. I agree there. I remember when Lawrence Taylor broke Joe Theismann's leg. Michael Irvin was one of the best possession receivers in his time. One of my favorite players growing up. I remember, not personally, that Deion said he was going to get a pick on Auburn's last drive in the Sugar Bowl. Amazing, especially at calling his. Hold on, guys. I got a phone call. It's the wifey.
Just a great job of aggressively.
I wonder what LT's heart rate was every game night. Shit had to be insane. Deion was one of the GOATs. Such an amazing player and athlete. My favorite player coming up was David Palmer, the Deuce from Alabama. That's why I wanted to play like. Devontae Freeman is the best FSU player. No, he's not, but shout out to Devontae Freeman. I'd pick Jameis because what he did that year, man, was ridiculous. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. But, man, you know what? We went five hours strong in here. And I am going to call it a night for the last live stream of 2020. What a way to close 2020 with a 5-hour long live stream. And it never dipped below 30 people in the chat. So that is a accomplishment in and of itself. A happy new year to everybody in the chat. What y'all talking about? I still have James as a backup to Charlie Ward. Me too. Me personally, I think Charlie Ward is the best Florida State quarterback of all time. In my opinion, in order to be the combo of greatest Seminole, you have to be great in the NFL too. Okay, so then it's got to be prime time and Derek Brooks. If that's the case, Cook and Dalvin Cook. He killed us every time we played him. He was supposed to be a Kane. That's the one that got away and went to FSU. Even though I think Cook carried FSU for a couple years single-handedly. Again, man, thanks everybody who showed up tonight. Again, what a way to kick off 2021 with a great 5-hour-long live stream. So thanks everybody who kicked it with us for 5 hours strong. Man, great turnout tonight, man. I am ecstatic about what this potential of this channel is going to reach in 2021. And as long as I got you guys here with me, we're going to accomplish whatever our goals are set out to be. I wish everybody a happy new year. Again, if you didn't hit the like button on your way in, by all means, hit that like button on your way out. Happy New Year to all of Seminole all my Seminole family, all of FSU Nation, everybody in the chat. Wanda Smith, okay. Concrete Hard, Ray Fitty, everybody. Happy New Year. Again, if you're going out, Happy New Year's the maiden day. Happy New Year's to my Hurricane family. We might not always get along, but when we do get along, hey, shout out to the Hurricane family. Brandon B, shout out to you. Again, if you do go out, be safe. I want to see you here in 2021 in the comment sections. Again, even you Gator, there you go, man. Even you Gator fans, man, have a safe and happy New Year. Happy New Year. I had a Bulldog fan in here earlier. Have a safe happy New Year. And everybody in the chat, man, have a safe happy New Year, man. I'm glad and appreciative of everybody that was in here tonight kicking it with me. Again, you didn't hit the like button on the way in. Hit the like button on your way out. Share the channel, guys. We're at 700 plus. If we want to get to that 1,000-yard mark, we want to keep growing it. It's up to you guys to really share it. 2020 was a trash year from all angles. 2021 will be better, like Maiden Day said. I believe it will be better in all aspects, not just sports, but in life in general. And man, you guys have a blessed night. Be safe if you are going out and indulging in adult activities. Be safe. If you're not, and you're going to be like me and kick it with me and drink, spend time with the fam, by all means do that. And it's your boy, POLK, over here on 863 Seminole TV. And like always, we out here and stay classy, Seminoles. Go Noles. And I will see you guys in 2021, baby. You guys have a great night.